in Newcastle, Indiana to wrap up the 2022 United States Pro Kart Series season. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the Heartland Grand Prix, the fourth and final stop on the year. My name's Xander Clements. Alongside me in the booth here is Randy Kugler, and we are just getting underway here with qualifying for the second race day in a row. KA100 Junior divided into multiple groups after a 50 driver entry list split after Friday happy hour. You're seeing the bottom cut of the group from Friday final practice onto the circuit beginning their opening laps. Randy, the good part about yesterday, no rain, no red flags. Knock on wood, we get the same kind of good omens here today, but it was a day of overall pretty good racing.
Definitely knock on wood. I thought we had some great racing yesterday. We had everything from last lap passes to drivers moving from the rear to the front of the field. The run by Caleb Gaffera, unbelievable, starting in 28th from a blown engine in the pre-final, working his way not only to the front, but then gapping the field by about 4 seconds for the win. So a great run by Caleb. Ryan Norberg has his streak broken. The broom got broken yesterday by Hayden Jones. So that was some really good racing there. I just think one of the races I really enjoyed was the one we thought was going to be a snoozer, and that was our X30 Masters. We thought that David was going to just walk away with that, but it turned into a really good battle. So I look forward to a lot more of that today. We still got some points championships up for grabs, and I'm going to do my best today. My goal today, Xander, is to not call any class Yamaha. And if I can get through the day without calling KA100 Yamaha, then I feel like I've had a successful day. But I know I had a lot of fun with it yesterday. This track makes it easy for an announcer because there's so many opportunities to call an exciting part of the race, whether it's a draft down the straightaway, whether it's a pass under braking, whether it's somebody charging to the front, whether it's somebody gapping the field, staying in line to catch the leader. There's so many different variables, so many different opportunities to make a move on this circuit. So it's a good place for an announcer to really bring the action to the viewers, to the listeners, because Newcastle just really breeds great racing.
I agree. I mean, this racetrack, it's never a question of if you can pass. It's should you pass normally. Should you try and stay in line, work with the driver in front of you, or should you try and go for the move here? Right now, with the first group coming to the checkered flag, we've seen a few drivers decide to maybe get a little bit closer to the ones around them, but for the most part, they've all stuck to the gaps that were set by the grid marshal. And so the checkered flag coming out here next time by for the first drivers around. They're all on their final lap. Shea Aldrich is the quickest at the moment. He'll get bumped by Emma Kate Scarborough. And then we've got Diego Mendez Torres, Colin Aitken, right behind Aldrich there in the fourth position. Joey Friend was fifth, make him sixth as Cole Wilson crosses the line and goes a little bit faster. But we're still early on in the session in regards to where the peak laps will be on the MG Red tires. Every single person here really hitting their best on the final lap around, and I think that will be the money lap for most, if not all. We had an interesting situation in the X30 Pro qualifying class yesterday. Wes Duchak, one of the RPG Cosmic drivers, had a hose clamp failure, broke on his one of his radiator hoses, so it leaked water on the inside of the scoreboard hairpin right on the racing line, and it messed up a lot of drivers, pretty much the whole field, on their third and final laps. It made the second lap be the money lap. But for everybody else, we'll see the third lap be the last one here. One extra lap just shown, but ultimately 3 laps completed for the field. Shea Aldrich was one of the first ones across the line. He'll set it at a 109.66. Let's see if that lap gets beaten as the checkered flag continues to fly here for the first group in Timmy Tech KA100 Junior.
Emma Kate Scarborough back to the point with a 109.389, so she knocks the bottom out of it, almost 0.3 of a second quicker than Aldrich. Charlie Steins out of nowhere hits a flyer on lap 3, number 884, a 109.485 goes to second. Aldrich third, Indy Anderson fourth, and now Ryan Miller moves up to fourth with a 109.815. We've got quite a few drivers now into the 109 second bracket. The first 9 drivers are into the 109s. It's Emma Kate Scarborough that they're chasing, a 109.389. Charlie Steins, Jake James, Shea Aldrich, and Ryan Miller. As the checkered flag comes out, that is your top 5 through the top 10. Braden Zervas will qualify 6th, followed by Indy Anderson, Diego Mentes-Torres, Ayrton Grimm, and rounding out your top 10 qualifiers, Olivier Piatek. That is your top 10. Emma Kate Scarborough on the point, a 109.389, cart number 818.
And they'll quickly go into the next group here as this first class rolls into the scale line for post-race post-session weigh-ins and potential tech inspection. I say potential; they'll hold the top couple of qualifiers from this group in the event that they do not get beaten by these guys. The second and faster group from Friday practice. Caleb Gaffera, quickest in the final practice session on Friday afternoon. We'll lead them onto the racetrack. And the championship fight, as we were kind of going through the scenarios here today, pretty intense as a whole for the KA Junior and KA Senior classes. From what we can tell, prior two drops coming into today, Parker DeLong after the big win yesterday, and Max Garcia after a so-so afternoon getting into contact that dropped him down to 9th, entered today before drops dead tied, Randy. An absolute tie after 7 rounds of racing.
It's a testimony to the competition level you have here at the U.S. Pro Kart Series. These drivers are just going at it every step of the way, and one little bobble, one little misfortune can cost you a lot. The points that Caleb Gaffara lost in the pre-final yesterday, he went from gathering winning points, first place points in the pre-final, to little or no points finishing last, and even though he came back and won the final, obviously that hurt him.
Yeah, what a heartbreak scenario for Caleb Gaffera. Obviously, so fast all day, and he proved that coming from last to first, and we got a funny bet we're going to try and catch a little bit later on. He's good buddies with Jack Jeffers, one of the top senior rookies here in the X30 Pro division, and Caleb on his, what will I believe be his last year in the junior categories, went to Jack and said, okay, Jack, if I win from last place, you've got to jump into the long pond here on the straightaway. And Jack took that bet, and maybe he shouldn't have, known how quick Caleb was in the pre-final, because he was able to go from last to first. So later today, sometime on this broadcast, Jack Jeffers out of the Speed Concepts Racing CRG camp is going to have to go jump into the lake behind the MG Tire inflatable.
I think that's awesome. And who would have thought? I mean, that was a safe bet. I talked to Caleb's dad last night, Chuck Gaffera. I've known Chuck for a really long time. And he said, you know, I told Caleb to take it easy on the start. And I said, it's funny you say that, because when I watched, I thought, oh my gosh, he's laying back. He's too tentative. He's got to get up there and mix it up. But when the green flag waved and he's back in 28th position, he literally entered turn 2, 3 kart lengths behind the field, waiting for the carnage. Once it cleared out, he started racing. So patience, patience, patience. I can't say it enough, especially in the final. There's so many laps, Xander. And if you get out there and mix it up too soon, even though you're moving through the field, you still have to be patient. If you knock yourself out, all is lost. So more than anything, I mean, he had speed, he had the ability, but he exercised patience, and that's what's got him the win yesterday.
No doubt. The patience paid off for him. Now let's see what this group looks like with a few drivers that were patient on the outlap and decided to wait and pack up. We've got a 4-car train headed through turn number 4 right now. It has Stephen Miller, Oliver Weldon, I believe, is in that mix as well. Looks like Max Garcia might be in that group. In the 3rd spot in line, and then I think we've got Parker DeLong in that mix, or no, Fernando Luque's in that grouping as well. So this is them early in the session here, just 2 laps complete at the moment because they've spent so much time sorting themselves out. The quickest driver in the session is actually Luke Powers, yesterday's pole sitter in the 854, and this won't help them at all here on what will be the final lap, as there was some more passing going on in the session. Oliver Weldon, Luke K going back and forth. Garcia's gone by them. Caleb Gaffera doing exactly what he did yesterday here in KA Junior, running by his lonesome. Where does his last lap go? It goes to the top over the Group 1 drivers, but he's the first one across the line. Here comes this big gaggle of go-karts down to the start-finish line straight. Garcia getting a big toe off of Stephen Miller. Can he put something together on the day that he needs to get championship points? No, too much passing going on. He goes 9th. Cooper Shipman into the top 3 goes to 2nd. Elio Meza, Oscar Iliff working together. They move up to 3rd and 4th. So they pick up some time. Whereas Gaffera's lap overall, it's still at the top. We'll wait to see the last few drivers come across the line for the white flag, as they'll get one more try at it with that group fully set together. Garcia going to the lead in it. He's going to have to hope that they push him across the line. I'd be surprised if they did. But Max Garcia leads the 6-car pack over to the kink.
Max Taylor in the 833, a 108.967, only driver into the 108s. He's on the point. Caleb Gaffara, 109.025. So Caleb Gaffara back to 2nd. Christian Cameron, Cooper Shipman, and Elio Meza. That is your top 5. But Max Taylor in the 833, a 108.967 on lap number 2 is your quick so far. Checker flag is out. Should say lap number 3. No, lap number 2. Because lap number 3 actually a little bit quicker, 108.939, and that's for Caleb Gaffera. So Caleb Gaffera sets quick time, but we've got the rest of the field to cross the line for the last lap. And Ernesto Rivera on a flyer, a 108.892. Ernesto Rivera now quick. Cooper Shipman, Caleb Gaffera, Max Taylor, and Fernando Luque. And Max Taylor up to 4th. Luke Powers up to 5th now. Local driver Luke Powers, a 108.974. Max Taylor back to the point, a 108.881. So Gaffera all the way back to 5th. It's Taylor, Rivera, Shipman, Cameron, and Gaffera, your top 5.
So with that checkered flag coming on the final few drivers across the line, no changes. Max Taylor looking to change his luck here from Saturday. An overall just kind of mild performance from him. Drove through the field from a pretty rough qualifying effort in both divisions. And now Max Taylor turns the script on its head, and he takes the pole position in Timmy Tech KA100 Junior. Again, Ernesto Rivera, his teammate, will make an RPG lockout on the front row. Then it's going to be the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart of Cooper Shipman. Christian Cameron ends up in 4th. Gaffera's lap alone 5th. Luke Powers, again, pole sitter from yesterday. Up and down day ended pretty rough for him, but he was so impressive throughout the whole day. He ends 6th. And then you go down Luke K, along with Oliver Weldon, who ends up getting a good lap late. Landon Skinner aboard the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy OTK 9th. And Cooper O'Clair's J3 Competition Comp Car rounds your top 10. More to come here as the KA100 Seniors are set to go green. We'll take a quick commercial break and come back with the action here live from Newcastle Motorsports Park. It's the United States Pro Kart Series season finale here on Kart Chaser.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Welcome back here to Newcastle Motorsports Park for the Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift Division, our second group on the order. First of the couple of groups that they've got, 2 groups in total split across the board. And we're watching right now Luke Giglio, who was one of the first drivers below the cut line in Friday Happy Hour. He's got a company right behind him in the Micro Swift class, so 2 drivers working together to begin their Sunday morning here. the draft, obviously, so important at Newcastle Motorsports Park, no doubt about it. And we saw that not so much in that first KA Junior group, but a lot of it in that second group. And most of those drivers in the top 5 ended up getting a tow and working together. So they burned the out lap, went a little bit slower on there, maybe even the first lap. And you'll see a little more of that gamesmanship today, maybe even than yesterday, as drivers maybe went on their own yesterday, decided just to punch their own hole in the air, didn't qualify so good, and thought, well, you know what? I got to play the drafting game. I got to find myself someone to work with, or hopefully wait and follow a big pack. And not everybody can be a follower. Someone's got to be the one to break the air and go first. And we've got one off the racetrack here. The 32 of Christopher Utsi is off, unfortunately, in qualifying. So not sure what happened for Christopher Utsi, but he spun out on the outside of turns 1 and 2 there. That was just on screen. Meanwhile, AJ Stoner, your quickest driver in the number 12 OTK for AMAX Racing.
We talk about the draft and qualifying, and Caleb Gaffera went solo on the qualifying session, but he qualified 5th. We're talking pre-final and final, so 5th spot is not a bad place to be when you're going into the pre-final. So strategy maybe. He didn't want to help anybody else. He wanted to go out and see what he could do on his own, and he did that. I qualified pretty strong, but just a lot of competition across the board in all these categories as we work through Micro Swift. AJ Stoner, who had a rough day yesterday, is pretty quick this morning in this first group, a 1:16.076. He is the quickest in the first group with 1 lap in the books. AJ Stoner in the number 12, quick time, a 1:16.076. Through the field right now, Luke Gilio is second. Chris Utsi, who's off track now, is still third. Jacob Medeski and Lincoln Davis. That's your top 5 in the Micro Swift Team Ferris Racing qualifying Group B. This is the slower of the 2 groups, but that doesn't always mean they'll be the slowest, because sometimes in happy hour they don't get the setup they want. They go out in the slow group, but in fact are a little bit faster. And a lot of times you'll see some of the drivers from Group B working their way up and getting a good starting position. So the Group A drivers, in theory, are faster, but not always. Jacob Medeski, a 1:15.009. Now quick time. Stoner gets shuffled back to second. So almost into the 1:14 second bracket for Jacob Medeski, a 1:15.009 in the 77, followed by AJ Stoner, Luke Gilio, Aston Wyatt, and Lincoln Davis. A reminder, the 2 podiums that we did not have yesterday, that would be Micro Swift and Mini Swift. We will do those podiums today at 2 o'clock at the U.S. Pro Kart Series trailer. Official results are in. So Micro Swift, and Mini Swift, top 3 and fast qualifiers from Saturday. Your podiums will be held at the U.S. Pro Kart Series trailer at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Checkered flag coming out now for Micro Swift. Group B, Jacob Medeski hanging on to that top spot with a nice run, a 1:15.009. Luke Gilio second. AJ Stoner third. And now Aston Wyatt moves up to the 3rd spot. AJ Stoner back to 4th, and Tanner Barsh 5th. But they're all chasing Jacob Medeski. And as we wind this session down, it looks like Medeski will hold on to that top spot for the Group B. But we still have our fast group on the grid poised to come out. That would be our Group A in Micro Swift. And we'll see what they can turn. I'm guessing we're going to be in the 1:14s. In fact, Jacob Medeski, a flyer on his last lap, 1:14.596. He's ready for prime time. Jacob Medeski in the 77, a 1:14.596. Quick time in Group B, a half a second quicker than Gilio. Aston Wyatt, AJ Stoner, and Lincoln Davis. So we're looking for our last group, Group B, to come out. For the Micro Swift, looks like we've got some drivers that'll be coming out on track here very shortly for that Group A session. As we work our way through morning qualifying, it's the Heartland Grand Prix here at Newcastle Motorsports Park, the final leg of the U.S. Pro Kart Series Championship weekend, where the champions are crowned.
So we're still waiting on a couple more things here on the grid as the field begins to file out, and the last couple drivers clear the racetrack from group number 1. As mentioned, Medeski, a very quick time on his final lap. That should hold up pretty well, you would think, over the fast group to come, with a half-second margin over everybody else in group number 1. Group number 2, of course, having what a battle it was really in the micro class all the way to the finish. Rocco Simone Ashton Woon, Royce Vega in the mix, and give it up for Nico Orbezo. What a great day he had going. He was only one corner away from a podium potential result. Unfortunately, got turned sideways, went up and over the hill at the I-70 corner on the very last lap. He'll be looking for redemption today. And then from a championship perspective, Rocco Simone and Ashton Woon entered today separated by less than 70 points prior to drops. So this championship really will be decided, like a few others, based on the way the checkered flag flies in the main event later on.
Yeah, these kids put on a heck of a race yesterday and just swapping positions back and forth in the front and through the field, really. Just some great racing, close racing, sometimes a little too close, but that happens. I mean, it's racing. And as the laps wind down in these finals, you know, you only have so many opportunities left to make that move. And sometimes what looks like you've got room to make, you don't. And so these drivers sometimes will, obviously, we get a little bumping and grinding going on, and it happens, and the officials watch for that. And if, in fact, it looks like it's warranted for penalties, then those penalties are assessed. But Micro Swift Group A about to come out as we get the track clear and get the green light for them. We're just waiting, and they leave the grid now. So Micro Swift Group A entering onto the racetrack at this time for their qualifying session.
While we get set for them, we will send it on down to the pit lane area. David Land starting to help us bring a few more interviews here today alongside Caleb Smock. Let's send it down to you, David. What do you got for us?
All right, that works. We're down here with the pole sitter in KA100 Junior. Max, tell me a little bit about your run and how'd you get this pole position?
Well, the whole weekend we've been struggling a little bit with pace, a little bit my driving, some engine issues, but we finally got it together overnight, and the guys at Rawlson put together a great package. In the qualifying, I was just trying my best to get to the person ahead, maybe get it some draft, and it worked out, and I just put in some good laps.
So looking ahead to the pre-final and, of course, the final event for today, what's your strategy? What can you kind of do to stay out front?
I mean, you can't predict anything. I'm just going to drive the best I can and win it.
The young man on pole, Max Taylor.
Thank you, David. Here, Max Taylor, like he said, much better start to today than yesterday, so he'll be looking to go at least just a bit better than where he finished. But that KA Junior class, very similar to what we've seen in the Micro Swift division, completely unpredictable. So hard to get a gauge on what could come of it, and really, there's a lot of drivers that were not up in that lead group yesterday that could be there if the right cards could fall. We've seen the major contenders, and I think I would safe to say most of them were in that lead pack, as we see Alexander Procunha going by on Royce Vega. But Procunha was one of the drivers who was not, that very well could be up there today. He's had a lot of speed throughout this year. He's gotten a couple major wins, and the Paralympic driver now leads this three-car grouping ahead of Vega and Marco Sammet. So through into the scoreboard hairpin, three drivers together, normally a little bit better than just one, and the rest of the pack kind of spread across the racetrack. There's one other tandem going on, and most of the field hitting laps on their own as we see them pass going down to the I-70 corner. That's the downside, is when you get around multiple drivers, Randy, sometimes they may not want to work with you, and they may not be in the exact same wavelength you're on of, okay, this lap I'm going to lead, you're going to push. They may want to pass you.
You need a game plan before you go out. If you meet up with a stranger, so to speak, you're right. He doesn't exactly know, and all of a sudden you start racing each other. Neither one of you is running the line you want, and your laps aren't nearly what they should be. So you've got to be prepared to go out there and either run with a teammate or do a Caleb G and just go out there and run on your own. But when you start racing somebody out there because you don't really know for sure who wants to lead, it'll wind up hurting both of you for sure. Jacob Majeski still hanging on to that top spot, as you said, Xander. Even though he's in Group B, that's going to get him a good starting spot for the pre-final, I believe, that 1:14.596, waiting for some of the drivers to move up the leaderboard now. And haven't seen a lot of movement yet. Those Group B qualifiers are still holding their own. Now we got some movement. Parker Ives up to 6th. He has a 1:15.364, but he's the first one to move up from this group. So solid runs by Group B right now, which is a little surprising as we work our way through. White flag about to come out. So 2 laps will be completed this time by as they cross the line for our Micro Swift competitors. But right now it's Jacob Majeski with a half a second advantage over the field. And Jacob coming out of Group B, they cross the stripe. And we'll see what we've got here as the laps get a little bit quicker each time And we'll look for some movement. Marco Samet up to 8th. Liam Nakawati 9th. Royce Vega 10th. Now we got Rocco Simone. He's getting a little closer, inching to that 114-second bracket. He's got a 115.213. Majeski still hanging on. This would be a real big accomplishment for Majeski if he could secure this pole position from Group B. And right now, he's got a good shot at it. He's still a half a second ahead of Pasha Ali, who comes in from Group A. And now Drew Waltz inches a little closer. He's 115.022, still 4/10 off of Majeski. Majeski hanging on to that top spot. What a story that would be if Majeski could come out of the Group B slower qualifying session. Obviously, he didn't quite have the setup he wanted in happy hour, but Majeski comes back and is running strong now in qualifying through Group B, set the pace, set the bar really high, a 114.596. Only driver at this point with a checkered flag about to come out that has got into the 114-second bracket. So Jacob Majeski, 4/10 of a second advantage over Drew Waltz, Jackson Gibson, Pasha Ali, and Luke Gillio. Checkered flag comes out, and Marco Samet breaks through. 114.549 for the 75 of Marco Samet. He's on the point. Antonio Pizzonia Nato, a 114.585 goes the second. But Jesse gets shuffled back to third. Still a strong starting spot for Majeski, Royce Vega, and Rocco Simone, Pasha Ali. Alexander Procugna in 7th, Drew Waltz, Ashton Woon, and Jackson Gibson. But Marco Samet on a flyer, lap number 3, cart number 75, a 114.549. Get this, folks. The first 5 positions are 5/100ths of a second separation. The first 7 positions are only 2/10 of a second off. Micro Swift, one of the most competitive classes we have here this weekend, brought to you by Team Ferris Racing. And starting on the pole will be the 75 of Marco Samet. Running through the top 10, we've got Antonio Pizzonia Nato will start second. In row number 2, it'll be Jacob Majeski and Drew Waltz. In row 3, Jackson Gibson and Royce Vega. In row 4, we're going to have Rocco Simone and Pasha Ali. And rounding out your top 10 starters, we're going to have Parker Ives and Alexander Procugna. That is your top 10 starting lineup for the pre-final in Micro Swift. Next class onto the track is going to be our KA100 Senior.
Presented by Mike Doty Racing. They'll be coming up next here after the break. Multiple groups here. We had 2 groups for the Micros, 2 groups for the KA100 Juniors. But we'll have multiple groups for KA100 Senior, 60 drivers strong. They'll get qualified, and then that will split them into 2 different flights of heat races with a pre-final A for the odd-numbered qualifiers, pre-final B for the even finishing result number qualifiers, and it will combine back up to make a 60-car main event grid later on this afternoon. Again, that's coming up next after the KA Seniors. We'll go to the X30 Juniors and onward here as the first few drivers are getting released from that bottom group after Friday happy hour onto the circuit. Now you see Riley Pegram leads them out, and we'll Xander Rogers there in the Iron Rock Motorsports. Tony Kart, he was the quickest out of this group yesterday. Look at everybody sideways there. That was Nikolay Dukov going a little bit sideways, coming out of the pit lane through turn number 4. We've seen the lap times a little bit slower today in morning warm-up. For most classes, it seems to be a little bit cooler air temperatures and track temperatures today, and I think it's catching a lot of these drivers off guard with brand new sticker tires here in KA100 Senior, as we've seen 2 now slip coming out of the grid.
Yeah, we haven't seen that in the other classes, but these guys come out on cold tires and apparently didn't, a lot of them at least, didn't prepare for that, and they hit the first real grip corner and didn't have the grip they expected and pushed out, a couple of them going off into the grass. So not the way that they want to start their qualifying session, but this is our biggest class. Yesterday, 60 strong, 30 rows, 2 wide down this long pond straight for a start. And for the most part, we got through turns 1 and 2 without a lot of incident, a couple spins, a few bumps and grinds here and there, but we got through it. And everybody got to race. So it was an amazing sight seeing 60 drivers. Reminds me of the days years ago when they ran the RoboPong 200 here in the fall. It was a 200-lap endurance race. And the Newcastle would promote. A lot of the IndyCar drivers will participate. but they started as many as they wanted to race. And a lot of times it was 70 to 80 drivers. It would be 40 rows coming down Long Pond Straight for a start, 200 laps. So that was certainly an historic, legendary event they used to have here at Newcastle. Reminded me of that when we saw those KA100 Seniors coming down Long Pond Straight yesterday. 30 rows, 60 strong for the start. So we're looking for our first laps to come in right now in KA100 Senior. Our Group D, that'll be our first of 4, roughly 15 per group. And KA100 Senior now about to complete their first lap.
Here they come down through the kink. We've got our first couple drivers at the start-finish line now as the opening lap is set. Xander Rogers, quickest off the bat at a 109.742. He's caught up to Riley Pegram, unfortunately, so he'll be in a little bit of traffic at the moment as they head up the short chute to turn number 5. But if you can get through him here on lap number 2, he clear himself out for lap number 3. Let's go down to the grid here. Caleb Smock's caught up with one of the Bailiff brothers as they are heavily involved in racing action here in the Midwest, and they've got a lot of laps around Newcastle Motorsports Park. Caleb?
Sorry about that. You qualified up front. You ran P2 in the P final, got shuffled back to 6th in the final. Tell us what happened yesterday and how you're going to improve on it today.
We had a good pre-final. A little bit of a mishap on the start got us right to the front. I was just kind of had to be patient, kind of hold my ground, and then ended up being able to get to the lead. And me and Brandon Limke worked together through the rest of the race, kind of pulled a gap on everyone else. I hit a battery, though, coming out of green corner. So Brandon got the lead back, but ended up catching back up and got back to the line with him. So it was a drag race to the finish. P6 in the final. It just couldn't find anyone to work with right off the start. And then top 5 just drove away. And then me and Connor Ferris worked together the rest of the race, but just weren't able to catch him.
Now we know in qualifying you get 3 laps here. What are you going to be trying to hit perfectly when it comes time for the qualifying? What's something that you have to make sure that you improve on for this time going around?
Oh, I think just getting off right out of the gate, just going as fast as I can right on that first lap. Hopefully I can grab a toe on the 2nd or 3rd lap and try and get more towards the front.
Thank you. And now is Gavin Bailiff about to start with the 60 kart field here this afternoon for KA Senior. Back to you in the booth, Xander.
Thank you, Caleb. Gavin Bailiff, like he said, good day yesterday, but didn't really get the start off the bat in the final he needed. And once the leaders broke away, it was just that 5-kart group we watched, Randy. Christian Miles, Brandon Lemke, Logan Adams, Mick Gabriel in the mix as well. So all 5 of those drivers, for some reason, I can't think of the 5th one that we had in the mix on that one. Alex Stanfield, of course. Why couldn't I think of him? He was the fastest one there. All 5 of them, they broke away really quickly. Stanfield was so fast all day long. He set the pace at an unmatchable level, and they were able to hang in his draft for a long part of that race. We were kind of debating to see if they could just even get close enough because he'd pull away in the infield section. They'd catch back up on the straightaway, get back to within a car length. They'd rubber band back to 3 car lengths. Finally, by the end, Christian Miles got through, and then at that point, Alex Stanfield pushed him to the checkered flag to get himself just good points because that's what he's caring about. They enter today 13 points apart.
And clearly you could see the differences on the race setup and the gearing because one or 2 of the drivers might be strong in the tight part of the circuit in the back area. Then you're drafting, and they lose the draft, and they have to draft up when they get in tight. So it really involves a lot of strategy. You gear for top end on this racetrack. You better be in front when you get to the tight part of the course because if not, you're not going to be set up to pass for the straightaway. If you gear for the tight part of the course, make your pass because come straightaway time, you're not going to draft by anybody. So it's really whether you want to find the right mix so you're strong in both areas somewhat, or do you want to shoot for getting through? I guess, Xander, I suppose if you're really starting in the back of the pack, you're going to go for top end. You want to draft by as many people as you can to make your way to the front. But I think some of the drivers yesterday that were the strongest were really strong on the tight part of the circuit.
It's tricky, no doubt. You know, you have to kind of play to your strengths in a way. If you feel like you're driving a little bit better in that section or your kart's handling a little better in that section, you want to play that up. But more importantly, you want to play in an area where it will lead to a passing zone or come out of one. Because if you're down on power and you don't gear, to that, you could get freight trained on every single long straightaway, both the front stretch and the back stretch. Whereas if you've got speed in the infield section, you got to be able and confident to pass into turn number 5, into the cell tower hairpin, into those slow areas. You got to be able to take advantage of that speed. Like you said, if Alex Stanfield's case, if he was starting in the middle of the field, might be a little bit of a different story. As we've got a spin over here. This is over at what looks to be the green corner. Just off screen as Grayson Redson comes across the line. He'll begin his opening lap. Riley Pegram ended quickest in that first group over Kingston Himes and David Williams, a 109.035. Now, again, we saw it throughout practice day and yesterday. The quickest drivers got into the high 107 second bracket, so we might be even a second still to find for a lot of the field. I'd have to imagine most of group number 2 on the racetrack will go quicker, and the Technocart driver Grayson Redson, an unfortunate day yesterday, got caught up in some trouble, but that's part of what will happen when you start in the Hornet's Nest, and that's exactly where he is here. He was 31st in final practice yesterday. Here comes a big group across the line. Alex Doncho leads Josiah Tracy and more for their to start their first lap. So Josiah Tracy looks like he could be in a really good position to start his qualifying session.
Xander, let's talk a little bit about tire pressure. And I know it has an effect, but you can give us some insight on that. I had the opportunity last night to visit with Josh Holtz and Nick Terlecki. They qualified terribly. They started pretty far back in the pre-final, don't know which one they were in, A or B, but in the pre-final for KA. But they worked their way through the pack. They really found the setup, and they worked their way up. I think each of them advanced like 15 or 16 positions through the pre-final and final. Say, guys, you must have made a lot of changes after qualifying. They looked at me and smiled. They said, you know what? We changed air pressure. That's all we did. So obviously they found something in the air pressure where they could get around the track a lot quicker based on track conditions.
It's such a guessing game when it comes to these 3-lap qualifying sessions. In a way, some drivers don't like it as much. I personally like it because I think there's less of a chance of what we're seeing right here where they pack up and try to get into draft packs, especially when we go to some shorter racetracks. But it does make a very small window and a small target to hit for your tire pressure settings. You're hoping to peak at the second or third lap, and you may have somewhat of an idea of what was good based on when you felt like the cart was coming in morning warm-up, but that's on used tires. The new tires need to get broken in. They take a little bit longer on that outlap to get some heat in them and build the air pressures up, so the cart's going to handle a little bit differently. So you're kind of going in blind sometimes to qualifying, hoping that, okay, for a pre-final, I'll run, let's say, at 10 PSI. And then, for qualifying, wanting to peak at lap 3 instead of a pre-final, wanting to peak at lap 6 or 7, well, then I might bump that up to 14. But I don't know how much I should go up. You kind of get an idea. Maybe you think you had the right gauge yesterday and you do that today, and the track's a little bit different. Again, we mentioned the track's a little bit colder. Air temperature, track temperature, new tires, or in some classes that are using used tires, it's a completely isolated session, and it's a very tough window that you don't shoot for in practices during the week because nobody would want to have their tires peak on lap 2 or lap 3 on any of those Friday practice sessions. You'd want to run more laps to get a better feel for the cart setup. If you do a mock qualifying run, you're basically throwing away a session because those laps after the peak fall off tremendously. I've always been told that when it comes to a race setup, you almost want the cart to never fully come in. It's better to slowly be climbing and go from 70% peak pressure, 80%, 90% by the last lap versus hitting 100% at halfway, because then it'll drop down to 50% performance later on in the session. But ultimately, these qualifying sessions, as tricky as it is as a driver to hit your marks perfectly on one shot on lap number 3, your ultimate final lap typically, it's also tough from the mechanics side and the engineering side of the go-kart to guess exactly what the right number is for those tire pressures to get heat, because it changes on the driver too. Some drivers are a little harder on the front tires and they can run with a lower pressure and build the heat up the way they drive. Other drivers, they aren't as heavy on the front tires with the way that they steer, and so they have to bump pressures up higher. So you could have an identical kart setup, 2 different drivers, and both of them will need different things when it comes to tire pressure for qualifying.
Totally a qualifying setup, and I hadn't really looked at it from that standpoint, but you're looking at a pre-final, maybe 12 laps. A final could be as much as 18 laps. But this qualifying session is 3 laps, and you want to peak. You want your setup to be as quick as it possibly can be to get your best starting spot. But you can't use that setup for the race because you can't peak at lap 3 If you peak at lap 3, you're going to fall off. And if you do have a nice lead, they're going to catch you, definitely. Brooke Berry is our early leader. We're a couple groups in here on our KA100. Group Berry in the 925 turns a 108.496. Brooke is quickest so far. James Overbeck second. Gratian Zedian is third. Ben Lyda fourth. And David Weeks. That's currently your top 5. We're about midway through our KA100 Senior session. We have 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. And I believe, Xander, we're going out with the B group now, I think. I think we've had 2 groups so far. So if we've got B group coming out as we get slowly but surely to our A group, which would in theory be our fastest group, although Nick Majeski in the last session turned a really good lap on his B session for the junior class. So we'll see how well Brooke Berry hangs on at a 108.496, but I feel certain we're going to see some 107s before this is over.
Yeah, I think so too. So again, a 108.496. That's half a second up on Riley Pegram's time. She was the quickest in that first group. Right now, she did beat a handful of drivers in group number 2, or the C group. She ended 8th overall so far. So, Brooke Knockman, Kendall Hedge, they were out on the racetrack in group number 2, group C. Ultimately, they ended up 9th and 10th just behind Pegram, but they beat a handful of drivers in Group C as we've got 30 qualified so far, so at worst they're down in the low 40s. Here's Josh Oates, Nick Terlecki coming across the line to start their opening laps, and we'll see if they can hit the pressure a little better today because, like you said, they both picked up about 8 to 9 spots in their respective pre-finals, and that's 8 to 9 rows with the way the racing is, so that they're in a class with missing the tire pressure not being really too detrimental if you can have a good setup for the pre-final. The pre-final really is the key for this division. Qualifying, relatively important, but you can make up twice as many spots in that pre-final as you could by qualifying better or running in the main event just by passing the right drivers and making smart decisions. It's huge. You can go back so far by just getting freight trained by 4 or 5 go-karts. That's 10 drivers in the main event starting grid. That's huge.
I'm looking around this Newcastle circuit right now for KA qualifying Group B. I don't see anyone drafting. They're all solo. So that's an interesting concept. It looks like maybe Holtz and Terlecki are trying to close in on each other a little bit, but really no one is benefiting from any kind of a tow right now, which I have to believe is not going to help them that much.
No, I don't think so here. So at least in this case, they're not one to go for it. Don't want to play the risk game. Josh Oates crossed the line first lap. He'll go to 9th. He'll beat everybody except for Riley Pegram in that first group. Aiden Rudolph goes 14th. Nick Terlecki a little further down. Speaking of Aiden Rudolph, he's just behind as we see Cheyenne Sagal there in the 981. Here's Terlecki coming on through. Nick Terlecki right behind Oates, about a second to 2 seconds back in that grouping. And then Aiden Rudolph in the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy and PSL Karting Bureau Art. Yesterday was not a great day for the kid. He had a fiery rookie season. He's also had some days that have kind of seemed like off days, a bit more hot and cold than I'm sure he'd like to be. And I talked to him on the grid before morning warm-up, and he's like, "Hey, man, today's my story, last to first." And I was like, "What, you're not going to qualify?" He's like, "No, we were basically last yesterday in my mind. We're going to go win this thing today." And I asked him what happened. He said, "Nothing. We were just really slow." So they made some major chassis changes for him overnight, and I think he's feeling pretty confident with it. At least he was before morning warm-up. Looked pretty decent there. We'll see if he can go a little better here today as we're watching a handful of the field come on through. There was Adam Maxwell. There's Mick Gabriel coming out of this second group, Group B. He ended up obviously in the top 5 yesterday with a great qualifying run and a solid pre-final. Here's Terlecki across the line. He'll go 4th. Josh Holtz goes 3rd. So the Holtz TD drivers separated by 5 thousandths. They've yet to beat the Group C drivers as Matthew Mockabee becomes the first one to fully go to the top of the boards at a 108.358. So good run for him. Here's Rudolph headed into turn number 5 on that PSL Karting Bureau Art. His second lap around decent. And goes into 10th with it. Race Liberante jumps up the order. He'll go to 7th. Mick Gabriel, as there's Rudolph dropping a tire a little bit coming out of the cell tower. Not what he needs on this final lap. The last thing you want. We talked to a few drivers yesterday talking about how pushback bumpers getting pushed in a race can really deflate you. Nothing deflates you when you drop a tire early on what's supposed to be the money lap.
Once you drop a tire on the money lap, no matter what you do, it's not going to be as good as it should have been.
Exactly, and in some cases, it may not even be as good as your second lap, which is not what Aiden Rudolph needs. Josh Oates looks like this time he might be a little bit slower than his teammate Nick Terlecki. Checkered flag coming. we are done with Group B. Where does Holtz go? Fourth. Terlecki is indeed better by about 200, so he picks up some time. Here's Shane Siegel in the 981 Merlin for Franklin Motorsports, trying to put a good lap together. At the moment, he's a little bit further down than where he'd like to be. Gabriel's second lap, pretty good at a 108.36, so he's second. Mockabee, though, quickest overall. Gabriel will beat it. Mick Gabriel, a 108.243. There's Liberante across the line. Big time controversy for Liberante yesterday. More controversy than what I'm sure he'd like to be involved in. He said, well, Xander, I hope your ratings were good because I'm trying to stay away from that today. Got into it with John Burke in the pre-final, and then him and Jeremy Fletcher were racing hard on the final lap of the main event, and they both came together there as well. So Liberante hoping for a better day. That qualifying effort's going to be a little bit rougher for him, though. He was a top 10 qualifier yesterday. He is 10th right now with the fast group still to come. Colin Hayes, good effort. Talk with his tuner, Joe Claridge. He said, he's been making some progress, but sometimes it seems like we just are making a few of the same little bobbles, but he's coming along, man. He's going to get there. And with the Nitro Kart team, he goes second. Great run for Colin Hayes. To 108.297. Matthew Mockabee gets bumped to third. Gavin Griffin, another Newcastle Motorsports local, goes into fourth. Nick Terlecki, his lap will hold in fifth. And you look down to see Brooke Berry. Again, she was Group C, still seventh, beats TJ Coyen. James Overbeck into ninth. And here comes the fast group. You saw already Christian Miles, fastest in happy hour. Here's G3 Argyros on that Speed Concepts Racing CRG, headed to turn number 5. Then here comes Gavin Bailiff and Finnegan Bailiff. We talked to both of the brothers earlier in the day. You heard his interview here with Gavin. And here comes another one of the TKG entries, and Jeremy Fletcher right behind, along with Aiden Levy. He's onto the TKG group at a handful of events this year. I believe they might be on their own this weekend, but I'm not 100%. And Logan Adams, who was up in that grouping as well. What a good day yesterday was for Logan Adams. Not a lot of seat time for him, not as much as people may think. Spends a lot of his days at Newcastle Motorsports Park working and helping on the family business. And the Common Kart Sales driver into the fast group, into the top 5 for a lot of the day yesterday, hoping to go a couple spots better today.
Speaking to the team yesterday for Jeremy Fletcher, and Jeremy's been fighting the flu bug all weekend, every step of the way. He's just been feeling awful in every way imaginable. He actually, between track time yesterday, would go sleep just to try to gather as much rest and as much energy as he could to go out, and ran well. I mean, he chased down the lead group yesterday and had a really strong finish. So Jeremy Fletcher hopefully feeling a little bit better today, but he is definitely struggling with the flu bug, and that's not helped the situation by any means. Right now, Mick Gabriel on the point with a 108.243 as our fast group on track. Group A as we wind down our KA100 qualifying.
And so here's John Burke going through turns 1 and 2. He had a great comeback run in the main event yesterday, went up 45 positions from the back of the grid to 11th. A major improvement for the Super Tune USA Tony Kart driver. And then we go ahead here to Brandon Lemke, talking championship fights. Well, this one's about as close as it can get. 13 points separate Brandon Lemke back to Alex Stanfield in second after his P2 result yesterday. Stanfield aboard the 906 GWR Tony Kart ended second. Lemke ended fourth. Now, when the drops get factored in, I think it might go the way of Stanfield, but either way you crack it, both of them relatively similar in their drops. It means it's going to be heads-up racing today. Every point matters, and 10 points to the pole award winner here in qualifying. So if either one of them gets it, it automatically adds both confidence and a couple points towards the tally here for Sunday afternoon to try and crown national champions. Aiden Levy's in a great spot right now, trailing Jeremy Fletcher. He should have a really good lap, and he will. He'll go second fastest in the group so far, puts him 11th overall. Alex Stanfield is the quickest at the moment at a 108.538. Headed through the green corner. Here's Christian Miles, yesterday's big-time rookie winner, headed to the scoreboard hairpin, and we go back to Brandon Lemke. He's going to catch up to, I believe, that might be Gavin Bailiff in the TKG Kart Republic, headed to the green corner.
John Burke up to 5th with a 108.372. No one cracking the 107 second bracket yet, but our second lap's going into the books, and I have a feeling we may see some movement. Christian Miles, a 108.089, and Alex Stanfield, 107.806. Stanfield gets into the 107s, 0.2 of a second quicker than Christian Miles. Chase Hand pretty quick today, a 108.211. He's third. McGabriel and Colin Hayes, your top 5. One more lap to go in this qualifying session. Here comes Brandon Lemke, a 108.222, puts him in 5th position. But picking up from where he left off yesterday, Alex Stanfield with a strong run on lap number 2.
And doing it all by himself. Alex Stanfield at a 107.8. No one's even close to that single car pace right now. Christian Miles is the closest, yesterday's winner, at a 108 flat. He's running by himself. Here's Lemke. He's gone by Gavin Bailiff. Bailiff dropped a tire coming out of the scoreboard hairpin earlier in this lap. He's trying to work his way back up to Lemke, at least get towed around a little bit on the final circuit, but not looking as strong here Sunday morning. Alex Stanfield will round the final corner. John Burke, one of the first ones to come across the line earlier on. Christian Miles will be the overall first to touch it. A 107.87, not enough to beat Stanfield. Stanfield goes 5 thousandths quicker, a 107.801. Both of them with 2.5 tenths on the field. There's our gyros across the line.
Some things don't change. Stanfield and Miles are 1 and 2 today. Those two had a great battle yesterday, and they are 7/100ths of a second separation. Only drivers into the 107. Stanfield with a 107.801. And Miles with a 107.824. John Burke will set third. Actually, Jeremy Fletcher moving up to third. He's in the 107s, a 107.894. John Burke fourth, and Gia Cicero fifth. Logan Adams moving up to 6th with a 108.014. Jeremy Fletcher, Christian Miles. Alex Stanfield is still on the point. Then it's Miles, Fletcher, Burke, and Adams. That's your top 5, followed by Gio Cicero in 6th. Adrian Cruz 7th, Aiden Levy 8th, Brandon Lemke, and Chase Hand. That rounds out your top 10 qualifiers in KA100. Strong field there. A lot of what we saw yesterday carrying through to today, Xander, but Alex Stanfield and Christian Miles still the drivers to beat.
Then they will get to start on pole in their respective pre-finals. So the grid, all 60 are set. Shout out to Colin Hayes. His good lap holds on over a couple in that fast group. Ends 12th overall. McGabriel, his quick time as well, 11th. But they're a little bit down the order. They'll start on the 3rd row for their heat races. As for Alex Stanfield, Christian Miles, Jeremy Fletcher, and John Burke, they'll make up the front rows for pre-finals A and B. Logan Adams, again, that good final lap, jumped him up. Aiden Levy towed Fletcher around. He jumped into the top 10, just behind Gia Cicero and Adrian Cruz. Lemke, again, good final lap. No tow for him at a 108.209. Compare that to the no-tow laps of Miles and Stanfield. He's got 4 tenths to find coming to the pre-final. X30 Pro Junior is getting set to go, and if we can cut to the grid here for a moment, you'll see a little powwow has just taken place by the USPKS race officials, I think telling those drivers to not mess around in the way that they did Saturday morning for qualifying. It's coming up next here, live on Kart Chaser, here from Newcastle Motorsports Park. Has steadily made progress since its inception in October 2021. On top of servicing the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana areas with products from Compkart chassis, Tillotson Karts and Engines, Miami, Briggs, Honda, and more, they're now promoting race events as well throughout the mid and coastal South region at NOLA Motorsports Park and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi. Races are already set for the fall of 2022. September 3rd, October 22nd, and November 12th at NOLA Motorsports Park, and 2 dates, September 10th and October 15th at Finish Line Performance Karting. Drive Your Line is set to finish this year strong. Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com. Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the Scooter Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Well, so far it seemed like the little bit of the come to the race director meeting has worked for the X30 Pro Junior's first of two groups, as not a lot of drivers have paired up on the racetrack. No impeding so far, and the opening laps are being set. Jorge Ortiz initially quickest. Luke Powers will go a little bit better. You're watching Oscar Iliff leading a pairing out of the cell tower corner and up the hill towards the green turn as well. This is from turn 9, 10, and then into turn number 11. Down the front straightaway, here's a look at a few more. We've got just crossing the line. Liam Kerper was one of them in the 740 Cosmic, headed through turns 1 and 2. And we'll find a few more. Here's Luke Powers for that Jimmy Simpson Racing Red Speed, I believe, headed up the hill towards turn number 10. He's got a little bit of a toe potentially up front, so he could have himself a good shot at it as they go towards the green corner. While we keep an eye on the first group for qualifying X30 Junior, let's also send it down track side. One of the drivers that was unfortunately not feeling too well yesterday, feeling a little better today, Jeremy Fletcher, is caught up with Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. As you said, we're down here with Jeremy Fletcher. Now, yesterday, it was a little bit of reverse roles for you. Had a not great of a run in KA, but a great run in X30. Talk us through yesterday and that qualifying run you just had.
Yeah, I mean, we honestly just don't have the greatest pace right now. I'm hoping to stay in the draft and do what we can do, but Stanfield's really fast in miles, so hopefully we can get in their toe and just push away.
Now, yesterday, tell us what happened in the future for the KA in that final lap.
Just some unfortunate contact between me and another driver ended up in us both dropping down quite a bit of spots.
Now, looking at the championship right now, it is a final round. It's not looking entirely in your favor. It is mathematically possible. How hopeful are you?
I got to look at the math.
All right, that is Jeremy Fletcher's going to be looking at the math here for KA, but he still has X30 and hoping to capitalize off a better run that he had yesterday. Xander?
Thank you, Caleb. Again, Jeremy Fletcher was coming into this weekend with the points lead in KA Senior, but he already had one really bad run with a drop round, so he couldn't really afford to lose too many points as the checkered flag flies for X30 Pro Junior. First group, Luke Powers, Jackson Woolney, Oscar Iliff, Anthony Martella, Jorge Ortiz, the top 5. Waiting for a few more to come across the line, and I don't think we'll see too much change. While Jeremy Fletcher ended the weekend at the point as the points leader, Alex Stanfield entered this weekend a little bit further back in the standings. He's got some work to do to get up into contention, but we'll send it over to Caleb to catch up with the kid that enters today before drops. 13 points behind Brandon Lemke and away from a national championship. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. So you were 13 points, like you just said, behind the championship leader, Brandon Lemke. Yesterday, you were kind of working with Christian Miles a little bit. You guys worked well together. Have you talked about where your game plan is for today after that qualifying run?
Yeah, I mean, if we can get together and push, that'll be the aim. I think we'll be in the separate pre-finals, but if we can get together in the final, I think that's the aim.
Now, how worried are you about Lemke? You did qualify ahead of him, but as we all know, with 60 drivers, when it comes time for the feature start, that means that there's going to be 30 in the pre-final. Are you worried at all with either of those?
I mean, of course, there's a lot of go-karts, so we just try to stay clean in the front, and I know we have the pace, so we can just push in the front and hopefully pull away.
There it is. That is a contingency for the championship win here, and with that stir-up that happened yesterday for KA100 Senior, Alex Stanfield starting on pole position for his pre-finals. Xander?
Thank you, Caleb. And again, Alex Stanfield, the way everything shook out yesterday, couldn't really have gone too much better for him. The GWR Group A Apparel Tony Kart driver will be set to lead the field off to green here in pre-final A. It obviously puts him in a great spot, getting to start on the inside lane no matter what for that main event. And it'd be really good if he's able to pull off the win in that division. We're waiting on the X30 Pro Junior second group to go. They're having another meeting as well on the grid, I believe, to talk to those drivers, just getting set to get cleared And this one was definitely a little bit messier than the X30 Pro Junior group number 1. Group 2, the faster group of the two, seemed to have a few more games being played in yesterday's qualifying, Randy.
Yeah, I think if we see anything, it'll probably be in this group. And hopefully they get through to them, because it's, I understand what they're trying to do, and you want to do whatever it takes to get that good starting spot, because it's a long day, and you don't want to have to go from mid or back of the pack, because if you do, your chances of getting into some type of an issue or any crashes of any kind are compounded when you're starting back 10, 12 rows. But at the same time, it gets kind of messy when you're out there waiting on somebody, and there's somebody on a hot lap and he's heading down the straight, and all of a sudden there's a guy half speed right in front of you. It kills your lap. So you don't want that. But already it looks like we got 3 that are nose to tail out there. But I guess if they're up to speed, it doesn't matter as much. It's the waiting game sometimes that can mess things up. And so hopefully these guys will get up to pace and get moving. But I do believe we're collecting a few there in that lead group as they round I-70. I think we've got a gaggle. I believe a gaggle is developing there.
I mean, at least they all went out off the grid, off their gaps. But, Aiden Ingrata is the leader of the group. He doesn't want to be the leader. They're going to let Sebastian Weldon lead them for now. So Sebastian Weldon will lead that group down to turns 1 and 2. And to begin their lap, they're all going to be pretty slow on this opening lap. So Weldon might drop back midway through. We're at lap number 2. We've seen them do that as well, where they'll go lead the pack for a little bit, then drop back and tow off it. It's Aiden Ingrata, Enzo Vidmontien, and Parker DeLong all right there in the mix, headed through the horseshoe. Behind them, the rest of the group hasn't fully caught up to them as of yet, but that could change if they just start to mess around a little bit more. That really all started again with Aiden Ingrata. He was the first one out after being fastest on Friday Happy Hour. He wanted to wait, and I'm not sure if there were any extra penalties or warnings handed out in the pre-qualifying meeting to those drivers to try and keep them separated, but no matter what, we're going to look on the unofficial timing monitor and give you the updates of where they all stand. The time to beat, a 106.808 by the Jimmy Simpson Racing Red Speed of Luke Powers. Down the front stretch, Weldon's almost outside the tow window for these guys, so he might be fine. Ernesto Rivera, I believe, runs behind the group of 3. Then Caleb Gaffera across the line for the opening lap. Gaffera goes quickest at a 106.86. He's second overall, quickest in the group. Not too bad through turn number 3.
That's pretty good on lap 1 to be second quick at a 106.867. Jackson Wolney third, a 106.937. Iliff and Martella, I think they're from the first group. But the Luke Powers, local driver, still hanging on, clinging, so to speak, to that top spot by 6/100ths of a second over Caleb Gaffera. But I have to believe that's going to probably move here in this next lap. 1 lap in the books. Powers still the quickest, but Caleb Gaffera quickest in this group with a 106.867. It's group number 2 of X30 Pro Junior as we work our way through qualifying. Pre-finals coming up at 10:46. So we'll have some racing coming up here in another half hour or so. But right now we're working our way through qualifying. X30 Masters will be coming out next. And it looks like we've got lap number 2 about to go into the books. And we have Caleb Gaffera, a 106.899. Quick, Ernest Rivera second. Aiden Ingrata third. Enzo Vidmontien fourth. And Parker DeLong fifth. Max Garcia and Sebastian Weldon. So they kind of knocked the bottom out of it. I'm finding Luke Powers 9. So 8 drivers set quicker time than the Group B Luke Powers on that second lap. So clearly we got some speed in this group.
And really it's all on the shoulders of Sebastian Weldon. He's the one towing the train around. He's only 7th. Everyone else is inside the top 5 and quicker than him. So unfortunate for Sebastian Weldon, but he's doing the good deed and picking the whole field up. Now, he may be a little bit frustrated. The good part for Weldon, at least here starting 7th, that's not a bad place to start. But if he wanted the pole position, he was not going to get it being the leader of this group. His only shot would have been to maybe drop back on that second lap in the run to the I-70 hairpin and then make this lap the one that he gets to follow. But either way, he decided to lead the group. They're going to pay him back a little bit by pushing him here at the end of the lap. It'll at least give him a decent one to go to the top 5. But Ingrata to 4th, Vidmontien to 3rd, Gaffera and Ernesto Rivera Well, they were behind this 3-car train on their own, just in the draft a little bit, and both of them to the top. A 105.47 for Caleb Gaffaro. Ernesto Rivera, 105.70. Enzo Vidmontiana, 105.83. Ingrata, Weldon, Parker DeLong in 6th. Teddy Musella, 7th. Max Taylor, 8th. Max Garcia in 9th. That's your championship points leader down the order a little bit. And Emma Kate Scarborough's Rullison Performance Group Cosmic will round the top 10. X30 Masters coming up next here, live on Kart Chaser. It's the Heartland Grand Prix from Newcastle Motorsports Park.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee. And on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back to Newcastle Motorsports Park. X30 Master qualifying getting started here, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. One whole group for this one. We've got the entire group onto the racetrack. One lap complete. Danilo Romalo is your quickest at the end of lap number 1. Renato Yater-David, your big winner from yesterday, was quick through practice, but not showing a time just yet here in qualifying, and I'm not sure what may be the case for that. He's on the racetrack here, coming across the line, second in line here behind Scott Kopp. I think they may have waited to the back of the grid to go. And indeed, so Scott Kopp goes third. David goes to the top. Renato Yater, 2.5 tenths up on Laurentio Mardan, who was on the box yesterday. In between the pair, then was Mario Barrios. His opening lap has him in 4th. Checkered flag in the air for X30 Master qualifying here this time by. First few drivers have come through. Danilo Romalo, Christian Vomir has come by at a 106.53. He's down in 9th. There goes Martin Stone. Or no, Martin Stone on by 14th. Not a good run for Martin Stone down the order. Renato Yater, a 105.60, still holding. Laurentiu Mardan's first lap was his best. I think he pulled in early. Everybody else coming across here. Yater at a 105.6. Mardan still second. Romalo third. Barrios fourth. Scott Roberts fifth. So for the second day in a row, Renato Yater David looking to go back-to-back and sweep all the official sessions. What an amount of speed he's had this weekend, Randy.
He's been the class of the field, although Mario Barrios made it interesting yesterday. And Laurentiu Mardan actually was pretty strong too, but definitely David has picked up where he left off, a 105.602 quick time, 0.2 of a second quicker than Mardan. Danilo Romalo will start third, Mario Barrios fourth. Scott Roberts is your top 5. Then it's Nicky Coelho, Scott Kopp, Miguel Meyer, John Bonanno, and Christian Vomer. That is your top 10 starters for X30 Masters pre-final. Next onto the track will be our Mini Swift coming out Group B. So Mini Swift and X30 Pro Senior are 2 remaining categories to qualify before we get into our pre-finals. It's the Heartland Grand Prix here at the Newcastle Motorsports Park. Final leg of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. We're bringing you qualifying live here on Kart Chaser. Some exciting racing in store for us later this afternoon.
Yeah, really looking forward to it when we get going here again. Randy Kugler, myself, Xander Clements up in the booth, bringing you all the action from Newcastle, Indiana, as the Mini Swifts head onto the racetrack for the first of their 2 groups here in the session. 40 drivers roughly total for the Mini Swift class presented by D&J Intermodal Services. And as they make their way out of turn number 4 on the outlap, you can see in the background going to the scale line, the X30 Masters, our X30 Pros, down on the grid area. They're getting set for their qualifying session. We'll speak to some of them as the race day goes on. An update on where their championship lies here. The Mini Swifts, a pretty tightly contested championship. After everything was settled at the end of the day yesterday, Keelan Harvick still with a healthy lead. Actually, with the way it was settled, unfortunately, Carson Weinberg, a DQ in the main event, took him out of contention. So now with drops factored in, depending whether or not Weinberg can drop, it should be a mathematical clinch for Keelan Harvick. And I spoke with Cody Johnson and the Harvick Racing team. This is going to be his last American race in cadet competition. They're set for a stint to go and compete over in Italy back and forth. He's getting some Legends Car action. We'll see Keelan back in the States in 2024 when he moves up to junior, but he's set for a full karting cadet campaign overseas on the international level with the FIA championships. Also want to give a special shout out to Mateus Morgado, a winner in the States here at the SCUSA Winter Series. We'll see him in a handful of U.S. events as the year goes on, and probably again in the Winter Championship. Just became the first ever Brazilian karting senior class world champion this morning in a dominant fashion. He was running with the AM Racing Engines team, so congratulations to Ariel Castro and the Mateus Morgado camp. Super cool.
Good stuff. And we've got on track now our Mini Swift for their qualifying session. Heck of a show out there yesterday by the Mini Swift. Those guys were just so competitive. A nice field of Mini Swifts as well.
Yeah, very nice field. And as much as it hurts to lose the likes of Keelan Harvick, Oscar Eilif's brother Jack Eilif, a USPKS and a Superkarts USA champion overseas as well. They've relocated over to the United Kingdom for a full European campaign next year. But having those kids come back and forth to the States, in the case of Morgado, he was head-to-head with Ryan Norberg, with Diego Ramos in the X30 Pro class earlier this year, right with them, wasn't any level above them. So it shows that the competition we've got at this U.S. Pro Kart Series and at all the major North American events, right up there with all the other championships around the world. We've got some of the greatest talents right here in the States and going and representing as well on the European shades, showing, and much to the maybe F1 elitist chagrin, that the American drivers, they can get it down on the road courses too.
Absolutely, no question about it. The level of competition over here is as high as it is anywhere in the world, and it shows, as you said, when some of the top drivers worldwide come to the States to race the premier events. And quite frankly, they have a lot of competition when they come over here. They fare well, but certainly they don't always just, it's not a slam dunk for them by any means.
And it's a back and forth, too. We've got a lot of international competition in this weekend's X30 Pro class. Joshua Carr is from Australia. Oliver Hodgson, the other comp kart driver for J3 competition from the United Kingdom. Diego Ramos from Brazil here. Marian Kremers from the Netherlands. You've got a lot of international drivers. Donovan Bonilla, the Mexico driver, running here in the States. He's running really good. And then, of course, our top American talents, Jeremy Fletcher, Hayden Jones, Ryan Norberg, Paulie Massimino, Cameron Weinberg was second in warm-up. All a good mix. So we've got a very international, diverse field at the very top of the class structure here in the Pro Kart Series. And we've got a few international kids here in this one in Mini Swift, but a lot of Americans right now at the top in the first group to go out. Michael McGoy, quickest on the RPM Ryan Perry Motorsport Paralyn in the 161. He's 6/10 up on Austin Dromalev's Techno Kart. There's Tyrone Kemper Jr. Spoke with Tyrone Kemper Senior, his father, yesterday. They're trying out the Energy chassis. First time for them on that go-kart here this weekend. And he said the go-kart's really good. Tyrone Jr. a little bit out of sorts to start yesterday. Had a great drive in the main event from 31st to 13th. Said if he gets into the top 10, well, they'll go to the IAME USA Grand National Championship. But he's got to earn it in Tyrone Senior's right. So we'll see if he can get there as we watch one of the many nitro karts here. Nick Tucker's operation has expanded all across Motorsports here. A very successful Trans Am team with the likes of Brent Cruz and a bunch of TRD drivers. They're going to be also competing in the TRD Toyota Gazoo Series later next year. So they've got a cool development path they've got in the works over there. And they've also got a lot of talent in the cadet and junior ranks here this week. And talked about Colin Hayes and KA Senior. And here in Mini Swift right now, Caleb Tarter in the 145 was on screen here in that blue and black nitro kart. He sits 11th at the moment at a 114.84, a little bit off the pace as a really quick lap there for Michael McGoy, a 113.1 on his final circuit, 4.5 tenths up on Austin Dromalev and Tyrone Kemper Jr. That lap could hold really well into group number 2.
I think it's going to give him a good starting spot for the Group A when they come out. Michael McGoy, a 114.194 is 0.4 of a second quicker than Asen Dromalev, Davis Henry, Mason Berry, and Tyrone Kemper. Those are your top 5, but a 113.194 is a quick time, and I'm guessing we'll probably have some drivers in the Group A into the 112s, but I think McGoy's going to find himself with a good starting spot in this Mini Swift as we work our way into the next session. Group A next to come out in Mini Swift, brought to you by D&J International Services. Only one class remains after Mini Swift, and that is our X30 Pro Senior as we work our way towards our pre-finals. Pre-finals to start at 10:46 with our KA100 Junior pre-finals. So racing lies ahead just around the corner here at Newcastle, working our way through Mini Swift qualifying. Right now, the quick time, Michael McGoy, a 113.194, waiting for the grid to be released for Group A.
Group A, again, so many drivers here with different storylines coming into this weekend. You look at like Tyler Roberts, for example. That's a kid who got a big-time win earlier this year, and he's been a contender, one of the fastest kids under the Paralyn and Iron Rock Motorsports operation. Unfortunately, yesterday, taken out in the first 100 feet down to turn number 1. He comes into today looking for redemption. Keelan Harvick, again, his last race in the U.S. Pro Kart Series in the mini ranks, trying to cap off a championship run with a win after Tech was settled. He gets the win yesterday, so he could look at a weekend sweep in that Hunt Brothers Pizza Harvick Racing Paralyn chassis. Kai Johnson was in the mix, obviously had a great run, nearly got the win. They were 3 wide across the line. He ended up on the box in 3rd. You look at some of the other drivers up there. Lucas Palacio, great run yesterday, taken out in the main. Isaac Malkut, great run going, taken out in the main. They're looking for some redemption here on Sunday. So many different kids at the front of the field here that could become a major factor. And Salvador de la Vecchia, he was up there in the pre-final and the final after a kind of a mid-result in qualifying at the edge of the top 10. Drove forward in both sessions, was in the lead pack, leading a good amount of laps. He could be competitive here today. But there goes Harvick onto the racetrack. Lucas Palacio behind him. They've typically paired up in qualifying. I would not be surprised to see those 2 North Carolina natives work with each other here in this session. At the moment, they're gapped out. There's Isaac Malkut, the nitro kart driver out of Ohio, headed into turn number 5. A little bit deep there for Malkut on the opening lap as he drops a tire off in the grass, but he'll gather it back up in the horseshoe. And then we'll watch the rest of the field come through. Here comes that 162 of Harvick, headed over to turn number 10.
A little background on Isaac Malkut. He's a 3rd-generation driver out of Ohio. His grandfather, Mark Malka, was known as Captain Sizzle, one of the top short track drivers in the Midwest back in the 70s, raced with the likes of Bob Keselowski and Mike Eddy and Dick Trickle. He was in the Midwest. Mark was one of the top drivers. Then Isaac's dad, Marcus, was a great late model stock car driver in the Midwest back 10, 15 years ago. And now Isaac's carrying the torch and doing a great job of it. So a really nice history of the Malquit family. Not far from where I live, actually, so I've gotten close to them and gotten to know them really well. Great family, great tradition. He's got a brother that races sprint cars now, so racing in their blood. So Isaac Malquit, certainly a contender this weekend, a great racing family here in Ohio.
Great racing family. And again, Harvick, obviously, no name recognition need to be added onto that. Context-wise, Lucas Palacio, his father, Nicholas Palacio, has raced a good bit as well up in the Northeast. And he's here in North Carolina in the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. And there they go, linking up just a little bit here. Palacio with Harvick. Those two could end up nose to tail by the end of this lap and be looking at a really good final couple laps on the circuit. But the opening lap underway for both of them as they exit turn number 11, that green corner, and head into the scoreboard hairpin. Turn 12, turn 13. You head back over to 14, 15, and 16 to wrap off the laps here at Newcastle.
It's probably going to take a high 112 in order to get to the point on this one. We've got Michael McGoy with a 113, 194. To beat that, you're pushing 112s, and I think it's going to take that if you want to start in the first row or two here in this mini Swift final. But right now they're all chasing Michael McGoy, a strong run from Group B, a 113, 194, as we look for our leaders to come by for lap number 1 complete, actually be lap number 2, which as a rule has been the fastest lap for the most part today. So we'll see what kind of times we can get in for lap number 2 in the mini Swift and see if anybody can knock Michael McGoy off the top of the leaderboard. Drivers coming through right now, still waiting, but haven't seen anything yet. McGoy's still strong. Drama
spin for Tyler Roberts just off screen there. He was just getting back going. Just happened off the side there. So a little spin on lap number 2 for Tyler, lap number 1 for Tyler Roberts. Not a great start to here for Sunday for him, but at least as the first laps come in, Keelan Harvick will go into 9th on the opening lap. Isaac Malquit to 7th. McGoy's lap at a 113.1, still holding the first quickest time for group number 2 at a 114 flat there with Isaac Malquit.
And if you're on I-70 straight or beyond and you go off track on your opening lap or your second lap, it really kills 2 laps.
It does.
It's not just the lap you're on, but now you're not set up really to gather up your momentum and take the line you want coming in for the flag. So you could ruin 2 laps. So it's critical. When you get 3 laps, there's no room for mistakes.
Not at all. Now let's see. Keelan Harvick, second lap, 3rd. Lucas Palacio, little toe off him, goes to second. They'll both get bested by Isaac Malquit, so good gather and recovery for Isaac Malquit on his second lap after dropping a tire on the outlap in turn number 5 to try and jump up the order. He goes to second. So here comes the 2 headed through the horseshoe. Malquit's a little further back. He's 4th from Friday practice, so he's just entering that horseshoe. At the moment, not a whole lot of duos throughout the circuit, which is good news here for, again, Keelan Harvick at least, as he's just punching his own hole in the air on the final circuit headed through turn number 11.
Carson Weinberg, 113.095 to the point. Michael McGoy and Isaac Malquit, identical times, 113.194 for those two. They're second and third, respectively. Palacio and Travis Pettit, that's your top 5. Checkered flag about to come out on this session as we work our way through Mini Swift Group A, and Michael McGoy from that Group B still hanging on to that second spot.
Here they come down the front straightaway. Keelan Harvick, 1 car length up. Look at the toe for Lucas Palacio. This will be a burner for sure, and it is a 112.84 for Lucas Palacio. 2.5 tenths up on the field, getting a big toe down the front stretch on that final circuit. Malquit at least goes to second out of 112.94. There goes De La Vecchia. He jumps to 4th, gets up there as well. They'll all slot Harvick back down to 6th. Michael McGoy's lap still holding at 5th for the moment. Waiting on a few more to come on through. No changes yet. Tristan Murphy aboard the Parolin goes to 6th. He bumps Harvick back to 7th. Good run for Tristan. Here comes a pairing across the line, actually a triple grouping. Carson Weinberg in that pack did not go faster, though. He caught the traffic at the wrong time. Lap 3 will not be an improvement for Carson Weinberg aboard that Speed Concepts Racing CRG, and we'll let the final few come across the line. Any more changes as the checkered flag waves? Who will it be to go any bit better at the stripe? Nothing that time inside the top 10. Edward Kennedy and Alan Bonilla Espinoza working together, go 13th and 14th. But Lucas Palacio, one of the youngest drivers in the field, I believe only 8 years old, he could be not only the winner today, but a dominating driver in 2023. And everybody in this field knows that he is the benchmark for next year. He could be the benchmark today as well if the cards fall his way and the bad luck that he had yesterday with the contact that took him out gets him back in contention. What a great lap for the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic of Lucas Palacio. 1/10 up on the field. He'll take the pole position in qualifying. And now it's time for the heavy hitters. The X30 Pros, first group getting released onto the racetrack as we get set for more action.
X30 Pros coming on track. Group B, there'll be 2 groups of X30 Pros coming out there. Then we'll get into our pre-finals. The fastest karts of the weekend right now on track, X30 Pro. All right, Xander, does a new streak start today with Ryan Norberg, or is Hayden Jones the one that's going to start the streak?
Well, we talked with Norberg at the end of the day yesterday, and he said, you know what, the pressure's a little bit off me now. He said, now it's time for Hayden to start a streak, and now I can start back from zero. As we see problems for Justin White. He's gone around over at turn number 5. No, not Justin White. Grace Hemmard in the 326 Rawlison Performance Group. Cosmic has spun on the outlap. She'll get back going, but now going to have to restart that whole cycle of trying to warm the tires up. So not a good start to qualifying for Grace Hemmard, the Brazilian, as there's Santiago Fernandez. He's had a very interesting story this year. A gnarly crash at GoPro Motorplex for Santiago Fernandez in the X30 Pro pre-final. Had to get transported to the nearby medical center. Unfortunately, a concussion and some major bruising. Had to sit out for a couple months. Was okay and has now returned to the scene. And oh man, here we go, Randy. Look at this on the front straightaway. Justin Ataconis, Aiden Fox, Justin White, Tyler McIntyre playing a little bit of games on the opening lap. Nobody wants to lead. Ataconis is going to have to suck it up if no one else gets to him. And they're going to have traffic coming. They might get an impeding penalty soon. There's Cameron Weinberg. They're at full song headed through turn 2. Here's this group through turn 4. As Ataconis is going to reach down to that motor and, well, I mean, he might be faking it a little bit. He might be making an adjustment. I'm not going to put any words in his mouth, but we're going to see a little more waiting game here in the horseshoe. And look at this. Here comes the faster drivers behind them that are trying to hit a lap on lap 1. They're going to catch this pack coming out of the cell tower hairpin.
And I don't get it. They wasted their first lap. That first group of 6 just cruised past the line. So they wasted that first lap. They got 2 laps down now, and I guess they just nobody wanted to lead, I guess is the problem. No one wants to lead. You know, one of these days they're all going to park along the side, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Cameron Weinberg, he's just going to go through that whole group. Tyler McIntyre passed them as well. So Weinberg, unfortunately, will get burned on his opening lap, but he's just going to try and do what he can. He was second quick in morning warm-up, so Weinberg said he got it fixed up today. Feels a little bit better than where he was. Started this weekend pretty rusty. Hadn't been in the go-kart since Road America back in July. Been a little bit of a while since Cameron Weinberg had been behind the wheel of his Speed Concepts Racing CRG, so he now leads the pack through turn number 1, and his opening lap will set the pace. It'll get beat by Ricky Liu in the 345 Super Tune Tony Kart as they head through turn number 4. Ataconis now at full song, trailing from Tyler McIntyre, trying to lead this group with Aiden Fox behind him.
Ricky Liu, a 106.778 now. Grace Hemmerty, a 106.696. He goes to the point. Liu back to second. Hernandez, Weinberg, and Ponce. That's your top 5. But the 326 of Grace Hemmerty, a 106.696, is quick in Group B. But we're going to see some low 106s, probably some high 105s in Group A. Mauricio Hernandez, a 106.259, working his way up to the top of the leaderboard. We are a lap in the books. We got 2. Well, white flag is out, actually. They're on their final run, final lap out there. And that lead group coming by, they'll see the white.
1 lap to go. Cameron Weinberg looking a little better this time, knocking out traffic in the way. Aiden Fox is going to pass Justin Ataconis. That'll hurt them both to start the final lap. We got problems for Santiago Fernandez behind them, I believe. He's got an issue. Fernandez out in qualifying. Just put his hand up there at the back of the screen while we followed the group through turns 1, 2, and 3. Weinberg at 105.67. That's decent. Needs to be better. We got into the 104 second bracket with the fast group yesterday, so Cameron Weinberg needs to throw down a heater. Tyler McIntyre right with him. Grace Hemmard goes decent.
to second at a 105.68. But out of the cell tower hairpin here, Weinberg pulling away from McIntyre. He could be on a good final lap aboard that Speed Concept CRG. Justin Ataconis struggling here in qualifying, losing some ground to Aiden Fox. Got Justin White all over him there in the green corner. Here to the scoreboard, Weinberg, final time, coming to the checker, this time by McIntyre on the Motaz Sport Alonso Kart, trying to hang on.
Checkered flag comes out on the field. Our Group B qualifying session coming to a close. Cameron Weinberg with a 105.678, clinging to a 5/1000ths of a second advantage over Grace Hemmerty in this Group B. Mauricio Hernandez, Tyler McIntyre, and Justin White. And now Tyler McIntyre, a 105.167 goes to the top. So a little better run for Tyler McIntyre. But as Xander said, we're going to see some 104s in this lead group.
Yeah, McIntyre followed Cameron Weinberg as Weinberg tried to break the draft a bit down the front stretch. He didn't want to give the toe, but he had to. McIntyre goes quickest. Weinberg second. Aiden Fox goes third on the final lap. Justin White fourth. Ataconis at a 105.55 fifth. Not a great lap for him, unfortunately. We go down the order through the field. Mauricio Hernandez, the PSL karting driver, his first race back in the States since the Florida Winter Tour earlier this year. Out of Puerto Rico, I believe, in the 393 with some work to do. But here comes the fast group, lined up and ready. Hayden Jones, quickest in happy hour, will lead them onto the racetrack. We'll see what they decide to do and if they want to wait a little bit here as we get set to go. Through the grid, they'll get released. Jones going to go out. I think he may try and run on his own. Ryan Norberg will be starting sixth on the lineup as there goes Donovan Bonilla. Jack Jeffers going on by. Here is Diego Ramos. Close yesterday, went a little bit backwards. Paulie Massimino, top 5 result on Saturday. There's Norberg, yesterday's runner-up and your championship winner. Colin Warren, Wes Duchek coming by. Here is Nate Cicero, who was in the top 3 yesterday, trying to go a little better than his teammates. And Braden Eves on that MPG Motorsports Wheel Power Kart. They've made some wholesale changes to his operation overnight to try and find some more speed. We'll see what he can do.
They'll all be shooting for Tyler McIntyre's time of 105.167. I think that's probably going to be broken here pretty quick as these drivers get up to speed. Green flag about to come out. Pretty good gaps right now. I don't see any real large groups running together to get that toe. And they're coming up to speed now. Green flag waves. And everybody on their lap, and everybody separated, Xander. A little surprised. No gamesmanship out there. Everybody's kind of running on their own solo.
Through the turn 4 section here, Hayden Jones already up to full speed here. He's going to try and do what he can by his lonesome. I don't see really any packs going on for the pro class in the fast group. So Jones opening lap. What a day yesterday for Hayden Jones. Each weekend over this summer stretch seems like he's become more and more of a complete driver, getting more and more results put together. The speed's been there really since his debut with the RPG Cosmic Camp back at the end of 2021. But then through this year, he's had good pace, just hadn't seemed to be able to make the right decisions. And then let's talk about this kid here, Donovan Bonilla in the RPG Cosmic. So fast throughout all of Friday. Was buried in the pack a little bit after qualifying yesterday. Had to kind of come through the field. And as he exits the final turn, a big learning weekend for Bonilla running up with the top drivers. It really is a completely different race, Randy, when you end up in the lead group. When you're in the midfield, it's all about battling, just kind of take. When you get up to the front of the pack, you're spread out a little bit more, and it comes back to this hybrid of trying to hit your marks for qualifying level times and also being strategic of when to make a pass and when not to. Jack Jeffers as well, no stranger to the front of the field and no stranger to having some really, really good raw pace. Yesterday, good start, faded a bit, got back going near the end, but ultimately faded down outside the top 5. He's trying to go a little better today. A decent run and warm-up had him third behind Weinberg in the session. And with the first laps coming in, Hayden Jones and company, we'll see where they have all stacked up with the first lap set. Norberg the quickest, a 104.69 on his opening lap. Blisteringly quick for Ryan Norberg. Bonilla second, McIntyre third, Fletcher fourth. Weinberg bumped to fifth overall with just the first lap completed.
Unbelievable. Norberg came to play today, 104.692. He's already 0.4 of a second quicker than Bonilla. And we'll see Hayden Jones on his first lap was not that quick, trying to locate him here.
15th.
Wow.
He'll jump up on lap 2, though. 104.694. 2,000ths off of Norberg's time. Norberg might be a little bit better this time by. Massimino not going to do too well. He's 10th. He goes to 3rd, though. Better that time. Norberg, 104.52. Picks up a little bit more. Finds a 10th and a half over the field this time. Jones 2nd. Massimino 3rd. Colin Warren 4th. There's Nate Cicero. He'll jump to 2nd at a 104.62. White flag in the air.
Ryan Norberg, a 104.526, is the quickest, but only by a 10th of a second over Nate Cicero. Final lap about to come into the books here. Hayden Jones, Jeremy Fletcher, and Paulie Massimino, all separated by, looks like about 2 to 3 tenths of a second tops. 0.254 from 1st to 5th. So Ryan Norberg yesterday had his streak broken, and today we'll try to start a new one as he comes by the final lap now, crossing the stripe. And we've got laps coming in. Jones.
4.55, picks up a 10th. What can Norberg do? No one else in the first 5 are quicker. Norberg about to cross the line behind Diego Ramos. Ramos to 5th, Massimino to 7th. Norberg, last lap, cross the line. Not quicker. Hayden Jones holds on for now. Nate Cicero still to come. There's Ducek. He goes to 4th. Cicero to the pole here on Sunday. A 104.33. That's a burner for sure. A flying lap for Nate Cicero. It's an RPG 1-2-3 with Jeremy Fletcher jumping up late there in the session. A 104.60 goes to 4th. Joshua Carr, big improvement here on Sunday for the comp car driver. Didn't even really touch the top 10 on Saturday. He rounds off the top 5.
Through the top 10, it's Wes Ducek will qualify 6th, followed by Donovan Bonilla, Diego Ramos, Paulie Massimino, and rounding out the top 10 qualifiers, the 359 of Oliver Hodgson. But Nate Cicero, a 104.330 fast qualifier in X30 Pro.
Well, they talked to Nate yesterday, asked him what he could do to get going and to find a little more speed to beat the RPG teammates he was battling for most of the day. Was up on the box through the top 5. Got a bumper penalty, got it reversed through the proper protest system with a brake check off the start. But ultimately, he's looking for the top step of the podium here today. He has not been a USPKS winner yet. One pro national win came at the SuperKarts USA Summer Nationals back in 2021, and his summer streak on his rookie season really picked up after the May break. Now in 2022, a little less action for Nate. Decent run in the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour standings early in the season. For the US Pro Kart Series, he struggled. Well, this is a much better start to Sunday for Nate Cicero. He'll lead the field off. Jones to his outside, Norberg 3rd, Jeremy Fletcher 4th, Carr, Ducek, Bonilla, Ramos, Massimino, Oliver Hodgson, your top 10 in X30 Pro qualifying presented by Franklin Motorsports. And just like that, Randy, our fields are set. We're coming back with more action. KA100 Juniors pre-final coming up next.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedoty@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Welcome back here live from Newcastle Motorsports Park as we get set to go green here. Before we go green with KA Junior, David Land has caught up with Nate Cicero. Well, actually, we've got the field lined up. So we'll go green for a moment, then we'll send it on down as the field is set and ready. Randy Kugler on the mic alongside myself, Xander Clements, looking for the green flag in KA Junior. What a great qualifying effort for Ernesto Rivera and Max Taylor. They'll make up the front row as we get set for the 50-driver KA Junior field. It's a hold-your-breath moment, as always, with how big of a field we've got. They've got them nice and slow. Taylor has them nice and together. It looks good. Will it be good enough? Not this time. We'll wave it around for one more time. That'll give us the moment to send it on down trackside. David, who do you got?
Pole sitter in X30 Pro. Nate, how'd you get it?
I think we put a really good lap in on that last lap. I didn't feel too good the first two laps, but the car really came to me that last lap.
RPG has been dominant this entire season, and certainly this weekend. What do you have to do to put yours P1 at the end of the day?
Just have a clean race. I think we were pretty good in the pre-final yesterday, so I feel a lot better today, and we just got to get the job done.
Did you learn anything in that final where you guys are really hammering on each other? Anything you can use to get to the front?
Yeah, I think there are maybe a little bit of teamwork things that some people didn't want to do, so we'll see how the racing is in this final.
Ooh, spicy racing time. Pre-finals about to start. Xander?
Thank you, David. Interesting to hear that, Randy, right? There's a little bit of trouble in paradise maybe because, hey, when you're racing your teammates and it's only your teammates, it's back to just a race again. And it seemed like not everyone was on the same page there. But either way, got teammates on the front row. We'll see what they do. Here we go.
All fun and games until somebody's feelings gets hurt, Xander.
That's about right. Well, what will this main event look like in KA Junior? We're going to get a close look here at the pre-final because they're underway. Down to turn one. Great start for Cooper Shipman from third. He'll quickly jump to second. The field will slowly make its way through 1 and 2.
packed up nice and tight. So far, so good. One driver turned around over turn 3 around 30th on back, but the leading group is clean and out front, and Cooper Shipman takes them down to the inside to block into turn number 5. They'll enter the horseshoe here for the first time. Single file for those first 8 or 9 cars, and Max Taylor leading laps here in Newcastle as he exits the cell tower hairpin. Shipman defends a little bit. It'll give him a 2-car length lead exiting turn number 8.
Nice little gap right now in the early going for Max Taylor as he brings him around to the green corner, and Max Taylor leading the way, but not by much, as he's got Cooper Shipman behind him along with Ernesto Rivera as we look for them now to run through the scoreboard corner and up I-70 straight. Looks like a gap of about 2 to 3 kart lengths maybe for Taylor at the most. No, he's got a little better gap than that, I guess, as they round I-70 corner, about 5 kart lengths heading down our way to the stripe. Max Taylor with a nice little gap as they cross the line for lap number 1.
Good shot here coming down the front straightaway. We'll switch to as Max Taylor leads the way down to turn number 1. The field exiting the I-70 corner. Here they go, pass for Christian Cameron. A little bobble there as they go through turns 2 and 3. You can see the pack all tightened up. Ernesto Rivera and Caleb Gaffera worked up to 2nd and 3rd. The Rollins Performance Group 1st, 2nd, and 3rd headed to turn number 5. Cooper Shipman got shuffled back to the 4th position at the end of the opening lap. Christian Cameron there in 5th. Out of the horseshoe here. How quickly will Ernesto Rivera go to the lead? He's going to try it. Turn 8 down the inside. Late move there. Caught Max Taylor off guard. Move Ernesto Rivera to the lead.
Caleb Gaffara took a peek to the inside. Couldn't quite make the move. Takes another peek to the inside in the right-hander there. Can't quite do it. They clear it back up around scoreboard corner right now. It's Max Taylor, Rivera, and now Gaffera trying to fend off the charge by Cooper Shipman. So Cooper Shipman right there on the back of Caleb Gaffera, heading up I-70 right now. Everything in line around I-70 corner, but Max Taylor's got some company heading down the Long Pond Straight.
Oh, we got one way off there in the Mike Doty Racing. Or no, that's Landon Skinner, I believe. Landon Skinner on the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Red Speed. He's off the circuit in the 817 as Rivera leads down to turn number 2.
No change in that lead serial. Ernesto Rivera now does take the lead over Max Taylor. That is the change. Taylor in 2nd, Caleb Gaffera 3rd, Cooper Shipman 4th. In 5th is Christian Cameron. Through the top 10, Oliver Weldon runs 6th, Fernando Luque 7th, Luke Powers 8th, Sarah Bradley 9th, and Max Garcia runs 10th. Movers in the field, Shea Aldrich, 6 spots already with 2 laps in the books from 25th up to 19th position. Ivana Richards moving up 4 spots from 27th to 23rd.
Good start for Ivana to make up some spots here as Ernesto Rivera leads him to the scoreboard corner. We'll introduce Caleb Smock up here to the broadcasting booth to join you, Randy, as I step aside just for a few moments. And the KA Junior field underway here on lap number 2 as they head up the hill to the I-70 hairpin.
Ernesto Rivera continues with Max Taylor, Caleb Gaffera, Cooper Shipman, and Kristen Cameron, your top 5. And joining me in the booth now, my old buddy Caleb Smock. Caleb doing some pit reporting this weekend. Now he's joined me up in the booth. Caleb, this is it's been a blast up here with Xander. Great to have you up here with me. Always enjoy working with you. And these races don't disappoint.
It's kind of Randy, it's nice to have you being back in the booth with you. Sorry, I had a little bit of technical difficulties. Nice to be back in the booth with you, a little nostalgic. You were my first ever co-announcer I ever had, and you taught me more than I think you know. But as we continue to watch this KA Junior race going around right now, Ernesto Rivera continues to lead the way with Max Taylor P2. Caleb Gaffera in the 3rd spot. Looks like we have a couple of back markers around, but Gaffera, man, he had a good day yesterday. I mean, good and bad. He went all the way to the back of the field, but then when you drive from last to first in the X30 Junior race, and I was here in KA, and he's following his 2 teammates out in front, I think he's going to have good days. We have one turnaround. That's at 875, and I believe that is Fernando Luque, who is spun around in the grass. He was running in the 9th position, so he's going to fall down through the field and have his work cut out for him in the future.
One of the top drivers, Fernando Luque, who was running near the front early in this race, now will have to start at the rear of the pre-final. Crossing the stripe for lap number 4, it's still Ernesto Rivera, Max Taylor, Caleb Gaffera, Oliver Weldon, and Cooper Shipman. Gaffera went solo in qualifying. He didn't use any draft help. He just went out and ran on his own, qualified in 5th position, but clearly has a secure spot right now in 3rd. But how about Oliver Weldon starting in 9th? He's all the way up to 4th position.
Yeah, Oliver Weldon having a good run, and some other big movers through the field that we should talk about in the back. Oliver Piatek has moved up 11 positions, being 24th. Colin Acklin has moved up to 23rd, moving up 16 positions. So some of the back markers. And again, the qualifying here is a little difficult. You only have 3 laps put it together a good run. And as you know, Randy, being a former driver yourself way back in the day, 3 laps, you can mess up a lot in 3 laps, and you have to be perfect out of one of those, and it takes a lot to heat the tires up. So pre-final is usually interesting. We see some shuffling forward and backwards.
Well, way back in the day, we only got 2 laps, so we had to be spot on from the time we took the green flag and ran over that little rubber hose that clicked the stopwatch so that you knew how fast you were going. So, no, you're exactly right. When it comes to qualifying, they've got to hit their marks in 3 laps. If they mess up in the wrong spot on one of the laps, it could ruin 2 of the laps. So that's why sometimes you find drivers starting back in the pre-final that are really quick, but end up with a bad qualifying run. So we're 5 laps in the books of this. I believe we got a 12-lapper here, so we're nearing the halfway point. And Ernesto Rivera, who's led since about lap 2, remains on the point with Max Taylor, Caleb Gaffera, Oliver Weldon, and Christian Cameron. Everybody seems to be racing smart, so to speak, right now. They're staying in line as we watch them around the circuit. And as I say that, of course, Caleb Gaffera makes a move to go over it looks like up to the 2nd spot. And now that allows Ernesto Rivera to check out just a little bit, but Gaffera up to 2nd over Max Taylor.
Yeah, and one thing that's for sure here is it's kind of hard to check out as we see. That looks like to be, I believe that is Max Garcia running back in the 8th position, getting shuffled back with Parker DeLong and Elio Meza able to get around him. But as we're talking about, the top 4, again, the top 3 are all Rallison Performance Group, but the one trying to break it up is Oliver Weldon, who is running in P4 right now, but he doesn't have a lot of teammates. He is on the Cosmic Kart entry. And he's following the 2 out in front. Granted, they've all ran together most of the season long, whether it's SCUSA, USPKS. There's a little bobble there from your 3rd placeman, Max Taylor. It looked like Weldon tried to make a move, and maybe Max Taylor tried to think about it as well and get around after looking back. As now, here's Weldon getting his nose on the inside there of Taylor, and I think he's going to try to have to do a crossover out of 4. Not able to get it done. Still runs in 3rd, but the battle in the top 4 has allowed that 2nd pack of Luke Powers, Cooper Shipman, Christian Cameron, Elio Meza to slowly start coming up into frame. And as you said, we're just now at the halfway point. We could see an 8-car battle for the lead here in the next lap or so.
How about the run by Elio Meza? Started in 17th up to 8th, and as you said, just about to join that lead group. Fast lap of the race, Elio Meza, a 108.938, goes purple on that last lap. So Meza on the move out there, on the charge, and although not a good qualifying lap, he really has come through in the pre-final, found his setup, and certainly one to contend with as we work our way towards the final. We've got 6 laps in the books, 6 laps to go. Ernesto Rivera still leads the way.
Yeah, Rivera out in front. Rivera in 2nd now with P3 of Max Taylor. Again, Rollison 1, 2, 3. P4 of Oliver Weldon. He is trying to break up that family reunion in the top 3 as they're looking back here on the main stretch. Everyone's tucked into the toe. And one thing I think we have talked about throughout the weekend is just how much toe plays a factor here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. But aside from that, if you pull away from the lead group, you can't really check out like most places. You're cutting that air for everyone. Something else, too, is one of the mechanics walked up to me under the Will Power tent and said, one thing we didn't really take a factor for is headwind. There's a huge headwind going down this main straightaway, and it's cost them, they said, about a 2nd to a 1.5 seconds. So if you get out in front, it's kind of like restrictor plate racing in NASCAR back in the day. If you get out in the front, you're cutting the air for everyone else, and they're just going to close up to you faster.
Exactly. So when you see somebody like a Rivera right now, he's got about 2 to 3 kart length lead. That'll be short-lived. They'll draft back up to him, Gaffera, Taylor, and Weldon. Now, those 4 are racing relatively smart right now. They're not racing each other, and that's allowed them to gap that 2nd group of Luke Powers, Cooper Shipman, Cameron, and Elio Meza. So if they can stay in line at least for a few more laps, I think it'll boil down to those 4 for the win. But we're doubling up. I jinx them every time I say that. I think Gaffara may have just made a pass around Rivera, and as they head down I-70 straight, it's Caleb Gaffera, your leader, Rivera 2nd, Taylor and Weldon in that lead pack as they enter turn 1.
Yeah, that 2nd pack is closing, but I'm not sure they're going to have enough time. It's 4 laps to go now, 3 to go next time. The gap between Oliver Weldon and Luke Powers is sitting at about a 1.2 second gap. So if they're going to have to close up here quickly, the good thing for them is once you get to about that 4 or 5 kart length disadvantage to them, that's when you start to feel the effects of a toe. That 2nd group, they've played it smart so far. But again, when it comes down to laps, if you're in that back group, if you're Max Garcia, Elio Meza, you know you have the speed. Maybe you try to break up that 2nd pack, but then you're going to be the guy that earns a chance of catching back up to that front pack.
Absolutely. You're exactly right. And we're looking at 8 laps. It'll be 9 laps in next time by, 3 to go. So we are winding this one down. And barring a lot of racing, too wide racing in the next lap or two, it's going to be those 4 drivers challenging for the win as they head around scoreboard corner up I-70 and then around I-70 corner. A gap, I believe you said, about a second to a second and a half from 4th to 5th, and that hasn't changed too much. Gaffara leads him down Long Pond Straight into turn 1. 3 to go this time by Caleb Gaffara leads the way.
Yeah, here's that second pack we were talking about. That's being led by Luke Powers and then Christian Cameron on his back bumper. Cameron's also followed by Elio Meza, Max Garcia, Parker DeLong, and I believe Cooper Shipman's rounding out that field. There's a pass on the inside as we were talking about. It looks like about 3 to go is when that second pack decides, you know what, maybe all hope is lost and I should go back and forth. As here goes Parker DeLong. Man, he went on a tear yesterday when it came time for the feature, drove his way all the way up to the front to take the win, and he is trying crossover after crossover, able to take up 2 more spots. So now count Parker DeLong up into the 7th position, but it may not register as that next time across the line because they're still going back and forth. Now Max Garcia getting into it there with Cooper Shipman as well, so they're about to fall off the pace just a little bit.
Gaffara and Rivera are content right now running 1 and 2 in line with Taylor and Weldon. And that 5th place driver, Luke Powers, looks like he might be inching a little bit closer to that lead pack, but they'll see the twin sticks this time by as they round I-70. Caleb Gaffara leads the pack around I-70 corner and heads our way. Elio Meza with a great run out there. 9 to 10 spots advanced. Diego Ardiles, 8 spots advanced from 23rd to 15th. But Caleb Gaffara into turn 1 leads the way.
Yeah, and there's that second pack that's been broken up. Again, Luke Powers and Elio Meza, as there's some back and forth. Here comes Max Garcia with the crossover. Now gets it done into 2, and that was on Parker DeLong. I'm not mistaken. There's the, sorry, I can't even talk right now. There's the top 4 making the way through, led by Caleb Gaffara, and the right in P2 is Ernesto Rivera. Max Taylor and Oliver Weldon rounds out the 4-pack. And as you were saying, Randy, I think Luke Powers and Elio Meza, maybe 2 is faster than 6 as they're starting to edge back up. There's a pass or 2 in that front pack between the 2 leaders of Gaffara and Rivera. We may see a 6-car battle here on the final lap.
I think you're going to see Rivera try to make a move as they see the white flag. He wants to be on the inside on that pre-final. He doesn't want to take a chance to be on that outside row. And how many times have we seen on the starts in turn 1, that outside row, that track gets a little bit narrow as they come through an apex and then drift out. And that inside line sometimes, is it safe to say they lose a little grip maybe, and all of a sudden the outside line gets into the dust a little bit? So you want to be on that inside low on the start, inside line on the start here if you can. White flag coming out on Caleb Gaffara, and he goes low to protect.
Yeah, it looks like Weldon's going to try to see if he can't get a full sweep here in turn 1, looking for a possible crossover here on the inside. Oh, he gets a wheel up on the curb, and they're both off in the grass. That is both Weldon, and then right in front of him, that was Max Taylor. So count them down through the field. Here comes now your 3rd placeman. Looks like Elio Meza was able to get around Powers, and here's a pass for the lead. Here comes Rivera and Gaffara now battling out in front. And while that's all happening, now it looks like Parker DeLong is trying to get his teeth into the water here and see if he can't get around Max Taylor, who's now falling back into 5th.
The amazing part about that with Max Taylor and Oliver Weldon is they went off track, went back on track, and stayed side by side and didn't wreck each other. That was incredible, but they saved it. I think they're battling now for 3rd and 4th with the rest of that pack. But the battle right now, Gaffara goes high, over and under a scoreboard corner, side by side up I-70. It's a drag race. Gaffara back to the front as they head down to I-70 corner. It's Gaffara and Rivera, 1 and 2 through I-70. And here comes Rivera. It's a drag race now down Long Pond to the line. Gaffara goes low. Here comes Rivera to the inside, side by side across the line. And it's going to be Ernesto Rivera by 6/1000ths of a second over Caleb Gaffara. Elio Meza 3rd, Oliver Weldon 4th, and Parker DeLong 5th. So Meza, Weldon, and DeLong 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Luke Powers 6th, Max Taylor, Christian Cameron, Max Garcia, and Cooper Shipman rounds out your top 10 finishers. But that got a little dicey there. The last lap. When Weldon got into it with the Garcia and then Meza, and also when Rivera and Gaffara went after each other, but a drag race, and Gaffara gave him room to the inside, and that gave him a chance to pull off the victory.
Yeah, and like you said, Elio Meza driving up to 3rd, up 14 positions after starting in what appears to be the 11th spot, but math was not my strong suit in school. And the biggest loser out of that was Max Taylor, who is comfortably in the top 4, running in 3rd. Now he is going to be starting all the way back into P7. curious to know how if there are going to be any penalties called, because as you said, Randy, we couldn't get a full good glimpse of it, but they both went off track, but they came back on, and I believe they went off in the same places that they came back on with. I could be wrong on that one, but I believe that it was Weldon who came on behind Max Taylor, who was running in third at the time.
Let's lay out the disclaimer that no matter what, never ever assume that anything you hear from the announcers
Oh
is
no,
official.
it's always wrong.
It's always wrong. Yeah,
Yes.
right. But I can tell you that they got to the corner. They got to turn 2 side by side, and there just wasn't enough racing room for both. They got off track, but amazingly did not get into the barriers, gathered it back up, got back on track, and kept racing. So we'll see how it all sorts out as we get ready for our second pre-final of the day, which will be Micro Swift. But a great race out there in KA100 Junior, brought to you by Timmy Tech. Your winner is Ernesto Rivera. Starting lineup coming up shortly here for the Micro Swift class by Team Ferris Racing. So Caleb will run through the starting lineup here. Starting on the pole, fast qualifier, the 75 of Marco Samet. Outside front row will be Antonio Pizzonia Nato. Starting in the second row, third position, Drew Waltz and Jackson Gibson. Starting in row number 3, Royce Vega and Rocco Simone. Row 4, Pasha Ali and Parker Ives. Row 5, Alexander Percunia and Jacob Majeski. In row number 6, it's Ashton Woon and Nicholas Orbezo. In row 7, Cameron Marcia and Luke Gillio. In row 8, Aston Wyatt and AJ Stoner. Row number 9, Lincoln Davis and Tanner Barsh. Row 10, Emerson Lane and Liam Nakawati. Row 11, Kai Mars and Asher Ferris. Row 12, Christopher Yutzi and Colton Schneigenberg. And rounding out the field in row 13, Greg Heyman and Austin Taylor. Your starting lineup for Micro Swift, brought to you by Team Ferris Racing. Great qualifying run by both Samet and Nato as they are in the front row, Caleb. But Marco Samet's been strong all weekend. Antonio Pizzonia Nato on the outside of that front row, waiting for them to be released onto the grid. But Micro Swift has put on a great show yesterday, and we look for more of the same today.
Yeah, something to look an eye out for. Royce Vega, who is usually running up towards the front, I believe they're running up front yesterday as well, finds himself starting in that 5th position right next to Rocco Simone. So those two together, if they're able to team back up, and Randy, as you've seen out there in the entire week so far, these kiddos know what they're doing. They may be young in age, but they have racecraft like most people you see at the regional and maybe even the local level, but they put on a good show. They're smart about how they drive. I mean, every now and then the age does show, but for the most part, they know how to work a toe. They know how to stay in line. They know the best starting position overall. So look for the 5th and 6th, starting in the the 3rd row of Royce Vega and Rocco Simone, followed by Pasha Ali, who's someone we've also seen up front to maybe have a little bit more to say here when it comes time to the final.
I totally agree. And the LN card of Marco Samet on the pole from Locust Valley, New York. But we got some Paralins in the top 10. Antonio Pizzonia Nato on a Paralin. We've got Rocco Simone and Pasha Ali on a Paralin. But my goodness, when you look at the states, New York, Idaho, Oregon, Texas, Florida, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Arizona, just a cross-section across the United States and worldwide here at Newcastle for the Heartland Grand Prix U.S. Pro Kart Series. And our field not looking too good right now. I have a feeling, Caleb, we may see a start. I kind of doubt it.
Yeah, they're already called it. They're going to wave it off. They're going to send them one more time around for both Marco Samet and then Nato Pizzonia Nato, who is starting on the front row. So they're going to go one more time by, and they also, something that we've talked about is they use the cut through. So they make the lap just probably about a quarter in size. So hopefully we can get them going here a little bit quicker. Those back couple of rows were just not where they were supposed to be. But as you're talking about, we have all 36 states represented here at USPKS round number 3 here. About to get going shortly here for your Micro Swift.
Up I-70 now in line. Got some tire warmers. Those 4th and 5th rows, they need to be a little cautious because you get off in the grass and we're not waiting on you. So it's one thing to warm the tires. It's another to spin out and lose power. So we got to make sure we don't overdo that whole tire warming thing. But everybody in line, good shape as they head on I-70 now. Caleb looking pretty good, waiting for a green, but I think we should see a start this time.
Yeah, as we look at the flagman, Porter has got his hands up. He wants them to slow it way down. That is a problem that we've seen here in the past. as they have now made their way into the tram lines. Let's see if anyone's going to tuck out prematurely. It looks like green is out. They're all going to scramble, and Marco Simone is going to lead them clean and easy down to turn one. Everyone, a little hustle and tussle. They went 3 wide there in the exit of 1 heading into 2, but I think, relatively speaking, they've all made it through cleanly.
Marco Samet, Drew Waltz, and Royce Vega from that inside row pulled in line and went off 1, 2, and 3. Got a driver off there. Don't see the ID on it just yet. But rows 1, 2, and 3 inside moved through on that start. Got a really good clean start. Marco Samet leads the way. Drew Waltz and Royce Vega. That's your top 3 as we work our way through lap number 1. Side by side for the lead as Waltz peeks to the inside. Can't quite make the move. Backs off of there, but a pretty good lead group right now. Now we're side by side. And we've got a pass. It's the 19 of Drew Waltz taking the lead over Marco Samet as they head down into scoreboard corner. And now it looks like Samet comes back. Boy, we got him wild and woolly up there in the front, Caleb.
Yeah, Waltz had to go wide there because Samet passed back, and he lost 4 or 5 positions on going back all the way down through the field. And it looks like we have one driver off. Looks to be a cart number 50. We'll get an ID on here shortly. As we switch back over to the front, look at that huge lead out of I-70 coming on the main straight. Let's talk about, too, Ashton Woon, who started back in the 11th spot, is now looking in for 3rd, coming across the stripe of 9 positions in the first lap through turn 1. And now Ashton Woon leads the way out of turn number 2.
Unbelievable. I want to just make a call to these kids right now. They went through turn 1, beginning lap number 2, and the first 4 rows were too wide, and not one bit of dust came up in the air. Imagine that, Caleb. Everybody gave each other racing room. That's a tribute to these kids. Just as you said, they have their act together, and sometimes the older drivers could learn from the younger drivers because they raced each other clean, and everybody got an equal chance to get it to turn 2 without crashing.
Yeah, as we watch the battle that you're talking about, they're still side by side all the way through. Ashton Woon got passed back, is now running at 2nd as Marco Samet is out in front. There's the top 2 going by with the cavalry falling in tow. Drew Walls is back up to 3rd after falling back into the 5th after that pass into the scoreboard corner. Now he is going to try to tuck into the toe of both Woon and Samet. And then Pecunia running in 4th, Simone in P5, Royce Vega in 6th. That should be the top group. Top 4 right now, led by Samet and Woon, followed by Waltz and Pecunia. But now I think it's Simone who has moved up now into P4 as they're going to bunch back up this time across the line. Here comes Rocco Simone, looks down to the inside, thought about it for a moment. He's going to continue to follow, as I believe we're now going to go side by side, or we're going to send it down to our very own David Lane, who has caught up to, looks to be an RPG, and I believe that is Caleb Grafera.
All right, Xander, it was an exciting one, and it was Ernesto Vera that managed to squeak it out. I mean, that was very, very close. Tell me about your race. It was pretty exciting from watching it on the sidelines.
Yeah, Caleb, Max, and I were pushing all the race, and until the last 2 laps, we started to fight.
So looking ahead to the final, what are you kind of thinking? I'm sure there's going to be a bit of revenge coming from your teammates. How do you fend that off, and how do you win this thing?
I think it's going to be really good. Like, if we play that teamwork game, I think we can pull away and then do the same in the last 2 laps.
By the way, Ernesto told me this is his very first interview. I bet you guys couldn't tell. He's already a pro looking for a victory at the end of the day.
Thank you, David, and thank you, and congratulations to Nestor Rivera. And like we were talking about, you're talking about maturity from younger drivers. I mean, we've seen a lot of side-by-side photo finishes, and granted, those 2 are drivers, Nestor Rivera and Caleb Grafera, but man, do they put on a show for us.
They're 2 of the best in their category, that's for sure. We're side-by-side for the lead, coming down the front straight, and we've got Marco Samet has gone back to the front with Rocco Simone, Ashton Woon, Drew Waltz, and Alexander Pecunia. That is your top 5. But what a battle we have at the front of the pack out there for Mini Swift. And the end result of the battle up front is we got a lot of people up front because nobody's shaking anybody right now. There's just a bunch of carts that are racing each other, and that second group kind of staying in line seems to be closing back into the lead group.
Yeah, and it looks like Rocco Simone, now he's going to go back and forth here with who was your pole sitter. Now he's going to go way down the line. That is Marco Samet. Now finds himself under fire as he's going to fall back now into 5th. Drew Waltz able to get around him along with the rest of the crew. Now Ashton Woon has a big lead. And they're going to go 3 wide through green corner, coming now towards scoreboard, and they're all over the place here, Randy. As one person makes a pass, everyone thinks it's their time to go, and it looks like a bunch of cockroaches when the light flicks on the living room. They're all over the place, and no one knows where to go.
Exactly. I hate it when that happens, and that's why I stay at Holiday Inn Express. But anyway, meanwhile, back in Newcastle Motorsports Park, The leader, again, Marco Samet, and he's been able to gap a little bit. He's got Rocco Simone in tow. And now we're side by side into turn one, and it looks like Ashton Woon is your new leader. 10 positions advanced. Ashton Woon, 10 positions advanced to the point over Rocco Simone, Alexander Bracugna, Royce Vega, and Jacob Majeski, your top 5.
Yeah, that Ashton Woon leads again. He has led, I think this is the 3rd time now as he gets passed back again by Rocco Simone. Again, Simone started back in that 6th position, now finds himself all the way up in front. Alexander Bracugna also started back in 9th, around the same area as Ashton Woon. So I'm wondering if those two maybe work together to make their way back up to the front, as now they're going to go 1, 2, and 3 of Simone, Woon, and Bracugna, your top 3. But there's the rest of the crew slowly starting to make their way back up. If they can settle in just a little bit, they can all work that toe to catch back up. But right now, the top 2 and having a chance to possibly pull away here is Rocco Simone, followed by Ashton Woon. Rest of the field of Bracugna, Vega, Mojetski, Waltz, Orbezo, Marcia, Samet, all lead, all up in that front group.
Yeah, great run out there. And that front group is a heck of a group. We've got about 12 drivers that are within shouting distance, so to speak, of that lead group. But still a little bit of a breakaway. Ashton Woon and Rocco Simone, they've got to just behave themselves right now, Caleb. If they start racing each other, it's game on for the rest of the pack. But you've got about 15 drivers right now that are, for all practical purposes, bumper to bumper from 1st to 15th for that lead.
Yeah, as they make their way through, and it looks like, we got one turned around coming out of turn 1, heading into 2. That appears to be Kart. I believe that is 80.
Liam Nikawati.
Nikawati finds himself facing the wrong way, so they're going to have their work cut out for themselves when it comes time for the future. But now, top 3 have caught up to the now they've caught up with each other, but now they're going to be under threat here from Royce Vega, who is now in the 4th spot. He's trying to lead that second group back up to the top 3, nose to tail of Simone, Woon, and Bracugna. 1, 2, 3. But Vega trying to work with Mojetski, Walls, and Orbezo to catch back up, making it a possible 6 to 7 kart battle for the lead as the top 3 continue to go away. There's a gap to 4th, now gone. Now count Royce Vega and Mojetski up in the mix.
Yeah, good battle out there with those top 3, Simone, Woon, and Bracugna. And they head around I-70 and crossing the stripe one more time. This will be lap 6, which should be lap 6 coming up. I believe that should be the halfway mark. We got 5 in. Don't see the halfway mark there, but I believe it is on a 12-lapper. We're running 10 laps. I apologize, 10 laps. So we're already through the halfway mark. 6 laps in, 4 laps to go. Simone, Woon, Bracugna, Royce Vega, Jacob Majeski. Taking you through the top 10, Marco Samet, our pole sitter, Caleb, back to 6th. 7th is Nicholas Orbezo. 8th is Drew Waltz. 9th is Cameron Marcia. And through the top 10, Parker Ives. Some movers on through the field. Colton Schneigenberg has moved up 6 spots from 24th starting position up to 18th. And, of course, the big mover is Ashton Woon, who started in 11th, currently running in 2nd.
Now they're back up to the front. They're going back and forth there in the top 3. Count that top 6 as they continue to go. Nicholas Orbezo in 7th. Count him up into the party into now what appears to be the 5th position, making up 2 more spots. But now it is Woon out in front, Simone P2, as we got one way off the track here, coming back on, losing all sorts of momentum. I believe that may have been the 77 of Jacob Mojetski, but I could be wrong, as he now is going to find himself down a couple positions as they're still going back and forth. Simone tried it on the exit of I-70, top 5, now nose to tail coming down to the stripe. Let's see if we have any takers down to turn 1. Who's going to try to make a pass? And it looks like Vega maybe under attack here as they make their way through. Count that, Vega down 1. That's actually going to be Marcia down 1 spot as Marco Samet is now up into P5.
Marco Samet inside of turn 1 making the pass on Cameron Marcia. Cameron Marcia, by the way, a nice run out there, advancing 7 positions. But Ashton Woon back to the point, starting in 11th, leads the way. We're 7 laps in. It'll be 2 to go next time by in our Micro Swift pre-final.
Yeah, as they make their way out of the cell tower now is coming up the hill. There's a quick little dogleg of a left, followed by another one to the another quick left. You can't really pass through there, but a lot of guys get some good runs as they make their way down to the green corner hairpin they're going through right now. Top 5, nose to tail, Woon, Simone, Bracugna, Vega, Samet. Now count that down to 4 of Samet up into 4th. And it looks like Vega maybe starting to fall off just a little bit. They have some separation in the top 4 coming up on 2 laps to go. Randy, if they sit easy here for the next lap, they could build up just enough of a gap between themselves. You have Royce Vega in an island of their own. I say that, now they're going to go 2 by 2. Simone now on the inside for the second spot. On the outside is going to be Pecunia across the stripe. They're weaving all over the place. Now here's a possible pass for the lead. Pecunia now trying to see if he can't get his nose up to the top spot.
Starting in 9th position, you've got 2 movers up there in 1st and 2nd. Pecunia started 9th. He's leading and whoops.
Oh, he's off the track. Hopped it up in the field. Now falls back down into the 4th. Count that 5th as Vega tries on the inside.
Tough break out there for Alexander Pecunia. Ashton Woon should be the new leader as they come around with Samet second, Simone, Vega, and Orbeza. We'll see the white next time by as we wind down this pre-final for Micro Swift. But Alexander Pecunia taking over the lead and then has an off-track incident which could cost him and will cost him actually as we work our way around I-70, around the scoreboard, and now they'll head back towards I-70. Last lap coming up, they'll see the white flag heading towards I-70, Caleb. If anybody's going to make a move in that top 3, it has to be done now.
Yeah, you got Samet, who is out in front. Here comes Woon trying for a pass. Samet defends. Now trying to see if they can't do a double crossover is going to be Simone. He gets up into 2. Now he follows behind Woon. This time across the stripe is going to be the white flag. 1 more to go. All 3 in that bottom tram line on the inside line. Who's going to pop out first? And it looks like it is going to be the leader of Woon. They're all going to maintain the same spot. And I don't think Simone is liking it too much. He looked, he couldn't really do anything. You got the leader on the inside line. He could have tried for a crossover. As soon as he popped up, Samet was going to take the spot away from him.
If they got to make a move now, they got to do it. Marco Samet in 3rd, looks to the high side as they head down around Cell Phone Corner, but can't quite make a move there. Around the blue corner, and now we've got a big group all caught up to those leaders. Woon still trying to hang on. Simone trying to find a way around.
Oh, they're bumping back there. Vega and Orbezo Mojetski all trying to see if they can't get on the action.
To the inside and making a pass, or will he? It looks.
Oh! That was Woon. Got a little bit of contact there between wheels, popped it up in the air. Now Simone out in front, but here comes Samet on the inside heading into into the scoreboard hairpin.
3 wide. That's not going to work, Caleb. Heading up I-70 now, and it looks like, I believe is that Woon we have up in front now?
As Marco Samet out in front, Woon went off the track.
Went off the track, yeah.
They're still side by side. That appears to be Orbezo and Pecunia going side by side. So now your leader, an easy one, is going to be for Samet. I shouldn't say easy overall, but easy in the final corner. He's got a big straightaway length, but they're going to be all sorts of spread out across the stripe. Samet comes across P1. Vega makes it from that second pack up to P2. Nicholas Orbezo up into 3rd. Mojetski, P number 4, Cameron Marsha, P5, Pecunia moves up 3 spots to finish P6, Simone, P7, Ashton Woon, after starting in 11th, does advance up to 8th, but Randy, after battling out for the lead that long, last lap, everyone usually kind of throws caution to the wind, and that's just something that unfortunately happened.
Yeah, exactly, and to give you an idea, you viewers out there, as to how tight this race was, the top 10 separation was 2 seconds. Now, that may sound like a lot, but when you're thinking about on the racetrack when they're lined up one behind each other, that's about 2 to 3 kart length separation by each one. It was no more than about a quarter straightaway from 1st to 10th. They stuck together the entire race. Marco Samet with a big win, Royce Vega 2nd, Nicholas Orbezo 3rd, Jacob Majeski 4th, Cameron Marsha 5th. Through the top 10, Alexander Pecunia, Rocco Simone, Ashton Woon, Drew Waltz, and Parker Ives. That's your top 10 finishing order. Fast lap of the race, lap number 6. By the 75 of Marco Samet. So, Caleb, coming up next, we've got our KA100 Senior, and that'll be our odd group. So, the inside row, the way they finish in this pre-final will be how they start on the inside row for the final with 60 strong in the final.
Yeah, this one's going to be a good one. This determines the starting spot for a 60 kart field. This is going to be one of the more I don't know if you want to say packed races, but definitely one of the more hectic ones, especially for the drivers starting up towards the front. Being as a pit reporter down on the field, I was talking to everyone. I was asking them, I said, how does it feel that there's 60 carts? And a couple of guys told me straight up, you just can't think about it. You have to act like you're in a 20 cart field. The guys behind you there, maybe 10, 15 is what you think of. You're not thinking that there's 40 guys behind you who'd love to be in your spot.
Exactly. You got to keep it in perspective and just make the best of it, make the best of the opportunities. But at the same time, you can't just hope there's nothing that happens in front of you. You can count on something happen in front of you, and you've got to avoid it for sure. Just up here on the Championship X30 Pro point standings, we're getting a little stats up here by our kart chasing folks. Looks like Alex Stanfield leads the way, but Brandon Lemke only 48 points behind. So those two battling it out. Jeremy Fletcher, going to be tough. He's 128 points down with only a pre-final and a final left. But Stanfield trying to hang on with Lemke nipping at his heels in that X30 Pro Championship.
Yeah, I think this is actually for the KA100 Championships. It's about to be the next ones to go out right now. The X30 Pro, we all know that one's being led by the fast man of Ryan Norberg right now, who not starting towards the front after the qualifying run. He got beat up by his teammate again, but instead of it being Hayden Jones like it was yesterday, new one into the mix, and Nate Cicero is going to be starting on pole position.
Good catch on that one, Caleb. That was a rookie mistake on my part, but that is the KA100 points. I apologize. So Stanfield, Lemke will be battling it out, and those two, certainly Stanfield's been the class of the field so far. He's been really strong, and they've been chasing him all weekend long.
Yeah, and we talked to Jeremy Fletcher before or after the qualifying run. I said it's not it is mathematically possible. What do you have to hope for? He goes, you know what? I'll just look at the math. He goes, there is a possibility it may happen. Something weird would have to happen, but I'm not going to count anything out. I'm still going to push it as hard as I can and hope for a win here this afternoon, because that's all he can do. Whatever else happens, he can only control what he can control.
And starting lineup on the front row, we've got Alex Stanfield and Jeremy Fletcher, 1 and 2, I believe. And then Logan Adams and Aiden Levy in the row 2. Chase Hand, Gia Cicero, Connor Ferris, Gavin Griffin, Josh Holtz, and Gavin Bailiff. That should be your starting lineup in our first of 2 pre-finals for our KA100 Senior. Relatively good shape, Caleb, as they head to the line.
Yeah, this is one of the most stacked fields with Stanfield and Fletcher, two of the heavy hitters, along with Logan Adams, a local here, has probably more experience than anyone else, and he has shown it throughout the weekend. Came out swinging out in front as they're side-by-side for the lead. Now count it. That is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, Fletcher out in front. Or not, sorry, that's not Fletcher. That's Stanfield out in front. And then P2 of Fletcher. Adams, I think, did slot into the third spot, but Levy, I believe, got shuffled back there a couple of positions.
Good start by Fletcher. He was on the outside of the front row, but Stanfield gave him racing room. Fletcher hung in there, ran the high side for a little bit, then found a place in front of Adams and took over second. I think Adams may be running third right now, I believe. So Alex Stanfield, picking up where he left off yesterday, leads the way with Jeremy Fletcher running second, Logan Adams third in the early going in this KA100 pre-final. Our first group of KA100s out there trying to secure their position for the finals later on this afternoon.
Yeah, so top 2 of Stanfield and Fletcher, Adams and P3. Don't count Adams out. As I said before, this Adams has a lot of experience here at Newcastle. He is very much a contender here on the weekend-to-weekend races that they have. And as far as people with experience, I take him over almost anybody now as he is under attack from Aiden Levy looking on the inside. And it looks like I think Adams is maybe trying to possibly work with him. He is going to hold the high side line, and he's going to put his elbows out. I don't think he was too happy with Aiden Levy trying something. I think he was hoping that Levy would push him, and now he is going to have to be the pusher right behind Levy if they want to catch back up to the top 2, as right behind Adams is Gia Cicero, who is up into the top 5, running in the 5th position. So see if those 3 maybe can settle down just a little bit to close that gap back up to the top 2. But Adams all over the back bumper of Levy as they make their way now into Cell Tower corner, coming up through the quick double left-handers before coming into the green corner. So these two now are going to go tooth and nail. Gia Cicero sitting there in 5th is just enjoying the tow and enjoying being in the top 5.
A little housekeeping here. We've still got Trevor Watson as well as Brady Shad and Luke Gillio. You have not picked up your grills. All 3 of you have won a grill from Mark's Lighting at the USPKS trailer. Please pick your grills up.
As we are now watching the battle for the 3rd position. That is Levy holding on to P3, P number 4 of Logan Adams, P5, Gia Cicero. They're in a 3-pack right now. They're inside of the leaders. They just need a little bit more. Adams is going to have to push hard on the 3rd placement of Levy to catch back up to the top 2. Gia Cicero giving aid when it's needed to Logan Adams in the 5th spot, but she's not forcing the issue. I think she knows if she wants any chance to catch back up to the top 2 that she just needs to sit and hold position where she's at, follow the 2 up in front, enjoy the tow. But now as we say that, Josh Holtz and company, they're starting to come up towards the picture. That's Josh Holtz in 6th, Gavin Griffin P7, Gavin Bailiff in P8, and Connor Ferris in 9th. all slowly making the way back up to that third pack, running it out for the third position.
Trying to climb their way into the top 10 in 12th position. Going purple on lap 2 with a 108.664 is Adam Maxwell. If Maxwell, who had a pretty poor qualifying lap, he's a lot faster than what his qualifying showed. If he can work his way, I would say, into that top 6 or 7 positions, he's got a decent starting spot for the final. Right now, 12th, but he is the fastest car in the racetrack with a 108.664, lap number 2. So we're 2 laps in. We've got 10 laps to go in our KA100 pre-final. Now 3 laps in the books. And Alex Stanfield leads Jeremy Fletcher, Aiden Levy, Logan Adams, and Gia Cicero. But a 2-car breakaway right now between Stanfield and Fletcher.
Yeah, as we're watching now, the battle for third. Again, Levy, Adams, Cicero. That is third, fourth, and fifth. And just behind that battle seemed to switch on there in the last lap. That is Gavin Griffin now up into sixth. Bailiff has moved his way up into seventh. Josh Holtz got shuffled back after Gavin Griffin got on the inside heading through the green corner. He now finds himself back into the 8th position. Connor Ferris right there in ninth. So your top 10 all battling it out in their own little races right now. But it's a matter of who can catch back up. As here's another pass. There went Bailiff on the inside of Griffin. So now count Gavin Bailiff up into sixth. And let's see if possibly those three working together. They're inside of that second pack for third. Maybe they'll be able to get it done here as they trail about 2 or 3 car lengths on the back bumper. Gio Sitzer running in fifth, battling it out for the third spot, following the top 2 of Stanfield and Fletcher.
Speaking of Gavin Bailiff, he just went purple on lap number 3, a 108.457. Fastest car to the racetrack. Gavin Bailiff, 108.457, his last lap.
Here comes the leaders down the main straightaway. You can see just how close they are all overall. They just need a little bit more to catch back up. Stanfield putting on a excellent show of just how much they have this weekend. He holds out about a 0.3 of a second gap between himself and Fletcher in P2. Fletcher now slowly getting reeled in by Levy and company as here comes Adams on the inside of Levy. He said, all right, I used you enough as a tow. Now it's my time to get my way up into that top 2 positions. He's not going to go on the hunt to try to see if he can't catch back up to Fletcher running in P2. And here comes Bailiff. He gets around Cicero, brings Griffin with him, and now Bailiff has got his sights set on the 4th placeman of now Aiden Levy, who is going to be under attack here shortly from not only Gavin Bailiff, but also Josh Holtz was able to get around Griffin.
Race Liberante, another driver on the move. Fast lap of 108.009. Fast lap of the race on lap 4 by Race Liberante up to 12th. Adam Maxwell up to 11th. Also one of the quicker drivers in the racetrack. Running 10th is Chase Hand. Connor Ferris 9th. Josh Holtz in 8th. Gavin Griffin 7th. Gavin Bailiff charging up to 6th. Started in 10th. He's on the move. Gia Cicero runs 5th. 4th is Aiden Levy. Logan Adams on the move, trying to run down Jeremy Fletcher and take over that 2nd spot. And they're all chasing the 906 of Alex Stanfield. 5 laps in the books and 7 laps to go.
Yeah, Logan Adams is pushing now on Jeremy Fletcher. I think he's going to do the same thing to Fletcher that he did to Aiden Levy. Said, all right, if you're going to be up in the mix, I'm going to try to use you as much as I can to catch us both back up to it. But when it comes time, as soon as you show me the opportunity, I'm going by on the inside because I want to crack at Alex Stanfield. We are coming up on 6 laps to go. It's going to be halfway this time by. But as you were talking about, Race Liberante, there he is, battling it out on the inside now, trying to see if he can't get around Chase Hand for the 10th position. And I tell you what, he didn't have the best qualifying run, but yesterday and today, he has shown that once he's given the opportunity and the race is on, he can make his way back up.
Yeah, he right now is the fastest car in the racetrack, has turned the quickest lap. So Race Liberante on the move, and it's really about just patiently, without having any troubles, patiently establishing your position for the final so you can get out there and make a run in the final. So you want to be aggressive, but with a little cautious element to it, because if you get in there too hard and get off track, either to get knocked out completely or lose a lot of positions, all is lost and you won't have a shot in the final. So Race Liberante trying to work his way through. Adam Maxwell still on the charge. He started 14th. He's up to 9th. He continues to move up the ladder, but Alex Stanfield now with a half a second advantage over Jeremy Fletcher.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what that's going to be this next time by, as it looks like Adams is working well with Fletcher. He's pushing him just a little bit more than he needs. And I think they're slowly now starting to catch back up. I think Stanfield is saving his tires ever so slightly. So he may be trying to set it up onto Cruz, because if he looks back, Fletcher doesn't look like he's moved a whole lot and closed back up. But I think this next time by. They may have made up a tenth or two. Meanwhile, Aiden Levy, he is getting the same treatment that Adams is giving to Fletcher right now. He's using him as a toe to catch back up. So Bailiff in the 5th position, working the back bumper of Aiden Levy. Look for him once they get a little bit closer, possibly to make a move to see if he can take a crack at Adams and Fletcher in 2nd and 3rd.
Logan Adams could make a move this time by as they head down I-70. Let's see if he peeks out to make the pass. And not going to do it, just pushing Fletcher up closer. And that gap now is 4.99, a little bit, about a half of a tenth gain. Not enough with only 5 laps to go. Still just at a half a second. A difference between Stanfield and Fletcher. It was 5.40 the last lap. It's 0.499 this lap. So it's Alex Stanfield, Jeremy Fletcher, Logan Adams, Aiden Levy, and Gavin Bailiff. That's your top 5. But class of the field continues to be the 906 of Alex Stanfield.
Looking on the screen right now, I think that ever so slightly, Fletcher and Adams are starting to close back up to Stanfield out in front right now as we are watching some battle going on. That's Josh Holtz and Gavin Griffin in the 6th and 7th position, respectively, as they make their way through. There's a battle for the 2nd and 3rd spot of both Fletcher and Adams. And as you're saying, Randy, they're closing up, but I don't think it's as quickly as I think. I think I'm getting a little excited here and wanting a 3-car battle for the lead. I think they are closing up, like you said last time. It was about 0.01 seconds is how much was made up. We're going to tell them to come across the stripe. This time it's 0.449. This time by 0.309. So they made up a tenth. They're going to, if they do a tenth a lap, they're going to be there right at the last lap. But are they going to have enough to make a move is the question.
I think if they inch a little bit closer, they'll feel that draft. So Stanfield may have some company. The other question, Caleb, honestly is, Stanfield's a smart racer. Is he running as fast?
Liberante way off the track and won.
Liberante had lost a couple of spots the last lap, and I think now he's pressing a little bit, and now he's back to 14th or 15th. So Liberante struggling today. But back to Stanfield, how hard's he pushing it? Does he hear footsteps? Is he going to crank it up a notch? Hit the push to pass button a little bit, maybe just gap him a little further? Looks like he might have done that.
Maybe as they're making their way now into scoreboard corner right now as they make their way through that hairpin. I don't know, Randy. I think they may edge it back up a tenth or two when they come this time by. As we continue to watch now, Bailiff on the back bumper actually has now gotten around Aiden Levy. So now Bailiff has counted up to the 4th spot. I'll tell you what, he would love nothing more than the top 3 to close back up right now and start duking it out, because then he would be able to catch back up ever so slightly. Gap between Stanfield and Fletcher is at 0.3. Last time by, 0.2. So again, another tenth made up. And I don't think, Randy, he may be in the drafting distance as he is now within about a car length and a half.
We've got 2 laps to go next time by, and Jeremy Fletcher has closed in on Alex Stanfield. We have a race on our hands, and as you stated, the likes of Logan Adams and Gavin Bailiff are licking their chops. You know what, guys? We're going to stay right in line, because if you two start racing, we've got a chance. And right now, Alex Stanfield, if he wants to start on the pole in the final, is going to have to pull out all the stops, because Jeremy Fletcher, although gapped a little bit, it seems like when they get through the middle part of the course, Fletcher really closes in. As they hit I-70, he seems to be as close as he is anywhere on the racetrack. So we'll see as they round scoreboard corner if, in fact, they can close back in and Fletcher can make a move down the straight. Adams right behind Fletcher in line as they head to I-70.
Yeah, I think Bailiff may have Adams in the tow right now. He is edging up ever so slightly on that straightaway out of the hairpin. Closes up to about a cart length, maybe 2 cart lengths as they make their way through now. Coming down to the line, they're going to see double sticks up in the air. 2 laps to go for your leader of Stanfield. Last time by, gap maintained about the same, but the top 4, they all seem to be closing in ever so slightly as they all mound the curb there in turn 2 and in turn 3. And just like that, what was a breakaway race there from Stanfield, Fletcher, and Adams is now going to be a 4-cart tango. They're battling it out for 3 for second right now. As here comes Adams on the inside. Adams didn't want to wait. Oh, and they're still going door to door. Fletcher not giving it up. Here comes Bailiff. Gavin Bailiff up 1 more spot, and now Levy's going to join the party. Meanwhile, Stanfield's going to get that lead all back to himself.
Yeah, they definitely got on the Christmas card list for Alex Stanfield on that move, because he's gapped him now about a second. And that's exactly what Stanfield needed when they started racing. But even Jeremy Fletcher is thanking him because he's been able to gap the rest of them. He's securely in second now. And it's Bailiff who's on the charge. He's going to try to reel in Fletcher, although he's 3rd now. Does he really want to finish 2nd for the start of the pre-final? He may be contentious staying where he's at.
Yeah, and once you put the even and the odd groups back together, you're going to put
That's
other
a good
factors
point.
into it
Yeah,
as well.
that's a good point.
Lemke's going to be in the mix as the white flag is out right now for the leader of Stanfield heading down into turn 1. That second pack, I think it's only getting heated up now. Bailiff, he's been on a drive right now, up 7 positions, trying to go for 8 to catch back up to P2, or sorry, I should say getting around P2 of Jeremy Fletcher as they make their way through turn number 4.
Excellent point, Caleb. The way you see them on the racetrack now is how they'll start, or where they finish on the racetrack is how they'll start on the inside row of the KA100 final. So we've got Alex Stanfield right now with a full second over Jeremy Fletcher, and it's Fletcher with another 0.4 over Gavin Bailiff. So it looks like that could be the way they finish. We could still see a move by Bailiff. He's right there in the rear bumper of Jeremy Fletcher. There may still be something left for Bailiff to make a move.
As they now are coming into the scoreboard corner, this may be one of the better passing opportunities. The next one for Bailiff running right there in the 3rd position. You can see him up on the wheel, tucking into the drafter as much as he can, coming up into what may be the final braking passing opportunity as he's not going to take it. He's going to have to draft him hard, but I don't think it's close enough to make a dive bomb move. Levy right there as well, but it is going to be an easy win for Alex Stanfield coming down the stripe. Here comes Bailiff on the inside across the line, and at the point, Gavin Bailiff gets him by what appears to be a very small margin. 0.021 was the difference between Gavin Bailiff and Jeremy Fletcher. So Bailiff moving up 8 positions will start in P number 2 right behind Alex Stanfield. Jeremy Fletcher in P3, Aiden Levy P4. Logan Adams got shuffled back there the past couple of laps. Just a couple of unfortunate events. I think maybe put him on the wrong part of the line. Puts him back into P5. Josh Holtz P6. Gavin Griffin P7. Connor Ferris P8. Adam Maxwell moves up to P number 9. Chase Han will round out your top 10.
A great race out there by our KA100 Senior drivers. We've got our even numbers, the outside row, about to go onto the track for their starting positions in the pre-final. KA100 coming up next in their pre-final B. X30 Pro Junior, X30 Masters, Mini Swift, and X30 Pro Senior coming up after our second KA100 Senior pre-final. But some great racing already here, Caleb. Early in the going in our pre-finals, we've got a lot of good battles out there, and we're really looking forward to what we have in the even numbers for this KA100 Senior pre-final coming up next as we get sorted out. Drivers coming off the track, and we'll wait for the grid to be released. And it is released now, so we're good to go. We'll get started now on our KA100 Senior pre-final for our even group.
Yeah, some heavy hitters there in this one. You got Christian Miles, who is going to be up in the mix. He is going to be, I believe, taking him to the point. Some other heavy hitters in this one. You got Lemke. Brandon Lemke is now going to be up in this one as well. So Christian Miles is going to be P1, John Burke P2, Adrian Cruz P3, Brandon Lemke P4, McGabriel P5. Colin Haynes will start in the 6th position. Matthew Mockabee will start in P7, Nicholas Terlecki in P8. Brooke Berry will start in P number 9. TJ Cohn starts in the 10th position. They're making their way out of I-70. Randy, as they're about to make their way down into the tram lines, as we're going to take the green here, hopefully this time by, as Xander Clements has joined us back in the booth.
And the green flag waves, and it's Christian Miles with the early jump. It looks like Adrian Cruz may have moved up into the 2nd spot, shuffling John Burke back to 3rd. But Christian Miles, who's been fast all weekend, the early leader as we round our way through turns 3 and 4 and head up towards Cell Phone Corner. Your leader, Christian Miles, in the 983.
And a lot of rough driving there in the 2nd position. John Burke and Adrian Cruz were going at it. Burke's won the argument for now. He's gotten to 2nd. Cruz back to 3rd as they battle out of the cell tower hairpin. Everybody clean and green for the most part here in the even pre-final. So a nice and tame start as Mick Gabriel gets to the rear bumper of Adrian Cruz. And look at that move by Matthew Mockabee. He'll send it down the inside on Gabriel. They're both going to lose a lot of time. Here comes Brandon Lemke. Where did he come from? And the Millwright Racing Merlin gets up into the 4th spot. Maccabee's going to get run off the road there, side by side with Nick Terlecki down the back straightaway to the I-70 corner.
With all that going on, those top 2 have been able to check out already because there's too much going on behind him, and that plays right into the hands of our leaders. A 2-card breakaway right now. It is Christian Miles and John and John Burke 1 and 2, followed by Adrian Cruz, Brandon Lemke, and Nick Terlecki. But our flagman puts out that black flag warning and says, hey, guys, we need to clean it up here a little bit or somebody's going to be sitting out here before long. So hopefully things will get in line and get in order. But right now, a nice little gap of 1 second. Our top two, Christian Miles and John Burke, over the rest of the field.
Brandon Lemke was able to get by Adrian Cruz at the end of the lap. Here comes Terlecki on Cruz. He's starting to block a little bit as they stack up behind him. Let's go side by side and hear from our winner in heat number 1, Alex Stanfield. He's had the field about covered so far pace-wise this weekend, trying to lock up a championship. David?
All right, Alex Stanfield, you're trying to lock up the championship like Xander said. That's the best way to do it. Pretty from the inside, at least it looked like. Was it dominant on the inside?
I thought so. I mean, going into the pre-final, I just wanted to stay out in front as best I could and just save the tires for the final. That was kind of the main key.
And obviously, that's a huge advantage at this type of a track. Really high grip, lots of corners that are very demanding on these chassis, on these tires. Looking to the final, that tire advantage, how big of a difference for those on the outside is that going to be?
I think if these guys are pushing really hard, which it seems like they are, I think it'll be a huge difference, especially those first couple of laps. I think once you get out in front, it'll start to even out a little bit, but the first couple laps will be the biggest difference.
That's the story down here. Back up to the booth.
Thank you, David. Here, back to 10 laps to go. Alex Stanfield, again, doing exactly what he needs to do to win the championship right now. He leads by Brandon Lemke over a slim margin, as we saw before the two races got underway. After drops are factored in. Before drops get factored in, that's 13 points. As there goes a big-time send from one of the TKG drivers. I have to believe that might have been, looking down, Finnegan Bailiff making a move into the green corner. Indeed, Finnegan Bailiff getting by Mick Gabriel. As we look up the road, there's Miles. There is right behind him John Burke. Brandon Lemke trying to hunt them both down. Last time by, he was slower. I don't know if it looks like he's made a dent this time, although Burke is coming. He's got the toe on Christian Miles. He's closing in towards the lead here at the stripe. Miles a 109 flat, a 108.9 for Burke and for Lemke. So Lemke making some headway as off the racetrack goes Finnegan Bailiff. He got a heavy shunt there, was side by side with Adrian Cruz. Cruz going to put the muscle up to Matthew Mockabee, and now they're both in the grass. Mockabee throwing a hand up at him. He was not happy about that move whatsoever. As the leaders head through the horseshoe, it is chaos behind the top five, Randy.
One of the benefactors is Nick Terlecki in the 988 going purple, a 108.705, showing in fourth position as they cross the stripe the last time by. Through the top 10, we still have Christian Miles, your leader, but John Burke has closed into the rear bumper of Christian Miles. Lemke crossed the line in third, followed by Terlecki, McGabriel, Finnegan Bailiff, who went off in the dirt there on the first turn one skirmish. Then it's Adrian Cruz in seventh, Emerson Reed, Matthew Mockabee, and Aiden Rudolph. That was your top 10 running orders. They crossed the stripe for lap number 3.
Here's a big gaggle. There's where Adrian Cruz has found himself now, and Mockabee just a touch up the road. So they're now towards the edge of the top 20. And again, these aggressive moves they're making that ultimately paid off. Mockabee's actually a little further back behind from Cruz. Both of them now are multiple rows backing, and every position is a row. So they are now back probably 20 to 30 spots to the starting position of the main event, and not a lot of time to get back going forward. As you see Mockabee making up some ground on the inside, trailing Vinny Muskelis into turns 1 and 2. He'll now look to the inside of Muskelis in 3. Not enough to get there. And up towards the leaders, it's still getting a little bit hairy. Lemke and Terlecki are good. They're third and fourth, safe out in front of this group. But Mick Gabriel's gotten clear. Emerson Reed's gotten clear. It's the edge of the top 10 that's having a lot of fighting still. Aiden Rudolph there in the 7th spot. Colin Hayes in 8th. Finnegan Bailiff, TJ Coyen, Laney Benjamin all battling there from about 7th to 11th or so. Here goes Gabriel on by in 5th. There is 6th. Emerson Reed, Rudolph, Hayes. Here's Bailiff, trailed by Benjamin. Benjamin going to go on the inside. Laney Benjamin through on Finnegan Bailiff, and TJ Coyen looking on.
Christian Miles and John Burke seem to be content at this point to stay in line, as are Brandon Lemke and Nick Terlecki. Those two groups, although they're separated on the track, are 2 by 2, and they're behaving themselves. They're racing together, and that's allowing them to check out on 5th place Mick Gabriel. Emerson Reed trying to reel him in. But a little bit of, I would say, it's settled down a little bit over what it was. We've kind of sorted some things out a little bit. Some drivers have been a little worse for the wear because of it. But right now, Christian Miles and John Burke leading the way. They've got a second-and-a-half advantage over Brandon Lemke.
Look at TJ Coy in there. A little bit of rust showing for the Octane Visual OTK driver as he runs a little wide trying to defend from Laney Benjamin. Got crossed up into turn number 5. Finnegan Bailiff there, you can see leading the pack. Heavy damage to the right side pod of that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. He's still hanging on right now for dear life in that 9th position, just trying to survive. He has been abused and used here in this pre-final. He's still inside the top 10. That's still a 19th or a 20th position, 18th position roughly range starting spot, depending on where he ends up at the checkered flag for now. Much better off than the likes of Matthew Mockabee and Adrian Cruz. They're down 18th and 22nd. Puts them down in the high 30s, low 40s to start the main event for drivers that were, at one point, Adrian Cruz was up as high as 3rd and 2nd. So big time move. And look at that Bailiff. He's frustrated as Laney Benjamin pulls out to go by him. He is just having a rough day right now here on Sunday morning. TJ Coyan following through. Bailiff not able to go by. We'll keep our cameras on this pack as nothing's changed up front. The leaders are all working together. The battling is back behind them, headed to turn number 5. Again, you're watching Laney Benjamin in that GWR red speed, headed on through. Finnegan Bailiff in line in 2nd. TJ Coyan 3rd in line. Right behind Coyan, I believe, will go outside the top 10. Coyan in 11th. Drew James in 12th has latched onto that group. And coming along is Cheyenne Segal in the 981 Franklin Motorsports Merlin through turn number 11.
Nice drive by Drew James in the 12th spot, up 5 positions from his starting point. Aiden Rudolph on the charge. He started 15th. He's up to 8th. Fast lap of the race. Colin Hayes in the 8th position. Kart number 992, turning a 108.347. We've reached the halfway mark. It'll be 7 laps in the books this time by for the leaders, Christian Miles and John Burke, staying in line, but we've got company now as 5th place. Mick Gabriel has caught up to Nick Terlecki, and so we got a 3-card battle for 3rd with Brandon Lemke, Nick Terlecki, and Mick Gabriel nose to tail.
Mick Gabriel's been slowly getting reacclimated to the level of racing at the U.S. Pro Kart Series and overall the national scene as he's jumped up into the Semi-Pro Classic, and he was a top contender in the 125 senior classes many years ago. Went back to the AEM kart when they launched AEM karting. They started as a Breaks 206 shop, an entry-level race team at the grassroots events. They'll have a big operation, I'm sure, at the CKNA Grands here in a few weeks. And returning back to racecraft, the culture changed a little bit, was a lot more aggressive than where he'd been used to, especially in the kind of laid-back nature of the 206 races. Now he's having to get his elbows up a little bit, realizing you can't just wait and push. He goes by Terlecki there for 4th. We'll start to dig forward towards Brandon Lemke. And again, Alex Stanfield cheering on Mick Gabriel right now because every point Brandon Lemke loses here in this pre-final is a point back to the lead for Alex Stanfield towards this main event. Now, this is still only a handful of points he'll gain over Lemke at this point, a 20-point swing to add to the advantage. He's already got 10 that he got in the pre-final earlier that have got him to that 48-point margin coming into today with drops factored in, 38 going in, 10 points plus to Stanfield for the pole position in qualifying. And right now as they run, another 20 points going his way here, putting it up to a 68-point cushion into that main event. That's not a clinch by any means, but it's a comfortable cushion to go into the final later today.
Yeah, a lot of points battles going on all weekend here, and that's certainly one of them that's really tight. Amazing you go all season long with all these races, and these drivers are so competitive they can be that close as we near the end of the season. Christian Miles leading the way, been strong all weekend. He and Stanfield put on a heck of a show yesterday, and now Miles trying to win this final, but John Burke really flexing his muscles this afternoon or this morning, I should say. Still morning here at Newcastle, but he's right there on the bumper, and those two have not tried to race each other. They've raced the rest of the field, and it's panned out for them, almost a 3-second advantage. 2.5 seconds, actually, over 3rd place Brandon Lemke. To the inside, Mick Gabriel makes the pass in turn 1, takes over 3rd position over Brandon Lemke and Nick Terlecki. Great move by Mick Gabriel.
Oh, big contact on the screen. TJ Coyne and Laney Benjamin come together. It collects Drew James. They were passing there with Finnegan Bailiff down the inside into the first corner, and Laney Benjamin, who had climbed 5 spots up into the top 10, she's going to fall all the way to the rear of the field. That is nearly a 40-position starting point swing for Laney Benjamin. Terrible to see as you see Gabriel leading this 3-car pack up here for 3rd. That similar pass he made on Lemke was happening back behind as there goes Terlecki on the inside of the Millwright Merlin. Another 10 points there taken away from Lemke as John Burke and Christian Miles continue to show the way. Mick Gabriel, now Terlecki, now Lemke, third, fourth, and fifth on the way up to the I-70 corner.
Christian Miles still leading the way as they'll see twin sticks this time by around I-70 down the Long Pond straight. When will John Burke make the move? He's not going to be content, I don't think, with starting in fourth when he's got a shot at second, if in fact he can get around Christian Miles. They're going on their final.
And here comes Terlecki. Just made the move on Mick Gabriel there. Brandon Lemke was able to go through as well. Problems for Emerson Reed. The Franklin Motorsports Merlin just went into the scale line. He was running inside the top 10. He'll drop all the way to the tail of the field. You hate to see it for Emerson Reed. His first U.S. Pro Kart Series event in quite some time. Was a major contender in the junior ranks coming up in many races you had called back in the day, Randy. And Emerson Reed, unfortunately, to the rear of the field here for the final.
Yeah, that goes back a long way. Tough break for Emerson. Fast lap of the race just turned in by John Burke. He's turned the jets up a little bit here, hitting the push-to-pass button and trying to figure out a little bit of horsepower and where he can get around Christian Miles. He's been sizing him up now for about 10 laps. And let's see if he's able to make that move. They'll see the white flag this time by as they round I-70, head down the Long Pond straight. Will he fan out to the inside and try to make the move? Is he going to wait? He stays in line. Not going to try to do it here. It's just too early, I think, Xander. He's waiting, but I do believe before this lap's over, you're going to see a move by John Burke.
Yeah, he's a car length back through 3. We'll watch them over to turn 4. Still a car length away in the short shoot to 5, so nothing he's going to be able to do in this passing zone. Luckily, he's got plenty to come. Over to turn number 5, Christian Miles taking the normal line, not having to worry too much. Does he open up for the cell tower? He does. Burke, at this point, I think, may just take the fourth place starting position, the second place result, and roll into the main. It's a much higher starting spot than, of course, he was in yesterday, where he rolled off in the mid-50s. Here's a look back at that battle for third. Terlecki blocking from Gabriel. Brandon Lemke hangs on to P3. The leaders still no change as Miles leads them. Lemke, Terlecki, Gabriel there on that run over to the scoreboard. Let's check in with our leaders as they're over to the I-70 corner. Christian Miles, John Burke, first and second. There they go. Here's the battle back for third. Your leaders coming across the line. No change for them as down to the start-finish line. Here they come. Last second slingshot by John Burke. Not going to get there. 0.02 of a second shy from Christian Miles. Mick Gabriel fourth. Brandon Lemke third. Nick Terlecki rounds out the top 5.
Great finish out there by Christian Miles and John Burke. Good race side by side across the line. Through the top 10, Colin Hayes will finish 6th, Aiden Rudolph 7th, Finnegan Bailiff 8th, TJ Coyne 9th, and Cheyenne Siegel rounds out your top 10 finishers. That concludes our KA100 Senior pre-finals. So now we're looking at our next group out, which will be X30 Pro Junior for their pre-final. And we've got Caleb Grafera, who will start on the pole. He was fast qualifier. So X30 Junior coming up next. It's brought to you by Rollison Performance Group.
We'll be right back.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SCUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com.
Welcome back here to Newcastle Motorsports Park for the U.S. Pro Kart Series season finale here as we get set for more action coming your way. X30 Pro Junior on the grid. At the same time, Christian Miles, a solid performance and a pre-final win for the second day in a row. He's got down with David.
All right, Christian Miles, that's a pretty good start. Your first race here in the series. Tell me a little bit about it.
Well, like I said, I just wanted to play it nice and smart so nothing would happen because I want a good position in the finals. So me and Burke just hooked up and made sure that we didn't have to do anything.
One of the big talking points in Heat 1 was the preservation of tires. Looking ahead to the final, do you think you're going to have the tire to race for this thing?
Yeah, we have the kart set up pretty good right now. We'll do a few adjustments here and there, but we're sitting good right now.
And obviously a big grid. It's good to be out in front of it. How do you finish ahead of everybody?
Well, like I said, I just try getting in front to see, because I don't want anybody behind messing me up or anything, so I try getting in front of all the chaos, and so far it's paid off.
All right, it's shaping up to be an exciting final. You know this guy's going to be trying to make it good. Xander?
Thanks, David. The X30 Pro Juniors have made it onto the racetrack here. We're getting set for another pre-final, and the class that saw Caleb Gaffera lead at the end up until 2 laps to go with that pre-final yesterday been 2 laps shorter. Caleb Gaffera might have just swept the day. Instead, he had to start from dead last, come through the field, and take the win. Today, well, it's a similar story to that main event starting grid. Caleb Gaffera will line up on the point. He's joined on the front row by his Rawlson Performance Group teammate of Ernesto Rivera. Row 2, it'll be the Motaz Sport Kart Republic driver of Enzo Vidmontien. Alongside him, the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed of Aiden Ingrata.
Row 3 is Sebastian Weldon in the 798 and alongside Parker DeLong. Row 4, it's Teddy Masella in the 725 and Max Taylor in the 733.
Championship points leader Max Garcia has got his MPG Motorsports Will Power Card starting on the inside of row number 5 alongside Emma Kate Scarborough's RPG Cosmic. Charlie Smith, Stephen Miller, Luke Powers, Nicholas Ampiato, and Gavin Witt. Your top 15 as the 30 driver X30 Pro Junior field comes into the tram lines. Looking for the green flag here on the first try. Gaffera has them nice and collected. We go to the flagman, and we're green. Down at turn number 1. An early jump there for, well, not an early jump, but a slow jump for Caleb Gaffera. Has that inside line with a nice advantage. He'll bring Vidmontien to second. Weldon will get through to third. Rivera's getting shuffled wide. He'll find a place in line down in 5th behind his teammate Teddy Musella. Max Garcia to the bumper. Oh, side by side back for 5th. Just at the edge of that shot. They're going to go 2 by 2 into turn number 5. Garcia gets through. Ernesto Rivera getting used up here on the opening lap as Caleb Gaffera leads to the cell tower hairpin.
Early 4-car breakaway with Gaffera leading the way as they pass Cell Phone Tower now and head down towards the green corner. We'll see him around scoreboard here in a little bit, but Caleb Gaffera with that strong qualifying lap, almost 2 to 3/10 of a second quicker than the field, leads the way, but those first 4 have jumped up ahead of everybody else and have gapped him about probably 2 or 3 kart lengths at least by now.
Sebastian Weldon able to get the move done on Vidmontien for second. They're still fighting more for fifth back behind him as Garcia leads that pack out of the final corner. Here we come down the front stretch. There's Gafera. There's second, third, and fourth. Here's Garcia's big group led by the 759. Parker DeLong right behind him. Then going to be Ernesto Rivera. Or actually, no, that's Max Taylor. Then Ingrata, who's going to fight with Taylor. Turn 3, not through. Taylor hangs tough on the outside lane. He'll hold on to seventh as Garcia leads that group to turn number 5.
Unbelievable racing in that second group. Gafera still leads the way. That first group checking out now. Gosh, now it's about 10 car lengths. On timing and scoring, it's about 1.7 seconds gap between fourth place Teddy Masella and fifth place Max Garcia as they go over the hill, make their left, and head down towards scoreboard corner. And it's going to be Caleb Gafara with a slight advantage over Sebastian Weldon, Enzo Vidmontien, and Teddy Masella, Max Garcia, your top 5.
Garcia leading that second group out. We'll get an update of what their gap looks like and what their times look like this time by as Garcia and DeLong have remained hooked up, the same as the leaders, with Gafera having the pack catch back up to him. Here comes Sebastian Weldon onto him down the front straightaway as we go down to turn number 1 into the first corner. No change for the lead. Quick time going to Ernesto Rivera, that second group. To give you an update, Max Garcia clocked at a 107.2, Caleb Gafera 107.3, and there's Aiden Ingrata fending off a charge from Rivera through turn number 3, and all the shuffling there, 7th, 8th, and 9th, is allowed Stephen Miller, Charlie Smith to start to close up and latch on to the end of this grouping here, led by the MPG Motorsports Will Power Kart.
At the same time, that lead group of Gafara, Weldon, Vidmontien, and Masella continue to check out even further. The last lap, it was over 2 seconds, as they're about 2 to 3/10 of a lap, seconds quicker per lap than that second group. So Gafera leading that first pack and really gapping him early. We've got 2 laps in, 10 laps to go, and that first group is looking pretty strong out there with Caleb Gafera leading the way.
Now with Sebastian Weldon taking over the point, Gafera has been shuffled back to second. He's held back Vidmontien for the moment. Out of the I-70 corner, they'll come down the front straightaway. Weldon by a car length or 2 back to Gafera. Teddy Musella is losing a little bit of touch with that lead group. That's good news for these 3. Garcia, DeLong, and Taylor closing up a little bit. That time by Garcia, 107.1. He was 4/10 better than Sebastian Weldon. With the pass Weldon made, cost him a little time. But even so, the rest of the pack still losing some time to this second group. So Max Garcia taking the charge forward. They will be able to link those packs up here shortly. Give it a couple more laps. We've still got 9 remaining here in Newcastle. Early stages of the X30 Pro pre-final. Sebastian Weldon leading the way here. Max Garcia's second group with Parker DeLong and Max Taylor all in line. Ingrata trying to get there. And we look behind them. It looks like Ernesto Rivera may have had some trouble battling with Charlie Smith. Smith's gotten by him. Smith into the top 10 as Weldon leads them out of the scoreboard hairpin.
Charlie Smith in the 706 going purple with a 106.871 as they head towards I-70 corner. One more time. And Max Garcia is closing in ever so slightly on that lead group as they head down I-70 and now on down the Long Pond Straight, crossing the stripe for lap number 4. 8 laps to go, and we've got a 3-car breakaway now with Weldon, Gafera, and Vidmontien. 1, 2, and 3 going purple. Max Garcia, he's the driver on the charge. Last lap of 106.617, moving up from 9th spot, running in 5th.
Again, the focus for Garcia trying to make up points here. He's in the championship fight with Aiden Ingrata. Caleb Gafera's rough day yesterday makes it a little bit tougher for him to try and secure the title, but it was a great run from last to first as this group exits. Ingrata's latching on to them. This is 4th back to Ingrata in the 8th spot, or 5th back to Ingrata in the 8th spot as they catch up to Teddy Musella. Here's a pass by Max Taylor. He gets by on Parker DeLong over in the green corner, and up front, Sebastian Weldon continues to lead. Caleb Gafera trying to push him. In fact, they got a couple car lengths on Vidmontien at the end of last lap. It's held so far. Teddy Musella has now completely lost touch. That'll give Max Garcia some tow. Garcia was 2/10 better last time by the lead group, but he's a little bit disconnected since DeLong's been shuffled back. In fact, he's all the way back behind Ingrata now with Max Taylor up to the bumper across the line. Ingrata goes purple. and Garcia a 106.4, leader of that group, to a 106.5 by Sebastian Weldon, leading overall. So Weldon and Gaffera still trying to work together, but the pack is coming. Gaffera can sense it. Here he comes for the lead. Turn 5, he'll get through.
Makes the pass on Weldon, takes over that top spot. And as you said, he might have been hearing footsteps. He says, you know what, I'm a little bit faster. Maybe I need to be in front here and let Weldon draft him. And that's what he's going to do now as Gaffera gets back to the point. Sebastian Weldon back to second. And Vidiamontan will try to close in. But right now, Gaffera's gapped him about 3 kart lengths.
Through turn number 11 here, Max Garcia's group now is 4th on back as they've gotten through Musella. Here comes his teammate, Max Taylor, down the inside with a big-time shot from Aiden Ingrata to get through. DeLong will try to follow, but he's hung on the outside, side by side back there, while Caleb Gaffera's group heads into I-70. Here's a look at it. DeLong tucked back in line, and Ingrata gives the bumper to Max Taylor. Taylor gets shuffled wide 2 spots. Down the front straightaway, Garcia's all on his lonesome. Ingrata now to the lead of that group in 5th.
And unfortunately for Max Garcia, he's not going to be all by his lonesome for very long because that second group behind him is really moving. And I think you're going to see Aiden Ingrata bring that troop of about 5 karts right to the rear bumper of Max Garcia. And we're going to have about a 6-kart battle for that 4th position soon.
We'll see if they can link back up. Garcia by himself was a lot slower than Caleb Gaffera that time. Gave up 0.4 of a second, so the leaders may not get reeled in as originally predicted. Garcia's on the outside edge, a 2.5 back. This is Ingrata here, 4th and 5th, and you can see they've shuffled around a little more. Vidmontian right on the bumper of Sebastian Weldon through turn number 11. They're just trying to hang on. Caleb Gaffera is moving. He's 3 karts out in front of them through the entire racetrack right now. They're just trying to stay with him as the 704 takes him up the hill. 5 laps to go this time by. Caleb Gaffera's Rollison Performance Group Cosmic is hooked up down the front straightaway. 3 to 4 car lengths. Can they close up at all down the front stretch here for the lead? Let's take a look. Car length down, maybe 2 down to only 1 car back at the end of the lap.
Enzo Vidmiantian is fastest on the track, a 106.217. He did help push Sebastian Weldon up to Caleb Gaffera. We do have a 3-kart battle, although it's not surprising Gaffera, who seems to be really strong on the inside part of the circuit, that he has led most of this way. He was the fast qualifier by about 0.3 of a second over the field, so he's clearly the class of the field, but as teammates, and they're not necessarily teammates, but working together as a team, Sebastian Weldon and Enzo Vidmontian will close in, I believe, as they get around the circuit towards the scoreboard corner now. They're about 2 to 0.3 of a second behind Gaffera. They've got to close that gap here pretty soon as they're going to run out of time. It'll be 8 laps in, 4 to go. Next time by, Caleb Gaffera still leads the way.
Max Garcia in 4th right now, 2.2 seconds back from this group here, and at least still about a second up on Ingrata, so he hasn't had the challenge coming to him yet, but he's going to be more so worried about what's behind him than what's in front of him at the moment. There's the group coming all the way down the front straightaway. Ingrata getting a lot of help from Teddy Musella down to turn number 1. They'll clock in at 106.7, still 0.2 slower than Caleb Gaffera by himself, but they're at least a little bit faster than Garcia, who has faded off now 0.3 off the pace at a 107 flat. So they will arrive pretty soon. Caleb Gaffera, Sebastian Weldon, Enzo Vidmontian, though, long out of reach here with 4 laps to go and setting an unmatched pace at the moment, especially in the case of North Carolina's Caleb Gaffera. Out of turn number 8 this time. You can see the gap starting to close a little bit. Max Garcia, 4 car lengths, maybe 5 at the most, back to Ingrata.
Unbelievable racing out there on back in the pack after that 3rd spot. Vidmontian still with the fastest lap, a 106.217 as they round scoreboard and head up to I-70. Those 3 have checked out, and still a little bit of a comfort zone for Caleb Gaffera. Maybe 3 to 4 kart lengths. He seems to be strong enough to keep them at bay and run the pace he wants to run. Not charging too hard, but charging enough. They do draft up a little bit on the straightaway, but not close enough. They'll see twin sticks next time by. It's 9 laps in, 3 to go, 2 to go next time by. Caleb Gaffera showing he's the class of the field thus far, leading the way in the 704.
Through turn number 4 here this time. 4 car lengths up for Gaffera already through the 90s, and then we're getting to one of his stronger sections of the racetrack as they battle back for 5th. Good catch here. Teddy Musella gets through on Ingrata with help from Max Taylor. They both go by. Ingrata down to the 7th position with pressure coming as well from behind. Ernesto Rivera has gotten his way back up a little bit. Again, that's your outside front row starter in Ernesto Rivera. Finally, at least up to this grouping and trying to make up some kind of a recovery. Sebastian Weldon, Enzo Vidmontien, they're hooked up. Max Garcia's got only 2 car lengths back to Teddy Musella, who's closing in. Max Taylor's on the way. They're in the top 5 now as Caleb Gaffera will come to the line. 2 laps to go this time by for the race leader. Sebastian Weldon and Enzo Vidmontien, they're out of the picture at the moment. Here comes the next group. Behind him, Garcia under fire. He knows it. Musella, Taylor, both down the inside as Ernesto Rivera gets through. Garcia's going to over-under Taylor. Not going to get the pass done into 3, and he'll have to block that one to keep Ernesto Rivera at bay. So move Teddy Musella up 1 more spot into 4th. Make that 4 spots gained for the number 725.
Big battle out there from 4th on back. Caleb Gaffara now with almost a second advantage over Sebastian Weldon and Enzo Vidmontien. So those 2 are going to battle for 2nd. But Gaffara right now, he's just got to hang on and hope that attrition doesn't play a part like it did yesterday. Caleb Gaffara with almost a full second advantage on the field.
Good pass here for 2nd. Enzo Vidmontien finally going by on Sebastian Weldon up for P2. He won't have to defend into the scoreboard hairpin. He'd been a loyal pusher for a lot of this race, trying to just follow either Weldon or Gaffera. And Gaffera now, unfortunately, like you said, Randy, out over a second. He's gone. Musella, Garcia, Taylor. The order as Garcia got back by Max Taylor, and white flag in the air for Caleb Gaffera. A comfortable pre-final this time, not off in the grass at the outside of turns 1 and 2. And look at that, Teddy Musella blocking on Garcia. That'll open the door for Taylor to look. Doesn't go. That pack's also split up as Aiden Ingrata was getting really feisty with Ernesto Rivera, and the pair of them lost some time in the process. As through to turn number 5, here's this battle back for the 4th position. Musella covers the inside. Garcia right behind. Taylor trying to look for a way around to the cell tower corner.
Unbelievable racing for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Oh, we got him up in the air, and it looks like
that was Garcia trying to get by on Musella. He ends up climbing the curbing. Musella hangs on. He's still got to worry about Max Taylor back there. Meanwhile, for the lead, Caleb Gaffera long out in front. 2nd and 3rd, pretty tame. Sebastian Weldon's lost some touch to Enzo Vidmontien. And out of the scoreboard hairpin for this battle for 4th, we'll keep your tabs on it as we can. But the leader coming out of the last turn, Caleb Gaffera, a comfortable lead and a comfortable win in the pre-final coming. Here he comes, checkered flag. Caleb Gaffera wins the pre-final in X30 Junior. Vidmontien and Weldon 2nd and 3rd. Musella across the line, side by side with Taylor. At the stripe, Taylor not able to get there. 24 thousandths shy. Garcia fades to 6th. Ernesto Rivera gets back somehow to 7th. A back climb up as Charlie Smith ends 8th. DeLong, Miller, Luke Powers 11th. Aiden Ingrata, big time fall on the final lap. He ends up way back down outside the top 10, unfortunately. But for the X30 Pro Juniors, presented by the Rollison Performance Group, are all wrapped and ready for their main event to come. X30 Masters is up next, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. Mini Swift will follow, and then your X30 Pro pre-final, all to come your way here from Newcastle. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the Heartland Grand Prix.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SCUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedoty@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Remind everyone there'll be no last chance qualifier today. And in place of that, at 2:20, we actually will be doing, 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, we will be doing the Saturday podiums. The Saturday podiums will be done at 2 o'clock for Micro Swift and Mini Swift. There'll be no last chance qualifier on the timeline today. That will not take place. And also, we need Brady Shad, Luke Gillio, and Trevor Watson. Brady Shad, Luke Gillio, and Trevor Watson, you've all won grills. Please report to the U.S. Pro Kart Series trailer to pick up your grill from Mark's Lighting and Mark Coates at the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Podiums for Saturday's Micro Swift and Mini Swift will be held at 2 o'clock at the USPKS trailer. There will be no last chance qualifier today.
A cool look there at race director Blake Hahn and head flag and Porter Wiesensenzel just taking a little bit of a gap. They get the hardworking U.S. Pro Kart Series team nonstop all day besides the lunch break in the middle, and half of them will be helping with those podium ceremonies during the LCQ, so their lunch break will get cut a little bit tighter. We're set for X30 Masters action presented by Speed Concepts Racing. Renato Yater-David on the pole for the second day in a row as he brings them up to the top of the I-70 hairpin, and we get set for their pre-final. He'll be joined on the front row by Laurentiu Mardan, who was a podium finisher yesterday. In row 2, it'll find championship contender Danilo Romalo and championship points leader and yesterday's runner-up in Mario Barrios.
Row 3 is Scott Roberts and Nicky Coelho. Row 4 on the inside, it'll be Scott Kopf. On the outside, Miguel Meyer.
Row number 5 will have John Bonanno's comp cart to the inside. Christian Vomier had a rough day yesterday. He starts 10th here today. Then it'll be Antonio Pizzonia Jr. and Rob Mayer. We're in the tram lanes. We're looking good for a green on the first time by, but not good enough as a couple drivers in the back got out of line. We'll wave them around and go one more time here before we go green with X30 Master.
Robert Meyer and Danny Robertson will be in row 6. Martin Stone, Scott Carapoletti, row 7. And riding shotgun on the field, the 505 of Kim Carapoletti. Well, when you get out of those tram lines, Xander, we don't get a start, and that's exactly what happened. It looked good till the last second. Then we had 2 drivers jump the tram lines, the yellow come out, and we'll give it a go. One more time around.
Well, let's take a look and see how they can form up here this time. Well, they get set. Let's send it quickly over to David Land. He's caught up with Caleb Gaffera. A smooth pre-final and a lot of pace for the RPG Cosmic driver. David?
Yeah, let me tell you a couple of things you already knew. RPG Motorsports really fast, and of course Caleb Gaffera very, very quick as well. But young Seb Weldon kept Giannis there for a couple of laps.
So, yeah, I mean, it started off, it was a pretty good battle. He got in front of me. I was like, okay, I'm just going to try to push away until the pressures came in. And then once the air pressure came in, I just got by him and slowly got a gap.
How can you win this thing?
I mean, I think I can win it. It'll be hard to win because there's a lot of fast guys in here. So, it'll be a good close race.
Masters is on. Here we go.
Thank you, David. And again, it could be a close race for Caleb Gaffera as we are underway over to turns 2 and 3 into 4. Renato Yater with a good start. Romalo slots into second. Laurentiu Mardan into third. Side by side for second. Mardan trying the bottom side. Can't get down to the inside and get clear on Romalo, so he stays back in that third position. Mario Barrios fourth off the drop of the green, and we're all clean through turn number 8 as they head towards the kink for the first time.
Scott Roberts, fifth in the starting position, runs fifth currently, but Renato Yater-David, who was strong yesterday, picking up where he left off as he leads them already a nice gap as they head down towards scoreboard corner. Renato Yater-David with about a 5 car length advantage over Danilo Romalo and Laurentiu Mardan.
Up the hill towards the I-70 hairpin for the first time. It is single file still. No passes made, no major dives. And Renato Yater pulling away just a little bit here, about 5 car lengths up on Danilo Romalo. Laurentiu Mardan going to try and take second away. He does. He gets through in turn number 1 at the end of the long stretch.
Nice pass inside of turn 1 there for Mardan as he slips inside of Romalo, takes over that second spot. Now we'll see if Mardan can close in on Yater-David. Mario Barrios, he needs one of those laps you talked about yesterday, Xander, running back in 4th position. He needs to find some speed and get up closer to that lead group right now. Renato Yater is gapping him quite a bit. He's got first lap, he had a half a second on him, and I think that gap's getting even bigger.
Yeah, he's definitely pulling a little bit on him more so, but I will say at least Laurentiu Mardan seems like he's pulling a bit on the group behind as they round turn number 11. Oh, a little bit of contact back there just at the edge of our screen. That was Christian Vomier getting a bit sideways in the middle of the corner. Looks like they've all collected it and are okay. He's lost a couple spots in the process, but there's a good wide look from the run of the I-70 hairpin. It's all single file chasing that Orsilon Racing Tony Kart of Renato Yater-David. Down the front stretch, Danilo Romalo on the bumper of Mardan. He'll push him. Mario Barrios looking for help from Scott Roberts. Roberts almost to the bumper there at the end of the straightaway. Gets there by the time they hit the corner, and he drops a tire. Runs it wide, and a big mistake there for Scotty Roberts in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. He'll lose a couple spots.
Unbelievable racing on through the field, but that lead just gets bigger and bigger. 0.7 of a second. Renato Yater-David over Laurentiu Mardan. Danilo Romalo runs 3rd. 4th is Mario Barrios, and 5th Scott Roberts. Nicky Coelho runs 6th. Scott Kopp, John Bonanno, Miguel Meyer, and Donnie Robertson. But they're all chasing Renato Yater-David. Fastest car on the racetrack, a 106.764 last lap by. We got 2 laps in the books, 10 to go next time by, and that gap just keeps getting bigger.
Through the scoreboard hairpin here for Mario Barrios and Nicky Coelho now with Roberts back down to the 7th position, and he lost a lot of time with the dirt. He got onto the tires with that off-track excursion, so he's a good ways back. Scott Kopp splits Coelho and Roberts. He's a couple car lengths away from Coelho coming down the front straightaway. Mardan, Romalo. 9 laps to go to try and hunt down Renato Yater-David. They were about even to him, a little bit faster than him last time by. In fact, Nicky Coelho was quickest overall, but a 1/10 of a second gained by Laurentiu Mardan and Danilo Romalo.
That was impressive. Only 3 laps in, 9 to go. If they could get a 1/10 of a second a lap, they got a shot at it running together. Romalo, and if he drafts up and pushes Mardan, they could close in on David. But the other question, of course, is David just setting a pace knowing what he's got to do to stay in front and not using up all he has.
Yeah, hard to say, right? He's at the verge of the draft being broken back to Mardan. You could argue it may already be. So he could just kind of cruise at whatever altitude he needs to keep that gap and save his equipment for later on in the day. As we see Mario Barrios closing it a little bit as well with the help of Nicky Coelho back to Romalo. Last time by, Barrios lost a little bit of time. This time, might be back a little bit closer, pulling away from Coelho coming out of turn number 15.
About to cross the stripe for lap number 4, Renato Yader David. Now that gap gets smaller. It is 0.509. Once again, Xander, that other tenth of a second, lap after lap. Laurentio Mardan and Danilo Romalo close in. And last lap, Mardan was quickest, a 106.418. That was actually 0.2 quicker than the speed of Renato Yader David. So I believe they may have a chance. David is going to have to hear the footsteps and pick the pace up a little bit, or he's going to have a race on his hands.
He definitely will, so we'll see if he can do it. Out of the turn 8 complex, they'll go over to turn number 10. Renato Yader this time, again, he was giving up a tenth the last 2 laps. This lap looks to be much of the same story. I think Laurentio Mardan even is given pulling a little bit away from Danilo Romalo as he's starting to sniff more and more of the toe off of Renato Yader. We got problems for Scott Roberts. Oh, man, way off or somewhere for Scott Roberts. He's halfway back on the racetrack, still rolling, but he'll drop to the tail end of the field. And for a guy that was up inside the top 5, then dropped a wheel, fell back to 7th, and now Scott Roberts is slowly making his way down the backstretch, way back from the lead group that's headed to turn number 1.
5 laps in the books and a 0.4-second separation between David and Mardan. Last lap, again, another tenth of a second. They can almost feel that draft. They're getting that close. And Laurentio Mardan is on the charge. He's went purple the last 3 laps in a row, trying to close in on David, Romalo, Barrios, and Coelho. That's your top 5, but they're all chasing Renato Yader David as they make their way mid-course now, and David with about a 0.4 of a second lead. But you can see on the racetrack as they head around the cell phone corner that there is a shot for Mardan to catch up and make a move on David.
Yeah, he definitely could get closer and closer here. He's already down to 2 car lengths back, so Laurentio Mardan having one of his better runs of the season right now, where he is by far the fastest driver on the racetrack. The Techno Kart showing up a bunch of these OTK machines that he is swarmed by, and down the front straightaway, Laurentio Mardan, a car length back. Let's see how much he pulls up in the draft. Tucking his head up behind the wheel to the bumper nearly by turn number 1, stays 1 car length away.
And it's a race now, nose to tail. It's not about the gap anymore. You can see it on the racetrack, 0.0091. That's how close it is. Renato David has a race on his hands as Mardan has left Danilo Romalo. Romalo could not stay in the draft, so it's a battle between David and Mardan for the win. We're halfway home. Your leader, Renato Yader David. Fast lap of the race turned in by Scott Kopp up in 6th. He is a 106.210 for Scott Kopp, currently running in 6th.
Yeah, pretty good lap there from Scott Kopp. Again, he's just at the he's the last driver really in this group, with Nicky Coelho pulling up to the bumper and Mario Barrios, and it's almost splitting into 2 as Danilo Romalo is trying to hang on to Mardan. He's in the process pulling away from 4th, 5th, and 6th. All 3 drivers there, it looked like 4th, 5th, and 6th making a radiator adjustment, pulling some tape off as the temperatures start to rise on the motors and the air temperature here in Newcastle. Big run coming from Mardan down the front straightaway. He'll take the lead, and Yader David will let him go. Quickly tucks back in line. So new leader, Laurentio Mardan, with 6 laps to go.
Looks like they found something. Yesterday, Mardan was getting close, but not close enough. David is strong, but not strong enough today, as Mardan has taken the lead over David. And with 5 laps to go, it's Laurentio Mardan leading the way as they work their way through the cell phone corner right now. And a pass for second. And looks like David may be losing another spot. So we've got a lot of shuffling going on up front. Mardan still leads the way.
Danilo Romalo able to get through. So Romalo up into turn number 11 as the driver in 2nd. And the next one to play chase to Laurentio Mardan, with David dropping back to P3. Mario Barrios, Nicky Coelho, Scott Kopp trying to close in. Up the hill, 4 to go this time by at the stripe for Laurentio Mardan. He's got a 3 car length gap How quickly does that get eaten up here if Yader David can push on Danilo Romalo down the front straightaway? You can see the top end speed that Laurentiu Mardan has geared himself for. He doesn't give up all too much, but about a car length or two back to the gap.
It wouldn't surprise me if they close that gap as they enter the back part of the circuit right now. Heading around turn 4 and back towards the back part of the circuit, Laurentiu Mardan trying to lead the way, 0.3 of a second advantage over Danilo Romalo. Renato Yader David pushing Romalo, trying to get him back up to the point there where Mardan is. Can't quite do it. Mardan still holding steady with about a 4-car length advantage as they round the cell phone corner and now head down towards scoreboard. And it's still about a 5-car length advantage for Laurentiu Mardan over Romalo, David, Barrios, and Coelho, top 5, and they're all in a bunch. No distance right now as everybody is nose to tail as they head up I-70.
Here they come out of the corner. Scott Kopp went a little bit wide there, was side by side with Coelho, dropped back in line behind Nicky, and look who's joined the fray. Mario Barrios might be on his best lap of the session right now. He's closed up majorly to Renato Yader David at the stripe. 3 to go. Mardan, your leader over Romalo, David, and then Barrios. All even on lap times that time by a car length to 2 car lengths apart. Headed through turn number 3 to 4.
It's anybody's race right now. Laurentiu Mardan trying to hang on. Danilo Romalo runs in second. Early leader, Renato Yader David in third, trying to gain that top spot back. Waiting in the wings on a charge, Mario Barrios. And don't rule out Nicky Coelho and Scott Kopp. They're all in that lead group. If they start getting too racy up front, those guys will be ready to pounce as they round the cell phone corner now and head down towards scoreboard. And these first 6 are going to decide who's going to come out on top. They round scoreboard corner right about now. No moves just yet, but they're all getting in line and poised. It'll be 2 to go next time by for Laurentiu Mardan.
Up the hill to the I-70 hairpin here, half a car length back from Mardan to Romalo. He'll be right there, easily able to try and make a move at turn number 1 if he wants it. Renato Yader's on him. Big run coming for Romalo to the bumper. Looking to the inside. Renato Yader will go with him. Mardan sees it. He has to give way to both. And Danilo Romalo to the lead with 2 to go.
This may be just what Renato Yader David wanted. Now he's got Danilo Romalo in front of him, and he can position himself possibly to make that move and push him away from the rest of the field. And the early results are in. He is pushing him away. 5-car length advantage now from that top 2, Romalo and David, over Laurentiu Mardan. And if they can gap him enough, they'll race each other. Peeking to the inside is David, but he can't quite make the move. They head down now into cell phone corner, and it's still Romalo over David, but not by much. Through the right-hander, setting him up, and now running towards I-70 up the straight. Close to the inside comes David. It'll be into I-70 side by side. David makes the pass. Down I-70 straight. Laurentiu David takes the lead, and now we're side by side as Romalo comes up, and we're 2 wide across the line. White flag goes, and to the high side, your new leader is going to be Laurentiu Mardan. Renato Yader David back to second. Mario Barrios, Nicky Coelho, Scott Kopp, and Danilo Romalo get shuffled all the way back to 6, but this isn't over. Here comes Romalo. He's back on the charge. He gets around Scott Kopp. They head down now towards the green corner, and Laurentiu Mardan trying to hang on. David, once it crosses over, makes the pass, heads back up towards the green corner now. They'll be heading down towards the scoreboard corner, and we'll take a look here in just a moment as they come by Laurentiu Mardan and Renato David battling it out for that top spot.
Yeah, Laurentiu Mardan definitely got caught off guard that time. Look at this. Romalo, big-time brake lock-up. Runs Barrios off the racetrack. Barrios into the grass. He'll lose 3 spots. Hand in the air. He's frustrated, but he held it on the outside and took the risk to try and fight the pass. Meanwhile, at the front for the lead, for the win, Renato Yader David. Here comes Mardan with a late charge. Not going to be enough, I don't think, at the line. David hangs on. Renato Yader David by 4 thousandths of a second. Laurentiu Mardan comes up short. Nicky Coelho silent all race long there, Randy. sneaks his way into the top 3.
How about a call for Nicky Coelho? What a good run by Nicky. What a race by these Masters. Not the biggest group, but one of the more exciting groups all weekend. Danilo Ramallo, who's been toying with the win all race long, ends up 4th. Scott Kopp finishes up in 5th, and it's Mario Barrios in 6th. John Bonanno 7th. Martin Stone, who moved up 6 positions, started 14th, finished in 8th, and it's Danny Robertson and Miguel Meyer. That's your top 10 finishers. Your winner of the pre-final, number 555, Renato Yader David.
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for 2 more pre-finals to come. Mini Swift, presented by D&J Intermodal Services, is next up. X30 Pro will follow. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the U.S. Pro Kart Series season finale. It's Championship Sunday. We've got 2 more pre-finals to come before the lunch break. Welcome back to Newcastle Motorsports Park. D&J Intermodal Services, Mini Swift, Lucas Palacio, Isaac Malka, 2 drivers looking for redemption here on Sunday. And oh man, everybody down to the bottom to fan out here on the start. Big time loser, Salvador de la Vecchia. He got bogged down off the green, and he's dropped back already 2 or 3 rows as they head through turn number 3. But a good start for Palacio and for Malka. They hold on to the top 2 spots. Carson Weinberg slots into 3rd. Palacio looking to block low. Malka wants the lead. Turn 5, Isaac Malka to the lead into the horseshoe. Palacio back to 2nd. Weinberg still in 3rd, trailing them. And we'll give you an update where everyone else falls at the moment out of the Cell Tower hairpin. Isaac Malka leads, and we got a spinner in the Cell Tower hairpin in front of the field. And he'll get clobbered there. And it looks like the guy that got spun was Travis Pettit and collects no, that's going to be one of the ACI entries. I'm not sure who we collected as well. Either way, that was 8th on back. Unfortunate there for that one. Out of the scoreboard corner, it is Isaac Malka leading Lucas Palacio and Carson Weinberg and Devin Waltz up the hill.
I'm amazed with the way that start looked. Everybody got through those first few corners the way they did, because there was some places where they were 3 wide through turn 1. But everybody got racing room, and that was a good thing. So crossing the line, good charge there. Good start by Isaac Malkwit. And the rundown is Malkwit with Palacio 2nd. Weinberg, Waltz, and Michael McGoy. That's your top 5 running order. 1 lap in the books in our Mini Swift. Isaac Malkwit leading the way in the 172.
Malkwit leads here. 3-car breakaway as Michael McGoy was able to get by Devin Waltz for 4th down at the end of the front straightaway, and now he's closing up, quickly moving forward for the RPM Paralyn of Michael McGoy. Behind him again, Devin Waltz just hanging on. We got problems further back for one of the Techno Karts, I believe, off the racetrack in turn number 5 as the leaders head towards the green corner. Isaac Malka comfortably leading, and Palacio is going to pay the price for giving him some space as Carson Weinberg throws it down the inside and gets clear for 2nd.
Good battle out there for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Malcolm with a little bit of an advantage. Not much, maybe 2 kart lengths. They head around scoreboard and now up I-70. Malcolm with about a 2 kart length advantage over Palacio, Weinberg, Waltz, and McGoy. And they round I-70 corner. They'll head back across the line here down Long Pond Straight. A little bit of a gap, but not much for Malkwit. He's going to be kind of a sitting duck out there, I'm afraid. As they draft up, I could see him fan out and try to make a move, but they don't. They stay in line. 2 laps in the book. It's Isaac Malkwit, Carson Weinberg, Lucas Palacio, Michael McGoy, and Devin Waltz. Your top 5. Keelan Harvick on the charge. Fast lap of 1:13.003 in 6th.
Here they come on the short chute to turn number 5. Isaac Melkut, your leader. Carson Weinberg right in line for second. Side by side, Keelan Harvick making a move that time at the end of the pack. He gets by Devin Waltz. That's for 5th. He brought some help as well. The Waltz going to fight back with it. That was Tristan Murphy going by. Now Murphy drops back to 7th. Waltz back up to 6th. All the while, Isaac Melkut, your leader through turn number 10 into 11. Any dive bombs here? Not this time, but Carson Weinberg has arrived. He's onto the bumper of the 172 Nitro Kart at certain points. Nothing into the scoreboard hairpin, and Melkut will lead another time on the run to the I-70 hairpin.
And let's give a call out to the 190 of Sam Tutwiler. Started 22nd. Xander, he's already advanced 10 positions in 2 laps, running in 12th.
Yeah, great run in the works for Sam Tutwiler out of a 36-driver field. Starting a bit in the mid-20s, works his way into the top 15. Here comes Weinberg with some help. We're looking for it. Side by side for the lead, side by side for 3rd. Weinberg to the lead, McGoy to 3rd. He'll bring Harvick for 4th, and Palacio drops back to P5.
What a battle. 7-cart breakaway, nose to tail. These first 7 carts putting on a heck of a show. Malkut gets shuffled back to 2nd. Weinberg leads the way, but Malkut's not satisfied. He wants to get that lead back. Close draft on Weinberg. They round turn 4 and head up towards Cell Phone Tower Corner, and we got a nose cone up in the air. That's going to be a bit of a problem there, Xander.
Yeah, that is Travis Pettit in the 129 solo card who's got his nose cone sticking straight up in the sky. I think he may end up pulling to the scale line this time. Either way, we watch the on-track battle here as Michael McGoy's been shuffled back a number of positions. He's fallen down to the 5th spot. And indeed, Travis Pettit with an issue. He'll go into the scale house, unfortunately, a bit early. Harvick, your leader of the second group as they split with him making the pass for 3rd. Will lead them back up to Melkut and to Carson Weinberg. And down the front straightaway, Carson Weinberg will score his first completed lap out front, looking for redemption just like Melkut from yesterday. Weinberg crossed the line first. He then ended up getting disqualified in post-race tech inspection. He wants to show it was the driver that made the difference, and he leads them through 1 and 2.
Everybody stays in line, behaving themselves through turn 2. And now up to turn 3, no changes in the lineup. It's Weinberg, Malkut, Harvick, Palacio, and Murphy. As they round their way through turns 5 and 6, they'll head back towards the Cell Phone Tower Corner, and we'll take a look and see if there's any changes. Still no changes. Everybody behaving themselves in that first group of 7, and that is exactly right. 7 carts nose to tail in that lead draft. They head past the Cell Phone Corner, and now they'll go over the hill and get back down towards the scoreboard corner, and we'll see if any moves are to be made, or are they going to be patient? Will they wait? That we don't know. And it looks like Malkut gets shuffled to the outside. He loses about 4 spots, and I believe that's possibly Harvick that's moved up to 2nd as Malkut gets shuffled back to 3rd.
Michael McGoy also making a move there. He shuffles Palacio back a couple spots, brings with him Tristan Murphy, and you can see this pack getting bigger as Keelan Harvick wants the lead. He'll take it into the I-70 corner, brings Malkut with him, and Weinberg drops back to P3. Keelan Harvick leading now a 9-car grouping as Salvador De La Vecchia and Alessandro Trushev join the fray. Here comes Malkut back on Harvick. Harvick has to let everybody go to find a place in line. He gets freight train first back to 5th at about 1,000 feet.
From 3rd to 1st to 5th in a half a lap. That's the competition level of these mini Swifts. Isaac Malkut back on the point. Harvick gets shuffled all the way back to 5th. But it is 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 9 carts. I'm counting here as fast as I can. 9 carts in that lead pack, and they're all nose to tail, evenly matched. And it looks like Alessandro Trushev slips inside of Salvador De La Vecchia and Cell Phone Corner, makes the pass for 8th spot, and we're 2 wide on back in the field, and that allows those top 3, Malkut, Harvick, and Weinberg, to check out ever so slightly over the rest of the field. 4th place, Michael McGoy trying to hang on.
Yeah, Michael McGoy getting up to 3rd, and then now they're side by side with Tristan Murphy versus De La Vecchia. De La Vecchia gets by, and Keelan Harvick has been booted all the way down to the 8th position. He's trying to fight back for 7th on Trushev behind the leading trio. The new leaders with a little bit of a cushion. Isaac Malkut, Carson Weinberg, and Michael McGoy. 1, 2, 3 down the front straightaway. De La Vecchia looking for help from Tristan Murphy aboard the Parolin, then Palacio, then Harvick, then Trushev, and Devin Waltz all the way to the end. And the Speed Concepts Racing entry, he's fallen back to 9th, and he's got a big gap out back, so nothing to worry about from behind. 4 seconds to Tyler Roberts, who has climbed up 8 positions here to the top 10. but he is losing a little bit of pace himself in Devin Waltz, so he's losing touch with his leading group of 8 as Palacio to the inside on Murphy. Brings Harvick, trying to bring Trueshow. Trueshow can't get through.
Unbelievable racing on in the back of the field. But that's allowed the top 3 to check out even further. We're 6 laps in, so we reached the halfway mark of our mini Swift. And right now, it's Malkwit, Weinberg, and McGoy trying to settle it amongst themselves. They need to stay in line and behave themselves, and they can possibly move on ahead of the second group. Murphy slips around Della Vecchia to take over the 4 spot. Della Vecchia then will try to push Murphy back up to the front. But right now, it's about a second advantage from those top 3 on back to 4th position, Tristan Murphy. So Isaac Malkwit crossing the line for lap number 7 leads that pack of 3, and now it's a pack of 2 as Carson Weinberg and Isaac Malkwit have put about a 4-cart gap on Michael McGoy in 3rd.
Yeah, they've definitely pulled away a little bit from P2 to P3. The top 3, again, have definitely pulled away from 4th and 5th in De La Vecchia and Palacio. With 2.5 laps to go, Carson Weinberg helping separate the packs out and make it a 2-cart race between himself and Lucas and Isaac Malcutt. But Michael McGoy doing a good job here this time. He's closed it a little bit, maybe a car length. De La Vecchia and Palacio, they're not making much headway, unfortunately. They're just kind of holding the line at the moment. They lost a couple tenths in the previous few laps, have not been able to gain them back to the green corner. Isaac Malcutt, your leader, into the scoreboard hairpin this time. Weinberg right behind him.
They'll see 2 to go next time by. Can Isaac Malkwit hang on? Does Carson Weinberg have something in his bag of tricks to make a move? He slips to the inside in I-70 corner just as we talk about Malkwit. Weinberg makes the pass, takes over the top spot. They'll head down Long Pond Straight with Weinberg, the leader. Malkwit in tow in second. Looks like he'll be content with that, but that's allowed 3rd place Michael McGoy to close the gap a little bit. And here comes Salvador Del Vecchia and Lucas Palacio. They want to make it a 5-cart party.
And they got to be careful again. Malcutt and Weinberg, they've done a good job building the gap up. If Malcutt makes a pass too early back on him, they're going to have a lot of drivers fighting him on the final lap. 2 to go here. Carson Weinberg leading the way. Isaac Malcutt second through the horseshoe here this time. Michael McGoy still relatively close, headed to the cell tower corner. And then back from him, De La Vecchia and Palacio, they got their act together. They got rolling last time by, picked up a lot of time, 4 tenths to be exact. So they're closing in. They've got the toe off McGoy now. It could be 5 drivers in the group with 1 move by Isaac Malcutt. That's all it will take. He's looking for it. Scoreboard corner, not going to happen.
Around scoreboard corner, now headed to I-70 one more time. They'll see the white flag this time by. Can Isaac Malkwit make that move? Will it be Carson Weinberg that hangs on? Malkwit to the inside, makes the pass in I-70 corner, takes the lead. They'll see the white, 1 to go, but it's a 5-cart battle. Malkwit, Weinberg, McGoy, Della Vecchia, and Palacio for the win. Crossing the stripe, white flag is out. Through turn 1, Malkwit leads the train.
1 lap to go for Isaac Malcutt. Through turn 2, through turn number 3, over to 4. Single file here, no overzealous moves yet. Does he go down to the inside to block into turn number 5? Weinberg's there. He'll stay behind him. Pass coming for 3rd. McGoy under fire. De La Vecchia gets through. McGoy fights back into 6th. He keeps the spot, and now Palacio gets through in 7.
And that helps those top 2 as Malkwit and Weinberg check out a little bit on 3rd place McGoy. So now it's Malkwit. It looks like it's going to be boiling down to Malkwit and Weinberg if they race nice until maybe the last corner or 2. But already a swing wide by Weinberg. And now underneath, making the pass. Is he going to make the pass inside a inside a scoreboard corner? He does. Makes the pass, and Weinberg to the point. Malkwit back to second, and now it's up to Malkwit down I-70 straight. 1 final time. Swings wide. Going to do the over and under at I-70. Will Weinberg block low? Side by side, it's a drag race down to the line. It looks like maybe a 1/4 cart length advantage, and now a full cart length by Malkwit. Here comes Weinberg back. Weinberg swings wide across the stripe. It's going to be Malkwit by about 3/100ths of a second, which on track is about a 1/4 cart length. Isaac Malkwit with the win. Carson Weinberg second. But we know what's in store for us for the finals, Xander. Those kids put on a heck of a show on that one.
And it's a great start to Sunday for Isaac Malcutt that just got a little bit better, much better here than where he was yesterday's main event, so hopefully Sunday's main event can bring him a little better luck as well. Isaac Malcutt only is just coming up on a little over a full year of running in the mini category, is your winner in the Mini Swift pre-final. Weinberg second, De La Vecchia third, holds off Palacio and McGoy. Alessandro Truccio in sixth. Keelan Harvick down to seventh after climbing up quite a bit, eventually leading some laps. He ends up just inside the top 10 at Devin Waltz. Tristan Murphy fades to ninth, and Kai Johnson coming back to the field after a not-so-great start rounds off the top 10. X30 Pro up next here live from Newcastle.
Line has steadily made progress since its inception in October 2021. On top of servicing the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana areas with products from Kart chassis, Tillotson Karts and Engines, Miami, Briggs, Honda, and more, they're now promoting race events as well throughout the Mid and Coastal South region at NOLA Motorsports Park and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi. Races are already set for the fall of 2022. September 3rd, October 22nd, and November 12th at NOLA Motorsports Park, and 2 dates, September 10th and October 15th at Finish Line Performance Karting. Driver Line is set to finish this year strong.
Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com. Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule has support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the CK&A Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the Scooter Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Welcome back here to Newcastle Motorsports Park, and we're set for the X30 Pro pre-final. David Land down in the pit area here, getting a bunch of interviews and some intel for us. David, what do you have for us here for this pre-final?
Yeah, just a couple of quick observations, Xander. Mainly that my background is talking about real professional car racing like IndyCar, IMSA, stuff like that. And I've been amazed this weekend to look at the X30 Pro teams. I mean, they are operating on the same level of a lot of those IndyCar teams. And it's amazing to me to see the level of preparation that these guys have. I mean, the P in USPKS stands for pro, and I believe it after this weekend. So it should be an exciting race here to see who can take the pre-final as we head into the final race of pre-finals.
And, of course, coming into this weekend here and coming into this session, our Rollison Performance Group, they have been absolutely on fire. Well, that's the case as well for Sunday qualifying. But a new face at the top of the leaderboard, his first pole position of the season. Nate Cicero out-qualified his teammates Hayden Jones and Ryan Norberg to go to the top. Jones will join him on the front row alongside with Norberg to the inside of row number 2. And Jeremy Fletcher and the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart will line up on the outside of the unofficial series champion. Joshua Carr in the 395 Comp Kart for J3 competition. Feels like he's made some strides over the course of the weekend. His first weekend back in a go-kart in quite some time. He rolls to the inside of RPG Cosmic's Wes Duchak.
Donovan Bonilla in row 4 will start on the inside next to Diego Ramos in the 313. Paulie Massimino will start in 9th position. Paulie on the Comp Kart. Paulie on the CRG. Starting in 10th is Oliver Hodson. In 11th, Colin Warren, and row 6 outside, Jack Jeffers in 12th starting position.
We go back through the field here. Braden Eves, Tyler McIntyre, and Marian Kremers will round the top 15. Now let's give you an update on where the championship standings look like coming in with drops factored in. Ryan Norberg, of course, 6 main event wins and a runner-up yesterday. He had clinched the championship. All he needed to do was start yesterday, score some points, and really just not get disqualified. He was going to be safe. Hayden Jones entered the weekend separated by less than 30 points from Paulie Massimino and Cameron Weinberg. With that big-time win yesterday and that strong run in the pre-final has him comfortably up by about 80 points on Massimino coming into today. So Paulie Massimino needs to turn the wick up on the number 16. Cameron Weinberg could also catch Massimino, his teammate. He's been pretty quick, but not a great qualifying run for Weinberg. And Jack Jeffers, an outside shot at the top 3, but he needs some bad luck and some things to go his way to get there. As the field slowly comes into the tram lines, we are not going to be close enough to get them ready for the green, so Nate Cicero will take them around for another warm-up lap, and it'll give us time to get ready to go. Nate Cicero, of course, not as much action over the summer for him in 2022 as 2021, but the speed has been there all weekend for him. Took a little bit to get there. His teammates, Donovan Bonilla, Hayden Jones, and Ryan Norberg were the superstars of Friday. And then yesterday, even through qualifying, Cicero was decent, but wasn't overly stellar. And then through the day, continued to get quicker, led for a good bit of the pre-final before Jones won there, and even led laps in the main event. And we heard a little bit of maybe some hurt feelings or some ruffled feathers is a better term for it. Cicero's pre-final interview, talking after his pole award in qualifying, saying, yeah, some of my teammates wanted to drive a certain way, and we weren't on the same page. What page will they be on today? We are about to find out. Nate Cicero, Hayden Jones, the Ralston Performance Group Cosmics bring the field to the tram lines. We're green, down to turn number 1. Oh, big contact in the back. One of the RPGs, Grace Hemmard, got popped in the air. She's okay. We're clean to turn number 2.
Unbelievable start. It was the second try at a start, and it didn't get a whole lot better. They were slicing and dicing about mid-pack, 3 and 4 wide in some places. So it got a little ugly there, and we've got some attrition. That's unfortunate, but we do have a good, clean start at this point after the skirmish there on the front stretch. So things ahead now. It looks like Nate Cicero is the early leader with
Jeremy Fletcher.
Jeremy Fletcher up to second. So the teammates third and fourth, Jones and Norberg. Fletcher sneaking up there in the second spot.
Yeah, Jeremy Fletcher from fourth on the grid, went around the outside, got by Jones. Now he's going to the lead. And Jeremy Fletcher becomes the first non-RPG Cosmic to take the lead this weekend. He's got the 3 teammates lined up behind him over to I-70. We got problems in the back. Donovan Bonilla is off in the grass outside the scoreboard hairpin on the opening lap. And the 328 will go to the rear for the final. So terrible start for Donovan Bonilla. Jeremy Fletcher already blocking him down to turn 1. Ryan Norberg to the outside, tries to send it, can't get there. He gets run wide by Cicero. Here comes Hayden Jones for second. He'll take that spot away.
Tough break for Donovan Bonilla. Started in 7th. He's out of the race. Will start last in the pre-final. Marian Kremers started 15th. Already in 1 lap. Advanced 9 positions, running in 6th.
Jeremy Fletcher left the door open into turn number 7. Hayden Jones going to give him the business. They'll go side by side. Fletcher drips a wheel in the dirt. Tries to hold the inside. Look at Marian Kremers on the inside of Norberg. Everybody's gunning for the purple and pink boys as they go over to turn 10. Fletcher still holds the lead. Jones to the outside. Colin Warren into the mix here. What a day it's been, and now Jones with a crossover on Fletcher. He'll get the inside to turn number 13 with help from Cicero, and they go side by side. Fletcher drops back to second, goes to the bumper of Hayden Jones. Here comes Norberg, side by side with Colin Warren. Fletcher trying to go to the bottom on Jones. They all make contact and run wide in the final corner. Colin Warren rips the top side and gets to third.
Looks like it's pretty wide down there in I-70, but from this point of view, it got awfully narrow, Xander.
Oh, it did, and it's still narrow here at the front. Colin Warren is making, oh, look at that. Ryan Norberg's got one on his rear. Diego Ramos ended up on Norberg's left rear tire. They both lose some time. And now Hayden Jones in the lead. Jeremy Fletcher second. Colin Warren up to P3.
No teammates to help Hayden Jones up front. He's got 2 non-teammates behind him, Jeremy Fletcher and Colin Warren. Back 4th and 5th is Norberg and Cicero. Kremers now up to 5th. Actually, when they cross the line, he's advanced 10 spots in the 302. So some really crazy stuff going out there. Norberg, who's been dominant all season, finds himself now on the outside looking in. He's got to climb.
Everybody passing him. Ramos ran him wide. Now Jeffers gets by. and the updated order is crazy. Here's Ramos on Wes Duchek. Norberg's all the way down to the top 10. No respect given to the national number 1, as now Jeffers will finally, I think, have to give it up as Norberg looks to the inside into I-70. He'll get by him there. No, Jeffers hangs on the outside. Norberg can't do anything about it as Hayden Jones is starting to pull away out front. Jeremy Fletcher in second, trying to get help from Colin Warren. Here comes more as Norberg on Jeffers. Jeffers slams the door shut. No thanks to you. No thanks to the veteran there. Norberg just having a block from Tyler McIntyre. Nobody giving him anything. As meanwhile, up at the front, it's changing hands for second, third, and fourth. Norberg's way back. Tyler McIntyre trying to work him. But look at the front of the field. If we could get a little bit further up, the top 5 has changed a few positions. Norberg still back with McIntyre here to the cell tower corner. Jack Jeffers leading his way. Here comes the rest of the field. Oliver Hodgson. There's your look at the top 5. Colin Warren has given up the 3rd spot, and he's got Paulie Massimino now challenging for 4th as Cameron Weinberg has closed up to Jeremy Fletcher.
Half a second advantage. Hayden Jones over Jeremy Fletcher, and Jones with a 106.274 continues to gap the field. Fastest kart on the racetrack right now, although Jeremy Fletcher trying to reel him back in. Colin Warren shuffled back to 4th. Now he gets shuffled back to 5th as Cameron Weinberg trying to close in on Fletcher and make a move for that 3rd spot. Hayden Jones, Jeremy Fletcher, Cameron Weinberg, Paulie Massimino, nice run up to 4th. Colin Warren 5th. How about Cameron Weinberg, Xander? 13 positions. He started in 16th. He's already up to 3rd.
And so look at that again. Cameron Weinberg, great run going forward. Nate Cicero went purple last time. He saw Marian Kremer starting to go low and block him down the front straightaway. He said, no, it's okay. Just go forward. We'll see how long he was willing to follow Kremers. As Kremers dives on Colin Warren, Warren shuts the door, chops the nose off, and that kind of bottlenecks Marian Kremers on him. He's got Cicero on the bumper now, and Ramos looking as well. Does Cicero go here? Turn 8, turn 10, 11? No, he just blocks from Ramos, trying to give some room as Wes Duchek goes on Ramos now back for the edge of the top 10. Norberg finally got clear of McIntyre and Jeffers after a lot of rough driving on both ends. And there's Wes Duchek getting by on Ramos. So Duchek gets clear. Ramos trying to go back on him into the hairpin. He's going to do it. Ramos gets through there. Up to the front of the field. Where's everybody at? Jones, Fletcher, Weinberg, Massimino, Warren. Warren's got pressure coming. Marian Kremers might not be as nice to him this time because he cut him a big-time break in the cell tower.
The gap still remains a half a second. Jones over Fletcher, but the race on back. Weinberg, Massimino, Warren, they're all getting at it hot and heavy. But right now, Hayden Jones remains one of the fastest karts on the racetrack. Ryan Norberg turning up the wick a little bit, just turned to 105, 184. He'll try to make the charge back to the front, but he is sitting at almost a 4-second gap from 10th position up to the point.
Yeah, it's a nice margin for the pair. So let's see. Lap times wise, Hayden Jones just edging out a little bit the last few laps, but Jeremy Fletcher's coming on as Cameron Weinberg is starting to fade. Meanwhile, look at this. Nate Cicero got around Colin Warren. Here comes Ramos. He'll go by Warren as well into the scoreboard corner, and now Norberg has arrived on the scene. Looking to the inside on Colin Warren down the back straightaway. Can he get there with help from Wes Duchek? He'll get down the inside, and Warren hangs on the outside of Duchek at least to hold on to one more spot, but he's getting shuffled pretty quickly.
Halfway home, and we still got a nice gap, about a half a second. Hayden Jones over Jeremy Fletcher. They round turn 2, and those two have checked out on Cameron Weinberg. Paulie Massimino on the charge up in 4th. He's advanced 5 positions, just turned to 105, 114. Paulie Massimino with the fast lap of the race.
Yeah, and Massimino, again, he's onto the bumper of his teammate Cameron Weinberg. So you got a battle looming for P3. 3rd on the racetrack, going to be coming together here in just a moment. Massimino closing in on Cameron Weinberg just in front of these guys here. So Massimino a car length back as Fletcher's up the road. You see Marian Kremers and Nate Cicero working together for now. Cicero's going to go by Kremers there into the green corner, so he'll take over 5th. And hold on to that spot into the scoreboard hairpin and start his drive back up the order as he's got the 2 Speed Concepts Racing CRGs next up. Here's Norberg's next spot to get Diego Ramos ahead of him into the hairpin. Here's Massimino. He'll take over 3rd. Lots of passing all over the racetrack.
Paulie Massimino on the charge up to 3rd spot over Cameron Weinberg, and he could end up closing in a little bit more now as Massimino will try to move up and get a hold of Jeremy Fletcher. Massimino, one of the quicker drivers on the track. Tyler McIntyre back in 11th, just turns a 105.056. He went purple with a fast lap of the race, but Hayden Jones now with a 0.7 of a second advantage over Jeremy Fletcher.
So let's see. Can Massimino, granted we saw those lap times that he was hitting in the draft and as he was closing up to Cameron Weinberg, are they quick enough to close up to Jeremy Fletcher with him being the one leading the way, with him being the one hitting the air? Hard to say. Fletcher's just inching backwards from Hayden Jones. 5 laps to go here. Massimino's in a prime starting spot for the main. He does have his teammate right behind him. They could push forward and try to get to Fletcher. As we look down the order, Tyler McIntyre was actually purple last time in the middle of that gaggle. And Nate Cicero, what will he hit this time? Now that he's gotten clear racetrack, can he go fastest overall? 4 laps to go at the stripe for Hayden Jones. Jeremy Fletcher second, Massimino third, Weinberg fourth. Ryan Norberg hand in the air there to Marian Kremers as he goes on by.
We're about a lap away from a battle for second, Xander, as Weinberg and Massimino every lap are about 0.2 of a second quicker than Jeremy Fletcher. Those two are going to battle Fletcher, I think, on the next lap, as they're only about, at this point, maybe 2 to 0.3 of a second back from Fletcher. We're going to have a battle for second.
And they are as fast as Norberg, as fast as Cicero. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and now 6th. Are all quicker than the top 2. Both Hayden Jones and Jeremy Fletcher have been giving up time to the drivers behind. So on the way forward for Ryan Norberg here with Marian Kremers and Diego Ramos in tow, but also on the way forward are Paulie Massimino and Cameron Weinberg, as you mentioned, in 3rd and 4th. And Kremers back on the inside of Norberg. Oh, Norberg throws him a wheel, drives him off the racetrack. Ramos going to give it back to him. He's going to get clear, said, you want to drive my teammate that way? I'll drive you this way. It is all gloves off, throwing hands here in this X30 Pro pre-final. And look at Ramos. He'll drive Norberg to the inside. Norberg's frustrated. I'm sure the PSL karting guys are as well. Furl black flags for everybody here outside the top 5.
It is getting crazy on back in the field. Norberg, you can see a little frustration there. He's not used to smelling fumes. He's usually the one leading the way. He hasn't seen this view for a long time. So Norberg trying to find his way back towards the front, but he's battling every inch, every step of the way. Cicero, you called it, Xander, just went purple at 104.964.
Norberg having to block here from Ramos and Kremers, but again, he's got the opposite effect he's used to. He's got 2 teammates behind him, so he's not going to really trigger a battle by blocking, where if you block low, normally you can get the guy behind you to try and open up and cross you over, and the third guy in line will dive bomb, but that's not going to be the case this time. Marian Kremers will play blocker here for Ramos and let him continue to try to mess with Norberg as Duchek now gets up to Kremers. Here comes the rest of the midfield on up the order as well.
Twin sticks as they cross the stripe. Hayden Jones leads the way. Jeremy Fletcher trying to hang on to second, but here comes Paulie Massimino. Only 2 kart length separation between Fletcher and Massimino. He may make a charge. They'll see the white next time by, but Paulie Massimino trying to close in on Jeremy Fletcher.
And again, that's just on the update of where they're at. Here's Fletcher coming on by. You can see Norberg got passed again by Diego Ramos, who is still just wreaking havoc on his race. Ramos trying to fight. Again, that's not exactly a great spot to be in. 6th, 3rd on the outside lane, but either way, they're fighting hard. Duchek's finally got around Kremers. Ramos keeps the door relatively shut, all battling back. Now let's go pick up our battle for 2nd and 3rd. Here is Massimino closing on Fletcher. Fletcher's been closing a little bit on Hayden Jones. He's going to run out of time, but Massimino could get there, and if it's up to Massimino, really, if he wants that outside starting spot on Hayden Jones. As we look back, here's this gaggle. Look at, Norberg got turned. Him and Ramos are together on the middle of the racetrack. Ryan Norberg, Diego Ramos come together. And look at that. You got 2 very unhappy drivers right there with each other. Norberg giving a round of applause for him, bowing to him, saying thank you very much for that. Ramos giving it back. Both of them. My goodness. Norberg and Ramos together here with 2 to go.
Unbelievable. We kind of saw that when brewing. They were really running hard against each other. Laps before that, they get together, and now they're both going to start from the rear of the field. That'll make for an exciting final.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how far up Norberg and Ramos can go. We already know Donovan Mania is going to be back there. He broke on the opening lap. And Hayden Jones right now is the only RPG Cosmic that hasn't been beaten up on too much here in this pre-final. Yesterday's winner looking pretty good so far. Jeremy Fletcher, Paulie Massimino, still kind of riding nice and easy there, second and third. Final lap for them. We'll see if there's any changes as a whole. Back behind, Cameron Weinberg's got company. Nate Cicero's reeled him in there for fourth. Up the hill to the I-70 corner, single file. Look at this, Massimino. Jeremy Fletcher, I think, let him by. I think he wants to start third. So Massimino going to go slow down the front stretch here. And he is joking with him across the line. Oh, my goodness. Both of the drivers there, I think they were signaling to push and go forward. All the normal signals that a driver would say, follow me, push me at the checkered flag. Obviously having some jokes in between each other. But Massimino in second. Hayden Jones, your winner in the X30 Pro pre-final. And we've got a lot of storylines coming out of this one. Diego Ramos, Ryan Norberg, separated themselves, which is a smart thing to do. I don't think there's anything that went more than words, but a lot has just transpired. There is a lot to come out from all that. So we're going to take a commercial break. We'll see who we can chat with before the lunch break gets underway. My goodness, it's going to be a really different looking main event than what we saw yesterday.
Line has steadily made progress since its inception in October 2021. On top of servicing the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana areas with products from Kart chassis, Tillotson carts and engines, Miami, Briggs, Honda, and more, they're now promoting race events as well throughout the mid and coastal South region at NOLA Motorsports Park and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi. Races are already set for the fall of 2022. September 3rd, October 22nd, and November 12th at NOLA Motorsports Park, and 2 dates, September 10th and October 15th at Finish Line Performance Karting. Drive Your Line is set to finish this year strong. Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning Super Nationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner. Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com. Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the Scooter Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
the most chaotic X30 pre-finals of the season. There was no doubt you could hear through the paddock and just see on the racetrack that there was frustration building over the weekend, and it seemed to hit ahead here just moments ago. Ryan Norberg and Diego Ramos crashing out. Hayden Jones scoring the win. Paulie Massimino, Jeremy Fletcher second and third. Braden Eves had a bird's eye view of a lot of it. He's down with our David Land. David?
Well, we got at least somebody who was an eyewitness to the accident. We did try to get Ryan Norberg. Understandably, didn't want to talk about it. The weekend for him has gone from bad to worse, unfortunately. Braden, what did you see happen over there in the hairpin?
Yeah, I just saw a lot of people all bottled up. I saw Norberg there, obviously, because he wasn't in the front, so it's easy to see when he's not up front. So he was battling. Everyone was just lunging him, and then I don't know who else it was, but they were going too wide through that little kink over there where it always gets tight too wide, and the guy on the outside, whoever it was, just like put him all the way onto the curb, and he bounced into him, and then they were just on top of each other. So I had to try and avoid it. They were all the way right when they got on top of each other, and then went left, and I had to go left into the grass and like basically finish last because of it. So unfortunate for me, but it is what it is.
So your interpretation is that Norberg was kind of the innocent bystander in this one.
Oh yeah, I mean he got pinched onto the curb, and then obviously you can't do anything from there.
And how does your kart feel otherwise? Obviously, that was a tough break for you, but going into the final, I mean, can you move up?
I actually think that was probably the best I've been pace-wise. I was moving up. Everyone was kind of battling, and felt like I could have really gotten probably 3 or 4 more guys on those last couple of laps, and then obviously that happened, so it wasn't able to happen. But I think the pace was there, so I think we're a lot closer than we have been.
All right, that's MPG Motorsports. Braden Eves, he was right behind the accident, unfortunately affected by it, but a lot of drama, a lot more drama than I think we were expecting here in the final race of the season for X30 Pro.
Thank you, David. We'll keep cycling in some more drivers here to chat with during the lunch break as we can before we fully step away here because, yeah, a whole lot has gone down, no doubt about it. So we'll be coming their way shortly here in just a few moments. In the meantime, again, to give you an update of where everyone unofficially stood, Hayden Jones, obviously the winner. He should be clean and clear. Paulie Massimino second. Jeremy Fletcher was aggressive early, but I don't know if he's done anything that would be considered penalty worthy. He crossed the line third. Nate Cicero rebounded back to fourth. You got Cameron Weinberg there late in the going. Weinberg rounded out the top 5. Marian Kremers has had an overall okay weekend, but I'm sure he'd like a whole lot more. He's down here with David.
All right, so that was obviously an exciting race. I know you got into the war a little bit with Norberg, too. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I had a really good start. Immediately moved up a lot of places. I think after lap 1, I was in P5 from, I don't remember where I started, I think 15th. So, yeah, very good first lap. Then I was in the war with Norberg and RPGs. Ryan made a move into turn 1 on Nate. I followed through, and I was getting pushed from behind. And then at the exit of turn 1, Ryan had to check up a little bit, otherwise he was going to go off track. I was getting pushed, and I didn't slam on the brakes for it early enough. So went over the top of Ryan, lost a couple places there, and then it was just a hard dogfight all the way to the end. When Ryan got by me, I was trying to let him by in the straight to not lose any time, and he tried to stay next to me because I think he was upset for that turn 1 move, which wasn't really my fault, I feel like. So yeah, we have to talk to Ryan about that. But then I made a move into the scoreboard hairpin. He just crowded me off the track, which wasn't very nice. But like I said, I think he's just upset about that turn 1 move, which if he looks at the footage, I think he can see that it wasn't my fault.
Otherwise, how was your race? I mean, what are you kind of looking at for the final? Do you think you got a good shot here?
I think we're lacking a little bit of pace, but if it's anything like the pre-final, it doesn't really matter how fast you go. So hoping for a little bit of chaos from the other drivers, and then hoping to sneak through.
Yeah, that was kind of amazing. I mean, I think the big point of that race was that the RPG guys finally got broken up. I mean, how do you kind of develop that? I mean, I think that's going to be the key to anybody trying to win this final. How do you break them up?
I mean, that's been a long time brewing with all the other teams. I think everybody's sick of the dominance they have. So everybody is just trying to break them up, and there's no really teammates anymore. It's either RPG or no RPG, I think.
It's going to be elbows out in the final. I think we're brewing for something pretty crazy, boys. Back to you.
Thanks, David. Again, like Marian Kremer said, it didn't look to me like he had done anything too major, but it was definitely obvious Norberg was just trying to get himself back to where he wanted to be and into a decent position. We're going to go dark on the broadcast as we will clear out here for the lunch break. We'll come back with main events at 2:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh wait, we got a couple more here. Hold on. So we'll have a couple more interviews. My apologies. We'll be cycling a few more. We've got one or two more that we'll chat with here before the lunch break hits and we go off the air. So stick with us here for just a few more moments. Track side, and we got the other half of the incident here. I'll send it on to you, David. Who you got?
So I'm here with Diego Ramos. Obviously ugly situation down there at the hairpin. I just want to hear your side of the story.
Yeah, my side. I was defended for I think last lap or last two laps, and pushed me out, and he put in the outside room. He didn't leave me a room inside, and then the crash happened. But when he say always his other fault, no, not never his fault. But
So what was that conversation like between the two of you? I saw him clapping. Was there a conversation?
in the race, in the straight, I don't know.
No, when you guys were crashed down there, I saw you guys kind of come together. Was there any kind of words exchanged there?
No, I think both was with the like lose a little bit the brain, and then it was like not good for safe for everybody, because he was angry, me I was angry, and then let's try to do something in the final, because now the both races finish, and yes.
So before the final, is there any kind of a conversation that you're going to have with Norberg to kind of try to settle things down before you guys go head to head once again in the final?
I mean, yes, because he didn't know was not my fault, because he didn't leave me a room, and then the crash happened, because it's impossible two cards if the two people's not leave a room for the other, you cannot do the same corner, and then he pushed me out like that.
All right. Well, we really appreciate Diego coming over and giving his side of the story. It's going to be definitely an interesting final with these two starting at the back. But as we saw in that last heat, anything can happen. Back to you, Xander.
Thank you, David. That'll wrap up our coverage here for the morning. If you want to watch what will be probably one of the more anticipated X30 Pro main events of the season here this afternoon, make sure that you're signed up to be a KC Premium member at youtube.com/KartChaser. And it's not just the X30 Pro main event. You get all the other 6 main events coming your way. KA Junior kicks us off at 2:25 p.m. Eastern, 11:25 a.m. Pacific. We'll be back with that live on YouTube here shortly. Come back with us here after the lunch break.